welcome to all of you in Goa and all our MI colleagues and innovation community colleagues. As you are already aware that India has really been a key player in terms of driving research and innovation endeavors to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, improve energy efficiency, and draw pathways for a sustainable development leading to a cleaner and a greener planet, which we all are striving for. The Ministry of Science and Technology has been proactively hand-holding the development and demonstration of several technologies for energy demand reduction, targeting the building sector. The Department of Science and Technology, we have dedicated initiative which is known as Clean Energy Research Initiatives, acronymed as CERI, which has really not only targeted the national level efforts but also have really fostered some of the bilateral, multilateral, collaborative research programs. And we have been targeting areas such as solar energy, energy efficiency, energy demand reduction, and management in building sector for a while. In last 10 years, we have supported over 100 CR, which is close to, you can say, 1000 million rupees in this R&D efforts as a public investment. This has resulted in actually upgrading the knowledge and skill set of 60 Indian institutes and international institutes who are involved in driving the research agenda. We have also supported close to 50 odd industry, because industry in terms of deployment, we cannot foresee any action until as the entire innovation to market value chain is really put in place. So industry also were really involved in the entire actions which we have taken and supported so far. We have actually through our efforts tried to upgrade and establish about 20 odd research facilities spanning the overall nation, which has resulted in 50 energy efficient technology solutions which are at different technology readiness level as of now. We are, as you know, our PM had coined this term Mission Innovation, and we are leading founder member country of this Mission Innovation. And there are been very productive engagements with all the fellow MI countries, which are 23 odd member countries, including European Commission. So in particular, we have fostered good collaborations with the US, UK, Australia, and European Commission. We are, India as a country is co-leading the innovation community and affordable heating and cooling of buildings along with the UK and European Commission. As you may be aware, the global demand for cooling continues to increase as our population is increasing. India is one of the most populous country and the fifth largest economy. So we have to really strike a balance as the demand is going to rise. It is estimated that number of room air conditioning units will touch upon 1 billion units by 2050. So that's a huge number, and how we are really going to take care of all this surge in demand, and will be building contributing to more than half of India's cooling energy demand. We really need some of the innovative solutions, some disruptive technologies to really come from the lab side, which really target and curtail carbon emissions in the next decade. So next decade is going to be really decade of actions where only we will not see the innovations coming and getting sprouted in various research labs across various nations. But equally important is really how do we connect with the market, how do we engage with industry so that the solutions are validated on time, and then with the newer instruments of financing, be it public-private financing, new approaches, how do we enable and make the innovation see light of the day? Through our consistent efforts, we have tried to build an ecosystem for public-private partnership to really advance and accelerate the clean energy innovations. It is really encouraging that 25 industry stakeholders and industry associations have joined us today for deliberations. And actually, this is one of the four side events which has kicked off today. I am glad to share that in the month of May, we had organized a meet under the Green Powered Future Mission and also under the Sustainable Heating and Cooling of Buildings in Jaipur, which is in the state of Rajasthan. And this was really very productive, where we could bring along the key stakeholders in the building energy side to Jaipur, and we had a good deliberations there. So I would like to urge upon and earnestly request the stakeholders which are present here to really target and focus their discussion on setting up some of the goals which could be short term and also long term, so that we could really work out our new approaches and strategies to advance the research development and demonstration which will enable the decarbonization of cooling and heating sector. So once again, welcome to all of you for this kicking off this side event on low carbon, affordable and heating and cooling solutions. I would also urge upon to really summarize these sessions and that the key takeaways of these sessions to our MI Secretariat, which will be compiling and will be sharing with our ministers, and this will also enable us to really work upon the new agenda from the department side, what the recommendations which emanate from discussions today. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Anna Stephenson to present the opening remarks, please.
Great. Hi, everybody. I'm delighted to be here to give you some context into the transition towards low carbon, affordable heating and cooling. So my name is Dr. Anna Stephenson, and I'm a Deputy Director at the UK Government Department for Net Zero, Energy Security and Net Zero. I work within the department called SICE, so Science and Innovation at Climate Change. I work alongside Graham, and we are co-leading the innovation community on affordable heating and cooling alongside India and also the European Commission. So if we could have the next slide, please. So as I said, we co-lead alongside India and the European Commission on this innovation community. And so the reason which this community was set up was because, first of all, the heating and cooling sector is a very large emitter, and you can see this graph on the right here showing projected increase in energy consumption globally from both space heating and cooling. You can see over time we are expecting emissions and energy intensity from cooling to even exceed space heating. So emissions and energy intensity of this sector are very large, and so it's very important to tackle it. As well as this sector is very hard to tackle, hard to abate. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Lots of different methods and technologies are required in order to decarbonize the sector. And so it's a challenge, which is another reason why we need this innovation community. And as you can see on the graph at the bottom, this is also becoming more and more topical as climate change happens. There's more and more extreme heat. You can see this image of Spain from the last couple of weeks, and how the ground surface temperature was around 60 degrees in places. So more and more countries are having to deal with more and more extreme heat, and so we're needing to do more and more in this area. And then as well as this, cooling and heating, the need to tackle it, not only is it because we need to focus on emissions, but there are also other benefits in terms of poverty and also health. The cold chain, working on the cold chain, if we've got better refrigeration, this also improves the situation for vaccinations and also helps to reduce food waste. And so this is an area which which cuts across many of the sustainable development goals. So this is another reason why this innovation community was set up. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So what can be achieved if we collaborate well? This is a good example of this is from the Global Cooling Prize, which was initiated by the government of India alongside the Rocky Mountain Institute, who I think are going to be talking later today. And you can see these two images on the left of air conditioning units. The technology hadn't changed for 50 years, very inefficient and a mature technology which is very hard to innovate. So this Global Cooling Prize aimed to increase the efficiency by at least 5 times. And this is very successful competition and resulted in an increase in efficiency of at least over 10 times. So this is an example of where innovation and working together can result in great things. And the last slide. So for 2024, the 3 priority areas of this innovation community are grid integrated control, extreme heat, and also industrial cooling. And we plan to work really closely with the MI missions. So for grid integrated control, working with the Green Powered Future mission, with extreme heat working on the urban transition mission, and with industrial cooling working on the net zero industry mission. So we're really excited and looking forward to doing more collaboration in this area. So I think that's it. The next slide. Yeah, so really happy to be here today and looking forward to working more in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anna. Now we would like to present a short video describing the outcomes of Department of Science and Technology's Building Energy Efficiency Program and its outcomes.
India, the world's third largest greenhouse gas emitter behind the US and China, is responsible for around 1/5 of total carbon dioxide emissions through its buildings, which account for nearly 33% of the nation's energy use. The design of buildings and their systems significantly impact the amount of energy needed for heating, cooling, and electricity throughout the building's operation. At the UN Climate Conference 2021, COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland, the Honourable Prime Minister unveiled an ambitious 5-part Panchamrit pledge. 4 of these goals are targeted for 2030. The 5th pledge commits India to net zero emissions by 2070. India's 5 commitments are a critical foundation in the global pathway to achieving the ambitious 1.5 degrees Celsius cap for global warming. As a part of its Clean Energy Research Initiative, DST has launched the Building Energy Efficiency Flagship Program. This program has supported 3 initiatives, 1 national and 2 international programs. In addition, DST has partnered with the Rocky Mountain Institute, USA, to launch the Global Cooling Prize Challenge, which aims to develop cooling technologies that are highly energy efficient and cost effective. This initiative has a budget of $5 million for R&D funding. 2 winning teams emerged from the 8 finalists, demonstrating technologies with 5 times less climate impact than a standard air conditioner. These efforts are helping to advance sustainable building technologies and reduce the carbon footprint of the built environment. DST has brought out a compendium of technologies which captures the outcomes of the Clean Energy Research Initiative. It documents 43 prototyped and demonstrated technologies. This compendium aims to promote these technologies and help the teams to mainstream and adopt them in the industry. The building energy efficiency projects are categorized into 4 main thematic areas. Innovative building materials, with an investment of Rs 6.3 crore, involving 13 institutions and 4 industries, demonstrated and commercialized novel materials leading to energy efficiency and reduced carbon footprint. This includes agriculture waste-based composites, construction and demolition waste-based materials, phase change materials, and nano-enhanced materials. DST has facilitated the creation of various laboratory scale and full-scale test beds for furthering innovation in this discipline. ICT and operational controls, with an investment of Rs 16.3 crore, involving 19 institutions and 11 industries, DST has supported research and development in the field of information and communications technology and its application to building energy efficiency. State-of-the-art facilities have been created for research on the effective use of IoT in building management systems, smart operational controls, smart grid integration, and DC-based building systems and control. Low-energy heating and cooling technologies, with an investment of Rs 8.3 crore, involving 11 institutions and 9 industries, developed and demonstrated innovative and cost-effective heating and cooling solutions. This includes solar-based cooling systems, efficient refrigerants, waste-based cooling systems, desiccants, and radiant systems. DST had supported the establishment of over 6 state-of-the-art research and testing facilities across India. Integrated energy demand reduction, with an investment of Rs 20.9 crore, involving 17 institutions and 9 industries, has enabled transdisciplinary research and application, which involved full-scale testing and demonstration of integrated energy efficiency measures. This includes energy-efficient wall assemblies, smart windows, developing weather files for extreme climates, and a geospatial energy model for cities. At DST, we are open to supporting further development in improving the TRL of these technologies. We welcome industry and stakeholders to come forward to adopt the technologies and support mainstreaming.
Now I request Honorable Director BITS Pilani Goa Campus to present a memento to Dr. Anita Gupta. Please on stage. I request the Honorable Director BITS Pilani to present a memento to Dr. Anna. I request the Director to present a memento to Dr. Graham, please. I request Dr. Sukumar Divota, former Director, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur, India, to present a memento to the Director, please. Thank you. We will move on to the next session. Now I request Dr. Sukumar Divota sir to be on stage, please. So just to summarize, we will have 2 brief technical sessions, about half an hour to 40 minutes each. So I request the presenters to keep a watch of time, because we began 10 minutes late than scheduled. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning to you all. You know, we are already late, at least by 15 minutes. So there are quite a few speakers and everybody gets about 5 minutes. So I would request you to kindly adhere to the time, not to dilate too much on your company, but on the theme and give your ideas for affordable heating and cooling. The first presentation is going to be on global cooling price, which Dr. Gupta mentioned, the learnings and way forward. And the first one will be made by Mr. Tarun Garg from RMI. Is Tarun Garg there? Okay. Tarun, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I know we have started a bit late, and as Professor mentioned, I have 5 minutes to cover the learning as a way forward on the global cooling price. Before I do that, I'm taking this opportunity to inform you about the organization I'm representing. I'm from RMI, and RMI is an independent, not-for-profit think tank, 40 years old, started our journey with built environment way back in 1980s. And our founder, Imre Lovins, started this journey back in 1980 and constructed, I would say, the first ever net zero home in the coldest region on the earth. In terms of RMI India, the journey started almost 6 years back, and the sectors of work we are looking at is mobility, power, green hydrogen industries, built environment, including cooling, and net zero finance. I think this has been covered in the previous video, so nothing new here. This was conceived as a prize to spur the development of climate-friendly cooling and affordable cooling. And this is again, just to inform everyone, the kind of stakeholders who were involved in the entire program. And you can see, it was definitely incepted by DST along with Ministry of Power, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and RMI Mission Innovation were key. And then a lot of partners were there, sponsors were there, and then outreach partners were also there. In terms of looking at, I've been hearing this question ever since I've joined RMI, what's happening with global cooling price and what are the next steps we are going to take to launch the unit in the market. So in terms of lessons learned, so we have mentioned 3 points here. And the first point is, I think what GCP has done, it has demonstrated that it is possible, both technically and commercially feasible, to develop a super efficient ACs. So I think that's one that has been proven. Second is, I think it has also highlighted, there is a need to improve the existing test standards, especially for global south, especially for a country like India, where we have temperatures going beyond 45 degrees Celsius and humidity again exceeding the benchmarks. So I think it again highlights the improvement that is required to be done in existing test standards. And most of the time, we have seen consumers look at labels that are available on air conditioners. So they're also not aware of the actual performance of the air conditioners at which they're operating their ACs at home. So I think these are the 3 key lessons we learned from the past few years. And based on that, we are planning our next steps. So in terms of next step, we want to ensure that the market and regulatory conditions are as welcoming as possible to create the environment for the units that have been selected under this global cooling prize. And with this intent, RMI and Clean Cooling Collaborative, Sneha is also here, I think she will also talk about it. We have co-founded a global cooling efficiency accelerator with an intent to sort of commercialize the air conditioners that have been identified as 5x more efficient under the global cooling prize. What are we proposing in this accelerator? So we have identified 5 key areas under which we will kind of work going forward. So first is, as I mentioned, there is a need to improve the testing standards and performance metrics of the current room air conditioners, and the team has already started its work. So we are already developing the test standards as well as the improved metrics. So that will be discussed with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, DST, and with all the stakeholders who are present here as well. We are also talking to a lot of manufacturers in terms of, right now we are looking at, although the idea is 5x, but we are also looking at what kind of ACs are available right now, whether it's 2x, 3x, 2.5x. So again, the idea is how can we catalyze and support the manufacturing ecosystem towards the production of super efficient ACs. Then I think the third point is very important, data collection. So, you know, we always say, you know, we need to create evidence to bring confidence, to bring credibility of the product we are proposing. So there are two set of testings we are going to conduct. In fact, I think one of the testing at the lab-based testing at CEPT University has already been done. And we are going to conduct a real world scenario testing in one of the developers, Lotha developer, along with CEPT there. Again, you know, just to establish the performance of these ACs in a real world scenario. Market creation will be very important. So there are different instruments towards creating the market. So we are going to look at, you know, how can we ensure developer community start thinking about, you know, sort of procuring these ACs. Then we look at how can we engage with ESL in terms of creating the market for super efficient ACs. And then we'll also look at various instruments like carbon financing, carbon markets, in terms of how the overall you know, the total cost of ownership goes down in this. And in terms of outreach, we are looking at, you know, how can we build momentum, you know, by creating awareness about the benefits of super efficient ACs. This last slide. Just, I think, 2 more slides on this. I know I've reached my time limit. So in terms of the next steps, especially on the real world scenario testing, so RMI again has launched a net zero urban accelerator with the largest real estate group in India, Lotha Group. So if you see, you know, there's a entire gambit of activities we have started under built environment, and one of those activities is looking at testing the performance of 5x room air conditioners in one of those residential unit. And this is just a sample of what kind of testing we are going to do under the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy that you are following it up with the GCP with an accelerator. I was a member of the assessor for the GCP, so I'm glad that it will lead to some fruition. Thank you. Thank you. So the next speaker is Mr. Vijay Kumar Lal, from S&S Design Startup Solutions.
Yes, I'm aware, shortage of time, but still a couple of minutes to introduce myself. My name is Vijay Kumar Lal, and I'm here representing the design startup which we started. It's called S&S Design Startup Solutions Private Limited. It is registered and based at Haridwar. The design office and the product development setup of this company is based at Bangalore. And we also have a manufacturing setup which is at, again, Haridwar. This manufacturing setup has the complete backward integration of sheet metal along with the assembly facility. Yeah. So what we are actually trying to discuss here is low carbon emission, ultra efficient and affordable heating and cooling solution. How do we take it forward? Yeah. Okay. I've done that. I'll take a first few minutes to start with the reason why I'm standing here in front of you, this select gathering, expert gathering, and the reason is the platform which was provided by the Global Cooling Prize, the GCP, to unleash the potential energy of creativity and the kinetic energy in motion. So that was the biggest achievement for us. The basic reason why I'm here is that the S&S Design Startup Solution was started to take part in this prestigious competition. This platform which was provided to us, it actually prompted us, motivated us to think out of the box and create a solution, cooling solution, which is low carbon emission based on zero GWP gases, refrigerant gases, and affordable cooling solution. So out of the box thinking so as to arrive at this solution is the achievement that we have achieved. What we have done is that the proto development that we have done, it was at par with the global leading companies. We actually targeted the room aircon with the basic idea of a desert cooler a desert cooler, the capital expenditure of a desert cooler and the operating expenses of a desert cooler were taken as benchmark for creating this cooling solution. This journey has continued. This journey has continued till now, and the next couple of slides I'll actually be sharing with you the other initiatives that we are working on. One of the initiatives that we have started is our association with defense. The exposure that we received from GCP, the visibility that we received, and the connect that we established, it actually helped us get this prestigious and important contract for us. I can't divulge much detail about the technicalities of the project, but yes, I can share that this was a very customized, very specific cooling solution which we had to provide to them, and we successfully completed it. The prototype has been completed, the internal testings have been done, and it has been done in front of their, in the presence of their representatives, and the final prototype and the machine has been handed over to them, and now it is there at their end for their rigorous revalidation procedures and all. What was important about this project is we gained exposure and we sort of innovated in the technologies which were not core to our competency other than HVAC. So we did that, and what is also significant is that once we get this project approved, we are hopeful, we are sure that it will make much commercial sense when this product gets replicated. Another product that they are working on is the water heat pump. The space heating and water heating, we all know, is a power consuming thing, and therefore a lot of carbon emission is there. And we need and this is a problem for both for domestic application as well as for the industrial application. For domestic applications, we have already lined up the products, but those applications are for up to 55 degrees. And we now are working on industrial application product wherein the high temperature application, that is 85 and above, which can actually replace the boilers. So that's the product lineup, and this will be with the zero GWP gases. So that's the product that we are evolving now, and we are hopeful by end of March 2024, this product lineup will be available with us. We need to have the again sort of joint venture so that this can be taken up for the commercialization. Another main item that we focus on, we understand that this focus has to continue, is the potable water. The scarcity of potable water, the demand of the potable water, the data is ample data is available which shows that it is a scarce commodity, less than 0.1% of water being potable of the total water available, and the way the demand is growing. So we understand the importance of this. So what we are actually doing is we are applying physics, we are applying basic sciences and the HVAC principles to ensure that the wastewater is converted into potable water. What we are actually stage is that the proto development for concept proving, that stage is we have already started, and we are hopeful that by March 2025 this proto will come into existence. So what I'll actually end with where I started, that we actually need more of such forums to ensure that the innovators are able to think out of the box and create some solutions out of this. And what is all important is that the techno-commercial partners and the industry partners should come forth and see that these innovations should actually see the light of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. One of the examples, classical examples where startup can give you global solutions. So they were one of the shortlisted candidates and winners in GCP. I'm glad that you're following it up. The next speaker is on Sneha Sachar. Yeah, please, Sneha.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Devoda, I will speak very fast. So I represent ClimateWorks Foundation, and I'm the associate director with their cooling program, which is called Clean Cooling Collaborative. So we heard about the Global Cooling Prize, and the journey from an innovative prototype to a commercialized product is not a straightforward one. There's much work needed to really bring this innovation into our homes and our lives, and there are a lot of challenges on the way. If I could have my slides, please. It starts with perhaps the policies and the, thank you. Oftentimes the policies or the regulatory setup may not necessarily be aligned to stimulate this new technology. For example, in case of the global cooling price, as Tarun mentioned, the current test standards do not necessarily capture the real advanced savings that these products bring in by very efficient dehumidification in humid climates. Secondly, in some countries right now, the regulations do not allow ultra-low GWP refrigerants. So there could be challenges like these. Then there's a need for really spurring the production ecosystem. How do we really catalyze the manufacturers? What is the motivation for them to switch gears and produce this new technology? Are there R&D needs, and how can these be met? And is the production infrastructure adequate and in place? And then there's a need for spurring the buyer ecosystem. How do we sort of shift the buyer status quo? What will motivate them to buy this new product? And how do we bridge the incremental cost, which is typically involved in higher efficiency products? And also other complementary market mechanisms that will support this. So in terms of the way ahead, really effectively overcoming these challenges will take coordinated efforts in 3 core areas. Regulatory readiness, spurring the market demand, and catalyzing the supply ecosystem. There is a role for philanthropy here. So I'll use the example of Global Cooling Prize. For example, Clean Cooling Collaborative is partnering with RMI and other key partners to really, this coalition that Tarun mentioned, to really figure out how do we navigate the road from these winning prototypes to commercialized products. In the interest of time, I will not go over all the work that's undergoing. Tarun touched upon it. I also have some handouts by the water bottles there, should people want to know more, and I'm around for questions. But I'll move on. There's a clear role for governments as well, in terms of establishing directions that send right signals to the ecosystem. These could be in terms of a regulatory push, or these could be in terms of national commitments or targets. And then the governments can also bring in support for the research and development activities, and funding and support for really mobilizing the manufacturing ecosystem, making sure that the technology transfers are enabled, making sure that the production infrastructure is retooled or adequate. And then there's a role for market movers. By market movers, I mean a broad category, including the bulk buyers. How do we engage these and get some advanced market commitments? Then there's a role for financing entities or business enablers through exploring different models, such as demand aggregation, partnerships with utilities, or other mechanisms that can bridge the incremental cost until the economies of scale are reached in the market. So specifically in terms of super efficient ACs, where we are now is there is one manufacturer that has committed to bringing this 5X type product to the market in a few months from now. And as Tarun mentioned, Clean Cooling Collaborative is mobilizing a lot of work, including the test method updates, as well as starting field demonstrations that will really show the actual performance of these market-ready units in hot and humid conditions. Ultimately, our vision is that the major growth markets will leapfrog to these 5X type ACs. Specifically for India, our vision is that by 2015, at least 2 manufacturers will commit, fingers crossed, to producing these 5X type units in India. Not only are these ACs radically efficient, but these devices can be reversible to also provide highly efficient heating where needed. The grid impacts are far-reaching. There's a potential to avoid nearly 6,000 terawatt hours in annual demand in 2050. This is twice the annual electricity generation of the entire European Union. And these super efficient ACs are a game changer in terms of emission reduction impacts, which are estimated at around 70 gigatons of cumulative emission reduction by 2050, 16 gigatons in India alone.
Sneha?
I'm done. I'm on my last bullet, sir. So really, you know, I want to say that there's great reasons to really put efforts into overcoming the challenges to bring these products into commercializations. This step change can help us avoid 0.5 degree Celsius in global warming by the end of the century. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being there. The next speaker is Professor R. Saravanan from Anna University, representing ISRO.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting Indian Society of Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioner to talk about our R&D initiatives in these areas of affordable heating and cooling solution. As you all are aware that ISRO is a society formed 40 years back, and now we have about 10,000 active members and 8,000 student members. In the last few years, we started our research and development activities to work towards the low carbon technologies, particularly on sustainable cooling technologies for buildings. The first 4 projects has been done in the last 3 years, which is on the fouling of air conditioner to test the Indian climatic dust environment and predict the fouling performance and develop a correlations. Then we also funded a project along with the DST, Industry Institute collaboration on design and development of low CO2 cold storage systems, followed with a hybrid cold storage systems within solar and desalination systems, cost-effective insulation firms for the cold storage. And the last 4 projects on the pipeline. Apart from these R&D projects, we also developed the guidelines and also standards which suitable for the Indian market conditions. One of the first R&D project we done on indoor environment quality assessment at 3 different cities. Based on that, we developed the guidelines on indoor environment quality standard, which has been adopted by the IGBC as a wellness standard, and it is practiced over the IGBC recommended buildings. Then we have a standards for variable refrigerant flow systems, testing and rating of liquid cooling packages, safe responsible use of refrigerants, air handling units, filters, and etc. So these standards is focused on the Indian conditions. We develop this so that we can able to provide solution for the heating and cooling sectors. So these are the project's outcomes. On the air-cooled fouling condenser, we simulated 6 or 7 Indian conditions, varying the dust particles capacity varies from 10 micron to 30 microns at different temperature and humidity. We developed these correlations, and also the project at NIT Surathkal to develop the cost-effective insulation foam for cold storage applications, which is about higher thermal conductivity and low density and weight. And these are the 2 current projects recently completed on hybrid solar cooling systems with a PV based cooling systems, with which even the waste heat from the air conditioning unit can also be used to develop a desalination unit, so we can have a combination of cooling and desalination in the same unit as a hybrid unit. And the last one is at the IIT Kharagpur, where we demonstrated a natural working fluid on the higher side on ammonia based systems, on the lower side natural circulation CO2 system for secondary loop for a small cold storage plants. And apart from this R&D project, we also have the other initiatives, and we are the lead collaborator with along with the Indian Plumbing Association and IGBC to develop the energy conservation sustainable building code. Actively about 160 members are working on this development, which focuses on the major areas like building envelope commissioning, HVAC, IoT, which is not there in the current standards. We are bringing this IoT, waste management, building material, renewables, whole building management, and we are going to give the performance rating for this building based on these standards. And recently we are also working with the Ministry of Environmental funded project on development of sustainable guidebook using sustainable technologies for new and retrofitting existing building and space cooling. So our goal is to develop this technology along with the institute. We want to have a bridge between the industry, academic, to bringing this technology to the field. Since we have about 53 chapters across India and 3 chapters across UAE, Bangladesh and also Qatar. So with this reach, we want to take this technology to the people and to the industry. Thank you. We need your support to take this movement forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Saravanan. Yeah. The next speaker is Deepak, Mr. Deepak Bed from Blue Star.
Good morning, all. Okay. So, I'll direct come to the subject. So, within this short span of time, I am going to introduce first the RAMA, which is the Industry Association, and then 3 technologies from Blue Star side. So, briefly touching upon RAMA, all the participants from India are highly aware of what RAMA is and what it does, but for some of our delegates who are from abroad, just to give a brief synopsis of what RAMA is, it's basically Industry Association, which has 26 members, representing various air conditioning companies, compressor companies, and commercial refrigeration company. And the role which it plays is, it is actively involved in BEE in implementation of star labeling, involved with the Ministry of Environment and Forest ozone cell for the implementation of HPMP programs, and it is also involved in that ECBC and the other programs. So from a RAMA side, we would like to thank the government for initiating this PLI. So we were in the morning discussing about the growth potential of India market. So what we are saying is, today we are roughly 9 million, as we say, today we are a 9 million room air conditioning country. From there, we intend to go to a 40 million only by 2029. So we were hearing a scenario of 2050, but within 2029, we are looking at 40 million, this thing, which is a huge number. And in terms of the capacity building, we have gone, in terms of manufacturing capacity, we are going 10 times of what we had earlier, all thanks to the PLI scheme which is given by the Government of India. Now I'll directly come to the technology solutions. So in the last meeting in Jaipur, my colleagues had dealt upon the low GWP, and Dr. Deota, he is like authority on the refrigerants and the foaming sector. So no point in discussing that. So I'll just briefly touch upon the 3 things, which is low carbon, affordable, and easily implementable. So one of this is a very established technology. This is microchannel heat exchanger, very established technology in automobile. AC industry had also done it between 2008 to 2012, but we have to take back those products or discontinue this because of the corrosion issue in Indian environment on the coastal areas and all. So we have gone ahead, we have done a lot of work on this, and we have advanced technology which will improve the life of this, but it has a potential of 15% energy saving, but we need to work on some type of coating. So what I urge to the DST and the other other technical institution, if they can help us with some material science or a metallurgy expertise to develop a coating which can reduce corrosion, so we can straight away implement 15% energy saving there. This is something which is readily available in the market, and it gives a affordable heating solution, and it is not a small thing. It is 3.6 times more energy efficient than a conventional heater which is being used in northern part of India. The common misconception between in the consumer's mind is that this technology of heat and cool, hot and cold AC would be very expensive. Is not there. You take a regular air conditioner and a hot and cold, the only difference is 4,000 Indian rupees, which even if you take this, you have to pay 4,000. So the cost is at par. The technology is available, and it is 3.6 times, 3.6 or 3.7 times. The only thing to be done is to popularize more and more in the northern India market, which is relatively cold in winters. So this technology is available, everything is available. The only thing is to popularize. That's the way it is. This is my last slide. And this is what Dr. Anna touched upon, that integrated grid control. So today, in terms of air conditioners, most of the manufacturers, including Blue Star, we have implemented a concept called convertible cooling, wherein you can set it from your remote by a click of a button. It can run at 40% capacity, which means 40% cooling and 40% energy. So imagine a situation in Delhi, which is like very hot, and during peak summers, you have a huge load on the grid, and grid can't take that load. So either you go for a load shedding or you switch on a new grid. So that is very, very expensive from a government perspective, and it's not worth doing. So what we are proposing is, we have this technology available in the AC. Today we can do it through remote, but if most of the ACs are Wi-Fi enabled. So in India, most of the inverter ACs which are sold nowadays are Wi-Fi enabled. So it's a matter of putting some $1,000, 1,000 Indian rupees, and putting a dongle into it. But the bigger part of work which is to be done on this is how to integrate the grid protocol with this AC protocol. And the moment this happens, which has to be done only on the software side. So hardware side is already done. So the only thing is that grid comes with some protocol, and all the AC manufacturers have to follow that protocol. And once it happens, then automatically when the grid is heavily loaded, they can just trigger a button and all the ACs run at 40%, and your issue of the integrated this thing grid. Thank you, and this is actually my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Very good. I'm impressed. The next presentation is from Mr. Dharmendra from Voltas. Yeah, please restrict the time because we are...
we are running out of time. So good morning everyone. This is Dharmendra. I am representing Voltas. Hello. Yeah, good morning to everyone. This is Dharmendra. I am representing Voltas. Start sliding, please. Yeah, next slide, please. So I will give you some brief idea about how the AC get evolved from 90s to till now. I will not talk about much about this slide. We will just skip this slide. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the innovation what we are doing. This is one of the rapid cooler which we are making for quick cooling of the Visi-cooler. This is a kind of replacement of the Visi-cooler. So we know Visi-cooler are at the shop level. In the Visi-cooler, there are a lot of bottles which need to be cooled with the help of Visi-cooler. So here in the rapid cooler, what we are doing in the rapid cooler, we are using to cool the bottles with the help of rapid cooling technology. So in this Visi-cooler, we know there are a lot of bottles. There are numerous bottles into the Visi-cooler which are getting cold. And all the bottles are all the bottles consuming energy. All the bottles consuming energy, whether it is not getting solved at a time. So we can see here in the rapid cooler, there are at a time there are only 4 to 5 bottles are there. We just getting it cooled whenever it is required. We just not need to cool all the bottles which is not required. So we can see here there is a saving of around 75% of energy. In the rapid cooler, we are just cooling the water, which is used to cool the bottle whenever it is required. So this is one of the innovations we are doing just to replace the Visi-cooler into the market with the rapid cooler. So it is like we are making for the small shopkeeper where less space is there, and they are paying the high bills for the electricity for the Visi-cooler. Next slide, please. This is hybrid air conditioner. This is one of the air conditioner which is based on the evaporative cooling, and we are making it ultra efficient. We can see here, this is like a conventional air conditioner where we are putting one kit. In the kit, there is a honeycomb water tank and water pump is there with the auxiliary heat exchangers. So what we are doing, we are making it ultra efficient, and with the help, we can see here, like we are able to get the 6.5 ISER with respect to the current one. It is around 29% improvement in the ISER with respect to the current which is prevalent in the market. So what is exactly happens in the honeycomb, the water is getting rinsing through the water pump, and the cold air is coming to the condenser, which is already cold, through the honeycomb. And beside to that, there is a pump, there is an auxiliary heat exchanger, where condenser out is getting cooled with the help of cold waters. So there are two way of cooling is happening here. So we have tested thoroughly, and we checked there is a power consumption around 20 to 22%. So there is a low carbon emission is happening here, and we can see here IACR improvement is around 29%. So this is the one of the product. We made some prototype, and we are making a couple of more machines from the pilot, and we will put on for the field testing. So this is the one of the good technology we are looking for. Next slide, please. This is some work has been done in the heat exchanger performance enhancement. We can see here the heat exchanger were 7 millimeter heat exchanger were prevailed into the market. Now with the help of Copper Council, and we are pushing 5 millimeter microtape heat exchanger. So we can see here there is a case study where we are replacing 7 millimeter with the help of 5 millimeter heat exchanger, and there is a dramatic saving of refrigerant of around 20 to 25%. So this is again a reduction of carbon footprint, and we are saving the RM also. Next slide. This is my last slide. So this is also one of the improvement in the heat exchanger area, where a couple of issues, failure issues reported into evaporator coils. So we ran the investigation and found like 40 to 43% issues are coming from the Delhi NCR area. So after investigation, we found there is a SO2 is a primary component which was creating the leaking and making the pinhole into the copper pipe. So after the anti-corrosion coating, we are able to make the 2x life. So this is the one of the advancement we have done. So way forward, there is a need for more research project at TRL level 3 to 7, and R&D support like intervention of public policy framework and funding on academia collaboration project to be encouraged. This is the final way forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final speaker for the session is Mr. Purushottam Ravichandran from Danfoss.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Let me compliment Dr. Reddy and his team for putting this fantastic event. So I represent Danfoss. I just have one slide. Can I get that up? So we work on cooling and heating technologies. I wanted to show you my own campus here on what kind of R&D we do. So fundamentally, when it comes to cooling, we have broken cooling into 4 parts: residential, commercial, industrial, utility, and again refrigeration as the 4th one. In all of our examples that you see here, we've actually used a campus which is 50 acres. The campus was designed at the start for 15 megawatt of electricity. Today we run the campus at 70% capacity with 6 megawatts of electricity, which means we have disrupted almost 9 megawatts, and out of that 60% has come from cooling actually. What have we done actually here? You know, one of the learnings we have using our own technologies, because we make compressors, we make variable speed compressors, we make heat exchangers, we make valves, we make everything under the sun for heating and cooling actually. But if you really want to give affordable technologies, we need to balance between standardization and customization. This has been our learning here in most of these applications. We've also trying to take milk cooling using solar energy. Bottom one, you can see we have put a 270 kilowatt energy storage. We take 4 hours of electricity into the container, which is this can be put on a truck, it can go anywhere, and this container can give you 20 hours of round the clock power supply when the sun is not there. So that is the model that we have operated for milk application. One other important thing in cooling is also water reduction actually. We have reduced water from 165 kiloliters to about 45 kiloliters. And here is where partnership comes into play, business model innovation comes into play actually. We have actually used a startup, a very young company, to really disrupt. And our learning in going to low carbon technology is you need to digitize your systems. You need to measure what exactly is your consumption. After you digitize, you need to take waste out actually. So using the typical model, reduce, reuse and renew, we have actually decarbonized this campus, which is today about 92% decarbonized. My last word is on the R&D side. We have just worked together with Indian Institute of Science and launched for both heating and cooling, for cooling and hot water, a transcritical heat pump using CO2 as an application. Now this is being commissioned in the next 3 months, and this will be a game-changing one because many of the buildings need both hot water and air conditioning. And this will disrupt the energy envelope by about 30% in a building actually. So hopefully when it is ready, I can take all of you and show it. It's going to be a site in Sri City, not far away from Chennai, right in the heart of an industrial application. So I'll stop here. If there's any more questions, I can take it. But I think the world is moving towards low GWP, and I think we need to move from standardization to balancing standardization and customization. This is the clarion call to the industry from my perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, one moment please. I will request Dr. Sukumar Devota to present a moment to Mr. Ravichandra.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Not needed actually.
Thanks to all the speakers. I know I had to rush, but then the time is limited. We want to give as many speakers as possible, and I'm very happy that GCP is taking forward the results of the GCP, and the many industries are innovating based on the motivation spurred by GCP. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now, with shortage of time, we move on to the next session. I will request Dr. Graham, Dr. Nagesh Iyer, and Mr. Brian Dean on the dais, please. I request Dr. Eleanor Webster, Head of Secretariat Mission Innovation, to say a few words on the transformative role played by MI.
Hello everybody, thank you very much for the opportunity to open this next session. It's really exciting to be here and to see that the MI work programme really come to life this morning, and also to showcase the fantastic work that goes on behind the scenes throughout the year, particularly on this innovation community that we're talking about today. So as we all know, the innovation communities are action-focused networks. The affordable heating and cooling in buildings one was an innovation challenge from MI 1.0, and it's continued to make impact throughout MI 2.0, which is really exciting to be here to talk about today. Want to thank the UK, the European Commission and India for being leading countries in this innovation community, and thank you for all of your efforts in really driving this work programme forwards. We are excited to look ahead to COP, where we expect heating and cooling to really feature as part of the narrative. And I know there's lots of exciting and ambitious plans about how the innovation community can really make an impact there. Some of the key successes of the heating and cooling innovation community is that it really showcases where MI are particularly outward facing, and showcases best practice with things like the Rocky Mountain Institute Global Cooling Prize, with the IEA Technology Collaboration Programme, and in particular the UNEP Global Cooling Pledge. So lots of acronyms, so apologies to look at my paper, but obviously I already used my jet lag anecdote, but the notes are particularly important. But yeah, so absolutely fantastic successes, and this is one of the places where MI really, in terms of our outward-facing impact and building credible, robust partnerships and strategic partnerships, is really testament to the efforts of the innovation community lead, so thank you very much for that. The innovation community is uniquely placed to address common goals, and it's fantastic to be here and hear about those tangible examples that are coming through the pipeline with increasing frequency. And I'll hand it over to the experts, but thank you very much for the opportunity, and just once again really appreciate all the effort that goes into the MI work programme. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Eleanor, and this is a gift for her from the innovation community. So thanks very much, Eleanor.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
So it's my turn. Hi everyone, I'm Graham, and it's great to see you all here today. So brilliant to see such a packed room.
And I think it was a fantastic first session. There was such a rich amount of technical research that we heard about, from pipes and holes in pipes and coatings, and it just shows the substance of what's going on in this community. So well done for India, from brilliant presentations, and thanks very much for engaging with this. The next session is looking ahead to what we're going to be doing next year. And it's really important that research and innovation takes place with demand and is demand-led. And it's great that this next session is with our missions. So we have a number of missions in mission innovation. I think it's seven. Okay, and 3 of them will be represented today, but we're only going to have two speakers on this. And it's really critical that innovation in heating and cooling is led by what is needed on the ground. So the first speaker is going to be Georgia, and Georgia is going to tell us about innovation in urban transition. So fantastic. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me, and it's a great pleasure to be with all of you today. As mentioned by Graham, my name is Georgia Rambelli. I'm the director of the Urban Transition Mission, so that's what I will try to take you through with a short presentation today to tell you a little bit more about how we've been working with this community and with cities across the world to really try to bring forward solutions for the urban challenges cooling really brings. So I think I have. Voila. So first, a couple of words about what the Urban Transition Mission is. We are a mission that really devolved itself and focuses on mobilizing decision makers across different levels of government, but also by engaging committed partners, stakeholders, and leaders across different sectors to facilitate transition of cities as quickly as possible in their journey to net zero. Because urban systems are so complex and they really require a lot of different important solutions, they need to be very interconnected. We are not only looking into decarbonizing our cities across the world, but also in securing circularity and in particular resilience in their future. We are doing so by engaging them directly. At the moment, we have 48 cities that have already embarked on their journey together with us, but we are looking forward to welcome another 250 by the end of this year. We work with them directly. We try to empower them as much as possible to adopt innovative solutions, but also to really try to dig into how we can co-create, test, deploy solutions on the ground that can help them reach the tipping points in which the solutions can be applied on the ground in their own community and facilitate their climate action journey. So the first step that we took, and I think Graham already highlighted that very clearly, was to analyze what the needs and the clear demand on the ground are. So we had a conversation with each one of these 48 cities, and we started discussing around what are the key priorities that they see in terms of decarbonizing and bringing more resilience community about. All of the 48 mentioned cooling as a challenge that they see in their future. 8 of them flagged that that's their key priority in moving forward, and they want to work with us very closely, and therefore also with this community very closely, to find solutions on the ground. And another 12 have mentioned that they see these as one of the key areas in which they will need to tackle challenges that they are already encountering on the ground. So just to give you a brief idea, when it comes to cities, of course, and the issues around cooling and extreme heat in particular, there are not only demands, but incredible challenges the cities are facing in their growing patterns in the future of urbanization in particular. So impacts on health and productivity. So really the comfort and the well-being of citizens on the ground, the number of strokes, for example, increased drastically with it also raising temperature. There are very strong impact on the power system. We're talking about not only peak of demand, but also the resilience of the infrastructure themselves, with challenges when it comes to really cope with these temperatures. In addition to that, there are economic impacts related to productivity and climate impacts in terms of the time spending that we are, and of course also the emissions that we are generating by an increasing demand for cooling. And then finally, but last but not the least by any means, the social and equity impact. It is clear that in particular the most vulnerable communities across the world are the ones that are bearing the brunt, in particular, of extreme heat increasing across the globe. So we do feel, together with the innovation community on affordable heating and cooling, that there are a number of solutions that we want to test with these cities. First of all, really explore with them how to roll out whole system approaches that are relating cooling solutions across the different sectors, really intertwining all the different measures that are implemented to bring about solutions that can resolve all the 5 challenges that I mentioned. Looking into how to better learn how to do heat-resilient urban planning. So really changing also the mindset. This consideration about heat should be embedded across all urban planning and across the city climate journey of each city. We want to work with them to ensure that they understand how to create and to invest, in particular, in new, more resilient infrastructure, and with that also to understand how to leverage procurement policies to ensure that the innovation that they are purchasing can support this objective. We want to work with them to really foster as much as possible energy efficiency, thermally efficiency building that can secure quality of life for citizens and for the occupants. And then finally, really look into new innovative solutions, new technology, but also making better use of nature-based solutions across the board. Last slide. So I already mentioned the cities that we have on board and how they are really finding this as a key priority. We have already started rolling out some work together. In particular, we have been developing together as a global covenant of mayors for climate and energy, one of our 3 co-leads within our mission, in collaboration with the Cool Coalition and of course also with the colleagues here in the innovation community, launching a new guide that is offering planners a sort of an encyclopedia of solutions that can help cities to cool their environment, with about 80 case studies that are teaching and sharing knowledge for cities on how to deploy this type of solutions. And you see that the Beating the Heat guide there at the top. We have been working again together to enable the utilization within our cities, and we have already started in a couple of them, including Greater Manchester, for example, of the Heat Action Platform. We really truly a living platform that really tries to engage policymakers across the board to help city officials in this journey to find both innovative ways, but also to have the capacity to understand which solutions need to be rolled out on the ground. And then finally, we have been working together with the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub to identify a number of solutions and solution providers that can help our cities directly on the ground to test technologies and innovative ways of funding access to solutions that relate to cooling. So these are just some examples, but we are of course looking forward to see how we can move ahead. I think in particular our community is looking forward to work with the cities, to work together with you to continue build awareness on the importance that cooling plays when it comes to the health and well-being of our citizens, removing together regulatory barriers, ensuring sandboxes and spaces for really rolling out innovation and innovative solutions, and then finally really share the findings at that large scale that we need to really address this challenge, ensuring that we are also facilitating the market uptake and the support that we need to make sure that these solutions are becoming default solutions and that we can all work together to a more sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Georgia. And yeah, we look forward to working together with you next year and the year after that, and to working together on sustainable cities. And so our next speaker is Rahul Agnihotra from UNEP, and he's going to be talking about how the innovation community on the ground is delivering extreme heat research and heat adaptation in cities. So over to you, Rahul, please.
Thank you, Graham. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rahul Agnihotra, representing UNEP Delhi office, working in Cities Unit, Energy and Climate Branch, supporting projects being implemented through Cool Coalition, Global ABC, and Alliance for Energy Efficiency, and also supporting the projects on the District Energy in Cities initiative. So these are some of the projects that we are doing under UNEP. Georgia has made my life easy by putting in all the things that I wanted to cover in my presentation. So just to, no, that's okay. So just everybody in this hall knows what Cool Coalition is. We are a community of more than 120 partners working across the different issues related to cooling and promoting sustainable cooling solutions across different countries. Cool Coalition has established 9 working groups, and one of the main working group is focusing on urban heat adaptation and mitigation. So we primarily work with governments, the national level, sub-level, and at the local level, and we support them in policy advocacy, taking the right decisions to integrate cooling into the master plans, new area development plans, and supporting them to integrate thermal comfort in the new buildings that are under construction under the affordable housing schemes. So we work very closely with governments at national level, subnational level, and at local level. All this initiative started with Beating the Heat guidebook on sustainable cooling, which was launched at COP26, and Georgia did mention about it. The book refers to around 80 case studies and how the cities can take a methodological approach if they want to address cooling in their cities. So this has to be a very integrated and comprehensive approach, focusing on 3 areas. One, how to integrate blue and green infrastructure right at design stage or at a planning stage when the new area is developed in the city. How to integrate new technologies like district cooling right at the design stage when you are developing large township projects, industrial projects. How to integrate cooling and thermal comfort into new design of buildings by adopting green buildings and energy building codes. So we are supporting on these 3 major areas, and the work started with 3 pilot cities covering Chennai, Delhi, and Rajkot. The idea was actually to support cities, because we all know that all these are very common areas which needs to be addressed before looking at the last option, which is efficiency in technologies. But then the cities have very limited resources, capacities, and also the way the cities are growing, that is not matching with the speed of urban planning. So how we can address these issues through a coordinated and cohesive approach is something which we are looking at. So we started our work. As we all know that in the methodological approach, the first thing that comes to everyone's mind is if city has to adopt and integrate all these solutions into their urban planning and master planning, what are the different steps they need to follow? And this is precisely the first step, like the urban heat island effect study at city level. This study will exactly be the first step for the city to look at various interventions. And if you see in this slide, the objective of these studies are mentioned like development of heat action plan, inputs to the urban planning, integrating the outdoor thermal comfort, and reducing the GHG mitigation. So with these 4 objectives, So with these 4 objectives, how we can help cities to take up the different approaches, like taking the entire urban needs to identify an approach which is fit for their purpose. Say, for example, some cities are only focusing on improving their health sector and reducing the urban heat mitigation. So there is an approach which is defined, and this is a methodology that we have prepared with the support from CEPT University, Professor Rajan Raval's team. Because of lack of time, I couldn't explain you the entire methodology, but this methodology is available on Cool Coalition website and also on NIUS website. You can go through this methodology, and if you have any doubts, you can come back to me. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Raoul. That was amazing, seeing how the work is happening on the ground. So our final speaker in this session is from the Green Powered Future Mission, and Deepak and Anna, both of them mentioned about the opportunity associated with flexibility of heating and cooling. So switching cooling off in response to grid signals. And it's critical that this is done when we work in this area. It's done with our mission, which is the Green Powered Futures mission. And it's fantastic that we've got Luciano Martinelli, the lead of this, that's going to give us a very quick introduction to what he's been doing and how it links into heating and cooling. So we've got about 4 minutes. Over to you then, Luciano, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to present our view on how important is heating and cooling buildings for our mission. Thank you to Graham and Dr. Reddy for the invitation to organizer of this side event. I prepare a few slides. I will be rather fast, as you said. So first of all, why this is important? Because we want to incorporate in our system a massive share of renewables, variable renewable energies, and we need to provide flexibility to our system. So you see, you have to use all resources of flexibility in order to achieve this goal, and heating and cooling could really provide some cheap and effective flexibility for our system. So the other important aspect is that we see that the peak load is increasing also because of heating and cooling. We know that buildings improvement and technology to be adopted is dramatically important. So we see a lot of space for collaboration. So we accept your invitation to see how we can collaborate and work together. This is clear. And what is important also to say is that we already include something related to flexibility from what we call system integration, that certainly include also heating and cooling buildings, thermal storage, and all these aspects that are relevant to you in our joint roadmap that we release at COP26 in Glasgow. We also include a detailed activity that we plan for this 3 years of activity in our action plan 2022-2024. Just to enter to some specific part, I would like to say that our mission is organized around 3 R&I pillars. Those pillars look to the renewables, pillar 1, then to flexibility of the energy system at large, and in that pillar, we clearly see how demand-side flexibility coming from building, from electric vehicles and other sources are relevant, as well as the flexibility that we can gain by linking together the different energy vectors. And then we have the third pillar that is really important, that is led by UK, that is dealing with everything related to digitalization of the system, that is also relevant when you want to control different devices in a building, in our case. Final slide, just to be extremely fast. These are the 2 innovation priorities that are matched very well with the need of collaborating with your affordability and cooling of buildings initiative. We look forward to work on this topic together. I'm sure that we have a expertise, we have a willingness to working with you and to really find the innovative solution to be first demonstrated and then implemented in the real world. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thanks very much, Luciano. And actually the last one fits very, very well with the Urban Transitions mission as well. So maybe we can have a tripartite project here. So fantastic. Well done.
I apologize for not mentioning that we are already collaborating with the UTM transition. So Georgia is our partner already.
Exactly. Share the love. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes left, and I'm going to hand over to Brian. And Brian's from SE4All, and he's going to give a quick summary of his take on this session. And over to you, Brian.
I'll just do it from here. So, taking on the sort of what we heard at the very, very start, I was thinking about this of, okay, where are we in terms of our short-term goals and our long-term goals, and what's been possible? And what I've seen here anyway is that in a warming world, of course, we've got many risks, both urban and rural. And of course, with the global cooling prize mentioned earlier, what we see is that it is possible to bring these technologies to market. In the urban setting itself, we have cities that are ready and willing to take on innovative technologies, and that what we see here in India is that actually the manufacturing increasing in terms of technologies. We're actually having the ability to reduce costs by local production. And so I see some short-term goals of actually having just the collaboration between these three or four different mission innovation segments, and the ability to bring flexibility, I think, was really interesting. From of course, the peak demand on cooling is both a strength and a weakness. You've got the ability to have flexibility by storing heating and cooling instead of as an energy source, but also you have to address it from peak demand as well. Bringing in some of the learnings from the last session as well, just this ability to leapfrog, and the fact that India is leading the charge in a lot of ways. I think it's really great to see this growth and multiple manufacturers being able to take on this highly efficient technology, and being able to do it with Mission Innovation and Cool Coalition and other partners. So I think those are my quick takes. I've got more thoughts from earlier, but that's the highlights.
Thanks very much, Brian. So India leading the charge is one phrase that I will all take from today, and also sharing the love as well. So thanks very much for Georgia. I'm going to hand over to Nagesh, who's going to just close today's session with a quick summary. So thanks very much, and over to you.
Thank you, Graham. Mr. Neil, I just wanted to share with you. I think we have the same. So I was just, I think what was seen in the morning, first session was something like a capsule, and we could get a taste of what is really happening in India, and that's really amazing and very encouraging, probably for others as well. And there are a number of takeaways, and in the second half, what we saw is the kind of roadmap that was laid, and futuristic programs that is taken right from the urban transition, when we're talking about. It's actually a very loaded word, transition. It's not a very small thing, transition doesn't mean really mobility. I mean, it means a lot of things, and we could see from the short presentation she made something amazing. I mean, you have a very high goals, ambitious goals, and I wish you all the very best, that you have also a good partner, and then be able to, I think we are looking forward to how that would come up. And there are certain things probably we can take leave out of the presentations that came out in the second half. And maybe some of my colleagues in the first half who made a presentation. In fact, I was really very happy. The thing started with the first ball 6. Professor Devota is not here. The first presentation itself was very, very good, very lively. And I think thanks to the way it was put in a very capsule form. So, but I would see the takeaways are both in short term and long term. That's what I wanted to share, that we share very similar thoughts. And I think there are very clear focus in terms of short term and takeaways, and then the long term. What I can probably describe to you is, because I have, I think, hardly a minute to Rajshekhar, need for we have need for integrating actually institutional framework. It was mentioned that we have something where the private industries as well as the government have to have a hand-holding in terms of regulatory mechanisms, and also setting up standards. I think that is we all realize. And then there are other things that come out of it, is the kind of data collection that was mentioned in one of the speakers mentioned about it. I think we do take it very seriously. There are already lead points that have been taken up by the DST and the ministry in terms of automation and integration of technologies. Actually, this data collection forms part of that. We saw a short film from DST as well, where we had talked about, that as one of the illustrative examples was the weather file. Probably it would have been we would have missed it, but then something like that has been taken up by the DST very seriously, and a lot of investment has been done. A number of industries and institutions collaborate with this in terms of looking at integration of technologies where huge data is produced, and the challenge is which data is most relevant and which data is probably not that relevant. So these are some of the issues that we have, and then some of the other takeaways would be the low carbon cooling technologies that were actually flagged here. Now the paradox that lies here is probably when we talk about clean energy and the low carbon, I'm not very sure, probably nobody tried to draw a small distinct line. What is the difference between the clean energy and the low carbon? Clean energy does not necessarily always mean it's low carbon. Maybe that's the one which we need to really work on. And the other one is we have to look at the smart controls. Smart controls, there was one mention from Blue Star about the smart controls. We talked about stopping at Wi-Fi, but then there is risk involved. When we are trying to talk about protocols being integrated in the grid structure, I think one need to be very careful, and we have to see how we can put a correct protocol where this, because it affects everyone. I mean, when we talk about AC being connected on grid with 40 degrees or whatever temperatures you set, 20 degrees, 25 degrees. Pardon me? Yeah, we need to break up. So the last but not the least is, I think we need to also look at scalable low energy technologies as well. Probably that was missed out in this session. And of course, IoT enabled AI driven energy. That's also very important. Probably these are some of the takeaways. And thank you very much for being patient. And I'm sure this sets a small example of what is happening in the country and elsewhere. Maybe there is more to it than what we have seen. Thank you very much.
Sir, I would just request you to present a moment to
Oh, that would be a pleasure.
Dr. Georgia on stage, please. And request Graham to honor Dr. Brian, please.
That's all.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining, and I think with the 10-minute overshoot we could make it up. Thanks. Yeah, and my apologies for just cutting the time short. Thank you.
Good morning. So we're a little late, so I'm going to just get started promptly. Thank you very much for coming this morning. My name is Jim Spaeth, and I'm the chair for the BioFuture Platform of the other country members of the BioFuture Platform. We're here to talk about biomass, which we know in India is a tremendous opportunity, as it is globally. Sometimes an under-recognized, underappreciated opportunity, but one that's making a difference right now and will continue to make a difference for decades into the future. However, biomass often is questioned by those that are not really in our field in terms of the sustainability aspects of biomass and the amount of biomass available. Is there enough to make a large difference? So there are many naysayers out in the world. I think most of the people in this room are working hard to make the case and to develop the science and technology and commercialization of these technologies to bring them to create the greater marketplace, greater development of biofuels, biochemicals, and biomaterials. So this morning in particular, we have two panels. We have not quite 90 minutes. And the first panel will talk about building confidence through data and transparency regarding biomass. And the second panel will address the availability of biomass and bringing more sustainable feedstocks to market. I have a wonderful panel here today of experts. I'll introduce each of them in kind and ask them to come up to the stage. They'll each give opening remarks, 3 or 4 minutes or so, and then we'll have discussion, and we can also take questions from the audience. I'd like to give just a couple of updates from the U.S. side. We have great enthusiasm for biomass, bioenergy, in particular sustainable aviation fuels and marine fuels, other heavy-duty applications in the United States. And we take data transparency, life cycle accounting, sustainability very seriously in the U.S., as I'm sure you all do in your countries. I wanted to mention that we have something that you may have heard of called the billion-ton study in the United States that we did initially in 2006, and we've updated it every few years or so. And right now we're in the latest round of an update of the billion-ton study to show that we think that through the next few decades that we can develop over 1 billion tons annually of biomass, and that ultimately could produce up to, say, 60 billion gallons per year of biofuels. Our goals include displacing all of our fossil jet fuel by 2050 with sustainable aviation fuel. And our estimate is that we would use about 35 billion gallons in the U.S., and we think that that's about 60% of our 1 billion tons or more. So we think that's very doable in the U.S., and we hope that it will be very doable in your country, because these markets obviously cannot be domestic. They have to be global, or they will not be established. They will not be viable. In addition, I wanted to let you know that recently the Argonne National Laboratory within the DOE laboratory system has enhanced its life cycle modeling tool, the GREET tool, that many of you have probably heard of, for a specific India-focused module. So with the help of leadership of the IEA and funded from the U.S. Department of Energy, there is a new GREET model focused on India applications that will be rolled out very imminently. So I just wanted to give you the heads up on those two developments in the U.S. that we take this topic very seriously. So I look forward to the discussion this morning, and it's my pleasure to first introduce our first speaker, Paul Bloom. He's the Chief Carbon Officer and Chief Innovation Officer for GEVO. So Paul, you can start.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks everybody for being here. I really appreciate the invitation to be at this event and talk to you just very quickly about what we're doing at GEVO. You know, if you're not familiar with GEVO, we are taking renewable feedstocks, biomass feedstocks, mainly carbohydrates, making sure that we can make products like sustainable aviation fuel, but not only sustainable aviation fuel, but the nutritional products, the more sustainable as well. Also chemicals, right? So we think about this entirely from a whole business system. And as you've heard, we need to be transparent about the data, right? How do we count carbon? How do we do that through a system? So GEVO several years ago decided we really need to figure out how we can do this, not only for ourselves, but for our customers, right? Because it's important for our customers to make sure they're counting all the carbon, they're getting that value out of the investments that they're actually making. So we went to a product called Verity Tracking, and we've created this. It's basically a blockchain system to enhance that transparency through the carbon accounting system. And like Jim said, we're big believers in Argon Green. We've rolled this out now. Think about it as a digital MRV, or measurement, reporting, and verification tool that you can look at the entire value proposition, all the way from the feedstock, to make sure that when you're working with farmers, you can take that feedstock and all those carbon intensity benefits that they're able to do through climate smart action, and couple that with the things that we would do at a biofuels production. Basically, think about using renewable natural gas, using things like renewable wind energy, using carbon capture tools to capture more of that carbon, the biogenic carbon, then putting all that together. So it's not just one thing at a time, it's the complete business system. That's really where we need to go. And while we're using a new blockchain solution that we call Verity Tracking to do all this, you know, we still have some challenges. So one of the things that hopefully we'll get into here on the panel is, again, while we're using technology that's coming brand new to make all these things transparent and traceable and auditable, so you can feel confident that the carbon intensity reductions are real, we've got some things like data sets that are used today to judge biomass that may be 20 years old. Well, that doesn't represent what we really have in front of us on what's really happening in things like agriculture. We're also working closely with our partners Praj to roll out our technology here in India. So like Jim said, we're very excited because we built GREET into our LCA tool, our Verity Tracking tool. Very excited as the tool for India rolls out to work with farmers to make sure that those farmers can be rewarded, which is our whole position, that everyone who's contributing to carbon intensity gets rewarded for the benefits that they're bringing to the table, and that all can participate. With that, I'll turn it back over to Jim. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul, for being brief and right on target. Next, I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Monish Ahusha. He's the Chairman and Managing Director of PRESPL. And please join me in welcoming him.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. So PRESPL works with multiple companies working in the space of biomass supply chain management. And for any of us to be talking about what we are doing and implementing what we are doing, sustainable feedstock is the primary criteria. Within India, globally as well, any biomass bioenergy project, at the end of sessions like this, when we walk away, one question continues to remain open: sustainable feedstock availability. And if we have to answer that for projects to actually happen, then before we even start thinking about a project, we need to be outside that plant boundary to be looking at sustainable feedstock supply for the next 20 to 30 years for that project. So that's the problem statement to address first. And if we do that, then all that we are talking about in terms of decarbonization, sustainability, price points, long-term for product would flow income. Where we are today, again as a problem statement, we have worked diligently to start setting up assets. But we have yet missed out as part of the projects, the supply chain management element. There isn't investment happening in supply chain management equipment, CapEx, working capital, storage, maintenance of quantity and quality of feedstock, and thereby none of the Excel sheet models today, and I stick my neck out and saying so, any project is running because the feedstock input price points at the start are not working. Let's not talk about what's going to happen 10 to 15 years ahead. And hence, what's available, and India landscape, we have 1,500 million metric tons of farm agri residue available. Superb work done in the last 9 years by the government of the day. We have millions of tons of demand which has been put in place. Co-firing with coal, 10% mandate as part of the Ministry of Power summer scheme. The Satat scheme for CBG, again millions of tons of demand in place. The ethanol blending program, millions of tons of demand in place. SAF coming up, green hydrogen from biomass coming up, and densification as an industry with government support, with for the first time in the last 5 decades, export of biomass being opened up in India. So you have today the potential to take carbon capture, storage and utilization. Biomass does it in natural form. Basic photosynthesis, which we learned in 3rd, 4th grade. We are talking about pumped hydro, battery storage. A normal crop is doing your carbon sequestering. So let's account it and have a value for that available to the farmer, to the project proponent. Store it, and hence let's put a value for the storage there and utilize it for energy, which we are doing. So why do you need to take out carbon from the Earth's crust? Whereas the plant is capturing it from the waste and utilizing it. So the accounting mechanism for such carbon needs to be put in place. And credits for such carbon need to be put in place in the financing models, which is also work in progress. It's happening. India is moving towards its own carbon pricing mechanism regime. And sooner than later, we would have such kind of elements available for the business model. And the last point to make is innovative financing for such risky projects. It's risky for PSUs. It's more risky for private money because they would only want to put it where the returns for that buck is available. And thereby, the support mechanism globally for risk capital for biofuels, credit guarantee based capital for biofuels, till a level of utilization. And how do you quantify levels? Let's put it at couple of million tons to be done, and till that time, whatever happens, such credit schemes would be available. So if India, out of 1,500 million metric tons, we need to capture, let's say, 1/3, 500 million metric tons, till that point of time, let's have a regulatory regime which is stable and available. And let the market start deciding the cost and that element to come down, like we did fantastically well in the solar regime. We need to do it similarly in the biomass bioenergy regime. And I think the Global Bioenergy Alliance, which is to be announced towards the end of the 4 days here, should take it up with all the member state partners to put it in place. A particular example, which is self-driven, US DFC stepped forward to give Prespel a $10 million 100% credit guarantee, which allowed, for the first time in India's supply chain management, onshore banks to lend with a balance sheet credit risk of US DFC. They would not do it on a Prespel's balance sheet. They would still not do it on my investor shareholders' balance sheet. But a credit guarantee worked. And that's translating into scale on ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker brings a wonderful end user perspective on biofuels. And here it's my pleasure to introduce Vikram Julati, the country head and senior vice president of Toyota Kirloskar Motors. Please join me in welcoming Vikram.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be here. So Toyota Kirloskar Cars India, you get the equation. It represents a space where, if you look at India, we are in the middle of the climate talks because we are the largest and the fastest growing economy. And therefore will have a big role to play going ahead. And if you look at the automotive sector, the transport sector, it's always been talked about as a key stakeholder which has to step up to make the difference so that the carbon mitigation can take place. Now what's interesting is when you talk about these aspects, it's almost a given that you say that technology X is equal to solution for all. And that's been the narrative. And I don't want to talk about technologies because they're just a means of the end being carbon mitigation. But when you look at countries such as India, you've really got to look at many aspects, especially driven by data, driven by the local conditions, to figure out what really can make that country walk that mile to achieve carbon mitigation in a fastest and most practical manner. So if you look at India, in terms of technologies, well, they all have a role to play. But if you look at the energy pathways, I mean, the powering these technologies, we're not same as Europe. The energy, if you look at electricity, although we've done fabulously in the renewable energy space, 74% of our electricity that's generated comes still from coal. That's fossil. A lot of our plants may be old. Our transmission losses may be high. Therefore, the carbon intensity of the electricity that we generate may be high. Now, that's a factor that you've got to keep in mind when you do a solution that's going to last, because when you buy a car, it's going to be there for 10, 15 years. When you do a solution that impacts today and tomorrow. Of course, India will get there. Renewable will make a bigger impact in India. There's no two ways about it. But you've got to keep this data point in mind. So if you look at ethanol, for example, biofuels in India, it's readily available. In fact, in India, we waste. A lot of the food stock goes to waste simply because we don't have storage. And a lot of that can be used to convert into energy for transportation, which is negative carbon. So that's the impact side of things, scale and speed. Just to give you another piece of data. Today, the number of cars sold in India are around 4 million. The way we are growing, by 2030, it may be around 9 to 10 million. Now, the share of electric mobility today in India is 1%. We are aspiring to get to 30%. I really wish and hope we do much better than that. But if we achieve 30%, what's 70% of 9 million, let's say, or 10 million? That's almost double the number of cars that we sell today. And most of these cars are not going to be electric. They're going to be something else. And that something else is fossil fuel. Does that make sense? No. And what, therefore, can help you do scale and speed right now? To my mind, biofuels. And some data points that I picked up from the government just the other day. Already, since we've reached last 8 years, we've transitioned from 1% mix to around 10% mix now. We've already saved, as a country, something like 41 and 500,000 crores over 8 years. 21, 22, when the data is there, it's 10,000 crores of fossil fuel saving. 26 million barrels of gasoline substituted in 21, 22. When we reach 24, 25, 20% mix, that's 86 million barrels of gasoline that gets displaced right there, right then. And that's equivalent to something like 30,000 crore rupees per year. And where does this money go? This money goes to the farmers, the lesser people who have lesser means. Therefore, this pathway is more inclusive. Now, a pathway, energy pathway, which is more inclusive, which is local, which gives you self-reliance, is obviously going to work. And the last piece of data I'd like to leave behind is Indian automotive industry is globally very competitive. And it's growing. And the negative part is we are strong in the traditional ICE technologies. And we are amongst the best there is in the world. And what's the turnover we kind of give to the country? In terms of turnover, that's around, if I'm not mistaken, something like $180 billion per year. Contribution to taxation, this is a figure which is a couple of years old. It's around 9 trillion rupees per year. 6 trillion coming from taxes on fossil fuel. Doesn't mean that we keep on doing fossil fuel. These are just numbers which help you understand when this energy transition happens in India, what it means for the economy, what it means for financing, and why it is important to take a pathway which is uniquely relevant for India and can help India contribute much more meaningfully to this fight against carbon that we're all here to talk about. So I'll conclude with that. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker brings the is a world leader in a different segment of biomass use, and that's biomass power. Please join me in welcoming Mariano Ruiz, who is the Vice President of International Affairs for DRAX.
Thanks, Cole. It's really great to be here and share DRAX's expertise, both as a producer but also a user of biomass. So a little bit of a recap of DRAX's journey to biomass and what's next for the company. So for you that don't know, DRAX is a UK headquartered a company engaged in production of biomass, renewable energy, and carbon removals. Drax operates a global supply chain business of bioenergy with 18 manufacturing facilities across North America that produces around 5 million tons of biomass or wood pellets a year, both for our own use but also for our customers in Asia and Europe. We are also the largest single-site renewable energy generator in the UK, so producing around 11% of the country's electricity. But that wasn't always the case. We were first commissioned, Drax Power Station was first commissioned as a coal-fired power station back in 1970, fueled by coal mined from the local coal field. At that point, Drax was Western Europe's single-site biggest emitter. And at the time, the UK government and the society became very aware of the catastrophic effects of climate change. It was at this point that our engineers decided to start research and developing co-firing biomass with coal to lower the group's carbon footprint. What was a groundbreaking research at the moment fast became a bold ambition to turn the power station to run in 100% sustainable biomass. Fast forward to today, and we have converted 4 out of 6 units to 100% sustainable biomass, reducing the group's carbon footprint by over 90%. But we want to take that ambition further, and at COP25, I think, we announced an ambition to be a carbon negative company by 2030. So we started research into bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. In 2018, we started running 2 pilots at the power station, capturing our first ton of carbon in early 2019. The next phase of the project will be to scale up that technology in 2 of our units, capturing around 8 million tons of carbon per year by 2030. To give you a sense of the scale of the project, that's around 33% of the UK's carbon capture and storage target by 2030. But we believe that we can take that further, and the technology can be deployed around the world, discussing about biomass availability as well. So we have set a target to capture around 14 million metric tons of carbon by 2030 per year, 8 million tons in our UK project, and then 6 million tons from new build BECCS projects internationally. Over the last 2 years, we've been working around the world and we expect that the first couple of projects will be located in the US based on the amazing forestry resources they have and the well-understood storage. We also have an ambition to ensure biomass role as a critical tool in delivering net zero. So we have set a target to produce 8 million tons of wood pellets a year, both for our own use and third-party customers, and double that sale of third-party sales to support companies and businesses around the world to decarbonize more cost-effectively. What makes Drax unique is our expertise across the entire biomass value chain. We source the biomass, we use the biomass, and we sell the biomass. We now have experience in taking bioenergy and biomass one step further by removing carbon from the atmosphere. Every UN IPCC pathway is clear. We need both engineered removals and renewable energy to deliver net zero. BECCS by Drax is the only technology that can do that. So let's capture the opportunity together.
Our last speaker on this panel will bring yet another perspective of bioenergy, biomass usage. I'd like to introduce Sam Lair, who's the manager of sustainability and markets policy for the Renewable Natural Gas Coalition from the U.S.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks to the BioPlatform Initiative for having us. We're very honored to be here in India, and it's great to meet all of our panelists. My name's Sam Lair. I work for the RNG Coalition on our policy team, and our organization is really focused on the use of biogas itself as a resource, and also to create biomethane, biohydrogen, and other fuels and products, some of which are discussed here today. And it's great to be here on the panel about data and transparency. I think, that's something that in our work in the US and Canada especially really takes front and center focus. And so in most of our regulatory filings, I'd say on the policy team, we talk a lot about 2 primary concepts, which are carbon accounting and tracking. And I think for our industry and for really most bioenergy industries, but especially the biogas industry, carbon accounting and tracking are a big deal because we have the blessing and the curse of really producing from a large variety of different feedstocks to create biogas. So in some cases, we have a very negative upstream emission effect where we eliminate methane from being released into the atmosphere at a farm or at a waste treatment plant. And we need to be able to capture that correctly. So not only in the policies on the state level, but in voluntary procurement programs, which I know is something that our group has talked about a lot here and hopefully we'll get into during the panel, namely the WRI's GHG protocol. The other piece that we always like to address in this category is tracking. So in the RNG industry in particular, we're using existing pipeline infrastructure to transport the biomethane to different end users. And especially in the United States, it's still a very small portion of the overall gas supply. And so in order to increase that supply, which has been done, a lot more successfully in Europe so far, that's a very good example, we need to use market-based accounting. And that provides transparency, it provides the assurance that we need to provide to end users, to buyers, and to our regulators. And so I think those are really our top 2 points on this message. I'm looking forward to getting into the discussion here, and I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Well, you've heard from a really diverse set of panelists, whether it's using biofuel applications, biopower applications, renewable natural gas, which can go to many different end uses. We've got the automobile sector here. We've got the feedstock supply here. But it all comes down to getting that biomass and making believers out of the larger global community that biomass can be produced sustainably. This is a big challenge, and each country seems to have a different perspective on this challenge. I'd like to ask the panelists if they could offer some suggestions on how we might harmonize or globalize the approach to that carbon accounting, or how we might share lessons learned. There may not be one way for the whole world to do it, but I asked the panel if they'd like to offer any additional suggestions. And anyone would like to start with that question? And there's a microphone there if you would.
Sure, I'll jump in. So, from our perspective, making sure that we use really good science-based targets to do the carbon accounting is probably the most important thing. Also having the best quality data to use as the data sets to justify what you're doing and making sure that those are transparent. I mean, those coupled together is one reason that we really love working with Argonne National Laboratory's GREET model, because it does take into account all the life cycle assessment. They have what's called the feedstock carbon intensity calculator. So in the US, we're really focused on how do we pull all this together from the data-driven at a field level, bring those data-driven science-based targets together with what happens at a biofuel manufacturer, and then total that all together so we have very high-quality data, high-quality carbon accounting through the entire business system, right? And then we're able to reward those who participate and contribute to those equally for their contributions on a performance-based level. We think that's super important. Where we get concerned is when policy comes in and kind of layers on top of what's good LCA and carbon accounting. And so sometimes policy, while it has good intentions, comes out with something that they choose winners and losers by default and don't use the best science to do that.
Standardization India level and extrapolation to a standardization global level is a must. Some specific example, in India we are working for standardization of densified biomass with Bureau of Indian Standards, working to set standards for various types of feedstock, and next couple of months we will see that announcement. However, when you start looking at the European market based on SFC, the Japanese market based on FIT, and most of this is based on wood sawdust based standards globally. And we have seen instances of this moving out from the sustainability index. So a platform under maybe CEM where global standards for different input feedstock could get established, thereby making a transparent regime of biomass quality, and based on that, the carbon credits or the carbon markets to be kind of loaded on that or impinged on that.
Thank you. So one of the challenges that we see as a primary issue, I think, at least in the United States, is that we have these great life cycle carbon intensity scoring methodologies, and the bioenergy industries, really, out of all the renewable energy categories, are very familiar with those methodologies. But when it comes to translating that life cycle score into scopes 1, 2, and 3, there seems to be a lot of confusion. And so I think, you know, if we accept the premise that biogenic CO2 from near-term feedstocks, like waste feedstocks, is carbon neutral in scope 1, well then what does scope 3 look like, right? And for our industry especially, where do we account for the upstream methane reductions? And so there's different greenhouse gas accounting methodologies out there in terms of, you know, what corporates are using. The leading protocol is WRI's GHG protocol, and they're currently undergoing their update on the land sector and removals guidance, which is essentially their bioenergy guidance. And companies that have a global footprint will be increasingly required to use that framework. So we need to make sure, especially as it pertains to bioenergy, that we're not only getting the scope 1 portion correct, right, which is still up for debate in some jurisdictions, which is a whole other issue in and of itself, but making sure that we're properly accounting for the scope 3 emissions, which are supply chain, and then making a decision on how the other positive externalities of these fuels are being counted into an emission. And again, that's the upstream methane reduction. Should that go in scope 3? Should that go outside of the scopes? Because that has a pretty large impact on the buyers, just based on individual feedstocks and individual production processes.
Thank you, Sam. Any other takers on this question? Okay, great.
No, just to echo other panelists, Drax has commissioned Argonne National Lab to do a full life cycle analysis of what BECCS or bioenergy with carbon capture would be. We recognized that versus other carbon removal technologies, a full life cycle analysis of all technologies under the same baselines is needed to do not pick winners and losers artificially.
Just to add, so the first point I made was certification, but we also need to have global standards of equality of audit and credits to be around it. So, you know, different geographies are having their own credit mechanisms, which tend to not match. So let's say India market to export to Europe, there are certain standards which we need to meet in India, which in a kind of a growing industry are difficult to meet. So if the standards for the process are set and the audit standards are set, thereby it becomes a global platform to kind of deal with.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'll just jump in. I think most of the stuff has been said. Just to come in from a perspective from the automotive side, you see, at the end of the day, if you're looking at from the automotive side, it's the consumer who decides what technology is going to buy, and that is the back end driven by what kind of policies and regulations you have, and you have a whole set of them, from carbon-based policies to also the most impactful lever, which is taxation. So for a country like India, having access to transparent and neutral data on the carbon intensity of each energy stream and that being updated is going to be critical for policymakers to be able to make those choices so that they can offer the best policy, a flexible policy and an ever-evolving policy that enables consumers to make those choices for better technologies. And I think this is one piece which is in India missing in many other countries as well. And we don't use these comparisons. I mean, not just for biofuel. I mean, for electricity, for instance, like I mentioned, in India right now, we're getting to renewable, but we're not. So does it make policy sense to push a technology right now which may end up throwing more carbon in the air? So I think the front end of it also is something that we need to grapple with.
Thank you all. We're almost out of time for this first of the two panels, and there's no small set of challenges in front of us. Even in the United States, from state to state, they have different approaches to looking at life cycle analysis, what models are acceptable, or looking at international models like CORSIA. The CORSIA approach is one approach, but when it comes to, say, aviation tax credits, CORSIA has one model, GREET has other options. It's very difficult to try to figure out how to converge all these models globally. So I'll just offer a great challenge to our panelists to give a closing, say, 30-second remark on how you might suggest that we come together globally to try to harmonize standards or figure out an approach to a common set of approaches to data transparency. If I could put you all in that spot for just a few seconds. So why don't we start with Paul and just go across?
Sure. So, you know, obviously a big challenge for all of us, but I think the biggest thing here is, you know, starting with the best quality data, agreeing that what needs to go into these models, and then how do we get to take that data and then start updating our data sets, right? Because again, I think while we're all talking about deploying the best and technology out there to decarbonize, we're using a lot of data sets today to compare feedstocks specifically to things that are probably 20 years old. So how do we get those updated?
You want to? Sure. So, you know, coming back to the point I make, standardization, par for the course. And those who need to compete on the course and are not up to the mark, allow them a handicap, go the golf way. So, you know, on a working model, you put everybody on the same platform, and after that, based on the country specific, allow them at that level to have a delta available. The developing countries a bit more, the developed countries which have kind of reached certain levels to be a bit less, and then normalize it, and thereby allowing the entire world to be moving towards the same direction.
Yes, sir. I agree. I think the tools are getting better and better to capture the data and increasing transparency in the industry. That's one thing. And then how do we use that data? I think a standardized model will be the appropriate thing to do, but it also needs to recognize the local specificities of each feedstock that you're using and what are you using for.
I'll take it back to my two original points, which are carbon accounting, standardization. We've touched on that, right? But then the tracking being so important. So again, in industries where we are booking and claiming different renewable resources to different end uses, whether that's renewable power or renewable fuels in a common system, that needs to be standardized across borders. And I think, you know, even within the US, as Jim mentioned, we see different policies in different states that put various types of restrictions on that procurement. But we're now just starting to ask the question of how to do that across borders, at least in the biogas industry. So standardizing that is certainly one of our top initiatives here in the next few years and beyond.
Well, please join me in thanking this panel, and we look forward to working with you all and you all in the audience on this very challenging topic. I'd like to invite my esteemed colleague, Paula Frankel, who's the head of the Renewable Energy Division, to come up and moderate the next session, the second panel, focused on mobilizing more sustainable feedstocks. Paula.
So I invite my distinguished panelists to take place, please. Excellent. We should have, do we have Frank? Yeah, okay, Frank. Please come in. Excellent. So the second session, I'm just checking the time, is focused on more how to bring sustainable feedstocks to the markets, and also to assess something that was touched already in the first session, how much of this sustainable feedstock is really available, regardless of how we define sustainability. That's Now, I would like to spend only 2 minutes to introduce this panel, making 3 points from my side. First, repeat the sense of urgency. This is not new. From the IA, we have been repeating this many times. We will repeat it another 1,000 times. Biofuels are increasing everywhere in the world, slowly, too slowly. We would need to triple biofuel demand by 2030, so only in 7 years from now, in order to be really on track with net zero. And please, this is not against electric vehicles. This is in addition to electric vehicles and to energy efficiency, to everything else that we can do to have a better transportation, of course, not just on road, but in shipping, in aviation, and in trains and trucks. Number one. Number two, there is progress. We have been seeing in the recent years much more renewable diesel coming from waste, from residues, from used cook oils, from animal fats, but we need much more innovation in this. The tripling that I just said by 2030 means a factor 15 of increase at least for all forms of advanced biofuels. And this means expanding this portfolio of feedstocks, which is at the heart of the discussion today. So a lot more of efforts and policy support for this needs to be done. We really have to accelerate massively. Right now, there's no more really time. And when I speak about the feedstocks and the different uses, of course, I'm also thinking about biogas. All forms of biofuels, actually. And the last part is the international dimension. When we look at what is happening in terms, for instance, of renewable diesel right now, most of these investments and the deployment is in advanced economies. It is not where it should be, which is in emerging economies and developing countries. And that is the other part, how to expand these sustainable biofuel and biomass use in particular emerging economies where the demand will increase. So I will stop it here, but this is why platforms like the BioFuture Platform Initiative, the campaign, and now the forthcoming Global Biofuel Alliance launched next Saturday are so important. But having said so, let's go to the core of this session, which is the feedstocks availability and how to make them useful for the users. And I would like to give the floor to Suharsh Bakshi, co-founder and CEO of Biofuel Circle, for your 3 minutes introductory remarks. Please, the floor. As you wish. Come. Yeah, please.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. This is probably continuation of the discussion that we had from the earlier panel. I want to kind of highlight 6 different areas based on the business that our company is engaged in. Our company is called Biofuel Circle, and we have set up a digital platform for bioenergy supply chain, which essentially addresses the feedstock. The first point that I want to bring out is rural participation. Unlike every other supply chain, here one needs to look at farmer participation and how do you trigger farmers' participation in this supply chain exactly the way consumer durables industry or consumer industry looks at incentivizing consumer participation as the end user of whatever they produce. Here, your farmer is a supplier. How do you incentivize farmer? How do you trigger his participation? And how do you sustain that participation over a long period of time is one of the biggest challenges that the industry has to think about and address. The second is not only looking at farmer as a supplier, but farmer as a stakeholder in this value chain. Somebody talked in the earlier panel about how do you make sure that the farmer is able to earn income or money out of this. I'll go beyond that. One of the biggest cost elements in this supply chain so far has been the logistics cost, aggregation, transportation, and storage. If we are able to look at converting these 3 activities as components of collective rural businesses, in which farmer is a stakeholder. And the value that you're creating in villages through these activities is something that the farmer is able to gain from as not income which is directly selling biomass, but income generated out of his participation in enterprise, which is a collective rural enterprise for helping create energy out of that biomass, for helping create end uses out of that biomass. I think that's the second and extremely important point that we as an industry need to think about. The third is efficiency of logistics. If 30 to 40% of the cost of biomass that is delivered to you as a feedstock, as a bioenergy refinery, or as a co-firing option, if that's the cost of logistics, then the logistics is extremely inefficient. How do we look at creating a setup which is infrastructure setup around logistics, which is going to help us reduce the cost of logistics effectively, is a question which industry needs to address and not individual players. The fourth point is, how do we make this entire operation a data-driven operation? Locations of the farmers, ability to optimize the routes for collection, making sure that understanding of crop patterns, understanding of availability of biomass, understanding of where are opportunity to create a small network of storages in rural areas are all converted into data points used intelligently for the purpose of, once again, a collective good. The fifth point is, once again, addressed by Monish and everybody else very well. How do you make sure that there is an authenticity and certificate of authenticity in this entire supply chain? With every good opportunity comes the greed associated with that opportunity. And this is where we need to be extremely careful and make sure that we have an ability to certify authenticity, and to certify authenticity once again as a community, as an industry. And the last point that I would want to leave with everybody as a point to ponder on is, like the mobile telephone industry and the cellular telephone industry found out 20 years back, that investing in infrastructure cannot be an individual business. Investing in infrastructure is a collective industry business. Everybody who became a cellular service provider in India 25 years back, they invested in their own infrastructure of towers and own infrastructure of back-end services, resulting in almost everybody facing bankruptcy within 15 to 20 years of starting the business. I think what's extremely important is to look at infrastructure, which is supply chain infrastructure, as a collective opportunity which needs to be run like an independent industry and not a technology industry, is another challenge that we need to think about. Well, my company, Biofuel Circle, is currently working on all these 6 areas and would love to talk with you individually and, again, all of you as a group collectively over the course of the next couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for these very clear 6 points. Can I follow up immediately with one question? How successful are you? How are things going? No, I'm really curious. How would you evaluate what is going on in India? And then maybe the second is, how can this be then applied somewhere else?
Well, we've seen early success. We are currently operational in 4 states of India. We have more than 100 industrial consumers on our platform, more than 700 rural businesses on our platform, and have connected more than 12,000 farmers to participate in the supply chain actively. On a monthly basis, we move close to 25,000 metric tons of biomass every month and are growing significantly every month. So I would say these are early signs, but we do believe that if an approach is systematically followed, one would be in a position to create a participative mechanism.
My congratulations. I go to the second speaker, Mr. Aditya Junjunwala, President of the Indian Sugar Mills Association.
Thank you, Pablo. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants, and fellow advocates for sustainable future. Let me introduce ourselves. We are basically from a sugar industry. We were from a sugar industry. Now we are thinking to moving from a sugar industry to bioenergy parks and bioenergy hubs, and that's what we are here for. So there's a big change. What we were into only crushing sugar cane and producing sugar. Now we are so much to happen in our industry, and we are looking forward to have a big collaboration with everyone in taking it to the future. So let me introduce a couple of things. Like we have 500 sugar mills in India now, which are in the rural areas, catering to about millions of farmers supplying us sugar cane. The beauty of our industry is we pay the transport for the sugar cane to every farmers to get it to our mills. So one cost which is on the transport side is already taken care of, because that is what we need to produce sugar. As you rightly said, the cost of transport and logistic is a major key stakeholders in that. So the farmers are stakeholders. We get the sugar cane to our mills, and now the story starts. After producing sugar from the sugar cane, we have a couple of things that we can do. One is the bagasse, which we are now using only for a power generation. We produce green power, but there is more to it. So we are looking for innovative ideas and technologies to convert this biomass, the bagasse, which is two things we have, aggregation and homogeneous, because that is one thing which is need to be really looked on. Because all the plants, or when we talk about the technology, the problem of homogeneous feedstock is a difficult task. So the advantage in the sugar factories are we have a homogeneous bagasse and it's like available to us. The second thing is we can produce green hydrogen, we can produce 2G ethanol. So there are a couple of things that can be used for the bagasse instead of just using into the boilers and producing power and steam. So we are looking for technologies, and we are open for discussions. We have visited other plants, other factories, but I think this platform should give us more on the technology part, so that is huge untapped we have from the bagasse that can be converted into that. The second thing, now we are working on the CBG. Like CBG is a great source that we can have. Now we have a press mud, we have a spent wash, which is produced after we can produce ethanol from the molasses what we have. So these are the two things. Again, CBG is a big thing that we can work on. We have a potential to produce a CBG, and like if you can just tell you, the production of 500,000 tons of CBG can be produced, and 1.2 million tons of potash can be produced from that. So these are the two major advantages that we have. Again, we have to unlock this potential to produce that. We are looking for a technology part, and the good part is we are able to produce and sell or maybe distribute in the rural areas. So it will be a big help for replacing LNG and CPGs. So we have already started for a home cooking fuel, as ethanol is a home cooking fuel, to be given to our farmers and our people who are in the rural areas, replacing them from LPG. So this is the start we have just started on. So apart from that, the sugar cane is a value chain which discusses several feedstocks and uniform composition that I have already touched upon. And if we can unlock this in the right policy and infrastructure support, I think, in addition, it will do wonders for as India and the world as well. By embracing a visionary approach, the sugar industry in India has already set up the production units for bioenergy in a strategically placed and sugar complexes. The foresight ensures a constant supply of feedstock while achieving this carbon zero emissions and transportation. A lot of sugar mills have now started using this CBG for running their own vehicles and transport. So I think that is also helping us to create that kind of a neutrality. It's imperative to emphasize that this groundbreaking model pioneered by the sugar industry will serve as an example to other agriculture and food processing industries in India. Envision in a future which energy needs to be met through a closed-loop product supply chain, creating a complete circular economy, abolishing waste and saving thousands of emissions. I would also like to touch upon, as one of the panelists said about SAF. So it was last month, there was the first time the ethanol was used to fly aircraft from Goa to Delhi. So technologies are there, we just need to use them correctly and work upon. In conclusion, we may embark on this journey to mobilize the sustainable feedstock of bioenergy production. Let us remember the potential and promise that sugarcane offers. Together, we can catalyze a transformation towards a greener and more sustainable future, setting an example for the world to follow. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to have more discussions on this and more technology participations, which help us to take it further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Aditya, may I follow up with, how can I say, a simple question, which could be discussed then for 1 hour. Everybody in the world is concerned about food versus fuel, and particularly today in a period of very strong geopolitical consensus. So do we have enough surplus?
Yes, exactly. So that's what in my earlier discussions also I have stated, that we have benchmarked consumers first. So whatever the production we do is for our consumer first, then whatever surplus we have, we divert into ethanol. Currently, we are producing approximately 400 lakh tons of sugar, like 40 million tons of sugar that we produce in India. And our consumption is 27.5 million tons. So we still have a surplus. Still, we are only diverting approximately 4 to 5 million tons of sugar into ethanol. So there is a big story further to put up new policies, as Mr. Gulati said, that we are aiming for E20 and further for flex fuels, because flex fuels is the future. And we believe, like in Brazil, India should take that road path and have the flex fuel vehicles launched as earliest, so the consumer has the flexibility to choose their product mix. And I think the work we are doing as an industry and as an organization to produce more tonnage on the sugar cane from the same cane areas. I think currently the yields approximately 60 to 75 tons to an hectare, but now we are taking it to 100, and that's what we are working with a couple of institutes, will give us more sugar cane to us.
Excellent, thank you so much. Can I now give the floor to Dr. Pradeep Srivastava, who is the Executive Director of Technology
for providing this very interesting opportunity to me to interact with the people who happen to mean a lot for the sustainability in the biomass and the biofuel. I'd like to introduce my organization. In fact, TIFAC is a Technology Information Forecasting Assessment Council, an autonomous institution of sustainable biomass for future fuels and the biofuels as well. What we have tried, to do it on a pilot basis for the state of Punjab. We are trying to see how could the farmers and the producers of this biomass can be benefited. So we are trying to draw a model, a cooperative model, wherein they get the best price for their, and if we can arrange a logistic arrangement for the supply of this biomass or collection of this biomass to the user of the biomass, that is, we can have CBG plants again can be established the proximate areas, and these all can be linked through a CBG grid. Probably this could be a very efficient and very point-to-point connect solution for the whole issue. And we look forward that this model, if we can extrapolate to other part of the country, probably we'll be able to address the mobility of these sustainable residual biomass for biofuels. So I think this model we are trying to do it, and we have been interacting. The major part of it, the mapping of the biomass is done. Only thing is that we are trying to come to an understanding about the pricing and developing of a cooperatives for the collection of these biomass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Pradeep. This is very important to pass from, let's say, not anecdotal evidence, but bottom-up evidence to overall forecasting, which remains very important, so very important for us, for those who do long-term scenarios. But I have one follow-up question, if I may. How would you then make something of monitoring in place to validate your data and modeling? I'm asking because some other speakers already said it. In the end, someone will have to audit and certify this, otherwise the public will not necessarily trust. Do you have already tools in place or something that you are developing right now?
We are working on that.
Can you take, yeah, sorry.
We are working on that, in fact, to see how transparent this whole monitoring process for this data, as well as the availability of the biomass and the quality of the biomass also. We are doing this, probably we will be having a good input by the end of this year, probably.
Okay, that's very good. Sure, please. Yeah, let's make it lively.
Good afternoon to all of you. In fact, I'm not too sure if you're aware, the TIFAC study, I was the chairman of the study steering committee.
Although I was not heading the discussion that time.
I mean, you know, this study was based on the data that we collected from across the country for about 5 years. I mean, you know, this is a tool, and you know, after having collected, there is a report that has been generated, and subsequently we worked with National Remote Sensing Agency to map the satellite technology onto it, and the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer grid that he is talking about. You
We'll get back because I have a question to you as well. Then we spoke about innovation and the need to expand the portfolio of feedstock. So the next floor is to Dr. Umakant, Principal Scientist at Plant Breeding Indian Institute of Millet Research.
India has an ambitious target of 20% blending in the next 3 years, 20, 25, 26. So, and the ethanol requirement is also quite huge, 14 to 15 billion liters, and roughly 10 billion liters is needed just for fuel blending ethanol alone. And government is contemplating meeting this fuel ethanol requirement 50% from corn, and the rest of the 50% from sugarcane and other food crops, the food grains. But this is a big challenge. Increasing the productivity of maize within the next 2 or 3 years is quite challenging, and similarly, the cycle supply at any given point of time. So absolutely, we need to depend on other feedstocks, and we have, because this meeting is on increasing the canvas of feedstocks which are sustainable, and we have sorghum, different types of sorghum like the sweet sorghum, then high biomass sorghum, and also the brown midrib sorghum, apart from Napier bajra also, that is Napier grass. So I would like to, because of the paucity of time, I'll like to touch the sorghums. First is sweet sorghum. Sweet sorghum is a C4 crop which is climate change resilient, of course, because climate is changing, and then we need to have climate change resilient crops. And this is a crop which has very short duration, 4 months compared to 12 months of sugarcane, and the water requirement of sweet sorghum is also 1/4 of what actually is required for sugarcane and half of what is required for maize. And because it is seed propagated and duration just 4 months, you can take 2 to 3 crops per year. And the anticipated ethanol yields are also quite high. From our pilot scale studies, we could observe 40 to 55 liters per ton of the cane which is crushed. That is, the ethanol yield was 40 to 55 liters per ton of the millable cane. And apart, sugar industries of late have been looking for alternate feedstocks to increase their ethanol production and also to run their mills around the year, so in the lean period of sugarcane crushing. So this is a very wonderful feedstock, and some sugar industry people might be having some apprehensions like you need some special machinery to crush sweet sorghum, but we have clearly demonstrated to the industry that you need not change a single nut and bolt, and with the existing machinery, sugarcane machinery, you can crush this crop, and ethanol can be produced in the same way as from sugarcane molasses. So this is what in nutshell about sweet sorghum. And coming to the next crop, which is called high biomass sorghum. Before that I just forgot. From sweet sorghum, you can produce both 1G and 2G, because sweet sorghum is a crop which accumulates juice similar to sugarcane, which is sweet, and the juice can be squeezed out and then ethanol can be produced. And the juice can also be utilized to produce high value chemicals like lactic acid, xylitol and other chemicals. And similarly, the bagasse, whatever we get, it can be used as a very good animal feed, or it can be used for 2G ethanol production. So next important crop is the high biomass sorghum, also called the high tonnage sorghum, which grows 4 to 5 meters tall. And to ensure a very good supply chain management, we have varieties and hybrids of different maturities, variable maturities, where you can ensure a continuous supply of feedstock to the industry. And we have estimated the ethanol yields with the help of DBT ICT Center in Mumbai. And they are quite huge. I mean, the anticipated ethanol yields from this type of feedstock, 300 to 400 liters per dry ton of the biomass. And the third in category is the brown midrib sorghum, which is also known as the BMR sorghum. This is popular in USA.
And we in India have already developed these type of sorghums wherein the lignin content will be lesser compared to the wild type or the normal type of sorghum, 15 to 20% less than what actually we have in the normal sorghums. So this type of sorghum can be an excellent feedstock for lignocellulosic ethanol production. Because of less lignin, the cost of pretreatments are drastically reduced, and the overall cost of ethanol production will be reduced. And we have estimated the ethanol yields from this type of feedstock also on a pilot scale, and they were also ranging between 300 to 400 liters per ton of the biomass. And because I am from a government institute, and what are all the government institutes, the public sector institutions, R&D institutions involved in India, we have already developed and released varieties and hybrids for commercial cultivation in the sweet sorghum, then high biomass sorghum, and also the brown medium sorghum.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is very encouraging news. I have the following question. Every time I hear something new that sounds very attractive, my immediate question is why it is not developed much more. So why is this not taken up from industry much more? Is it too early, high cost? What can you elaborate on this? Microphone.
Well, this has to be taken up at the policy level, like in our national policy on biofuels, 2018 Indian policy. Sweet sorghum is also listed as a candidate crop for biofuel production. So from the R&D side, public sector R&D institutions, we have been doing our bit. So, but a clear-cut roadmap has not been given on how it can be commercially exploited. So it has to come up from the government side. So we are ready with the technology, and it's for the industry to embrace these new technologies.
Thank you so much.
Can I make a...
Of course, please.
You know, a few years back, I had a discussion with, you know, Mr. GBD of Raj Industries, and they have an experience in setting up a plant like this. So maybe at, you know, later on, you may want to share about it. Thanks.
Okay. We can do it later. I want to make sure that our last but not least speaker from Canada, Frank Desrosiers, who is Assistant Deputy Minister of Strategic Policy and Innovation at Natural Energy, can have the floor. Frank, please.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel, and it's a real pleasure to be here, and a special thanks to our Indian friends for such a warm welcome. It's my first visit to India, and it's been wonderful so far. I thought I would start by your earlier statement. When you begin the session, for this session 2, you referred to the IEA forecast about the need to ramp up meaningfully the production and use of biomass and biofuel. And I have to say that this statement is one that we very much embrace in Canada. As we laid out our net zero plans, as so many nations have done, this element is certainly central to our strategy to be able to get there, along, of course, with other variables, but one that we think is important. And is important, we think, that Canada can not only try to do so for its domestic needs, so that we can meet our own climate goals, but also to help the world. The reason being is that we happen to be blessed with lots of feedstock. So the abundance of this is rather striking for us. Given the sheer size of the country, given the sheer size of our forest in particular, we have lots of it. So it principally comes from forest biomass, where we have a very large supply available, and a lot of it, let's face it, is just rotting in the forest. It's just not being picked up. We did become, though, over time, the world's second largest exporter of wood pellets, being able to develop the market, especially internationally in Europe. You heard from Drax just earlier, where we have significant amount of exports to the United Kingdom, but as of late also elsewhere in continental Europe. We've seen after Russia's invasion of Ukraine a significant pickup of the demand for low carbon solutions coming from secure supply. So Canada has been happy to provide this, but it does take a few years to ramp up that production and the supply route to be able to meet that increasing demand in Europe, as well as in Asia, where we have the potential to export large volumes also to our Asian friends. So that is and will remain a key source of production and export for both power production, but also for heat generation. A second area is around agricultural feedstock. So there too we have lots of residues that can be harvested. in use for production. A third one, perhaps that is less talked about, but as of late, as you've seen in the news, we've had a large amount of forest fires in Canada that have actually gone beyond our borders to the US and so forth. And there's actually a lot of forest there left to be picked up. And this is a regular occurrence. Every year we have forest fires. This season has been particularly acute, but we do see there as in a potential to harvest some of that leftover wood before it goes bad. And a fourth area of source that we think is worth exploring some more is around recycling. So we have a large pulp and paper sector, large paper production, and we also see there, in the spirit of a circular economy, to be able to pay more attention to this and recycle some of that fiber. I've mentioned some of the export use, so those infrastructures and capacities to gather the production and have it supplied to markets is being expanded as we speak, but we also have significant domestic use of that supply. Maybe two areas I would point out there. One is around rural and remote communities. As a source of heat, Canada is a cold country, so being able to supply their needs that way is a very attractive one, especially so for First Nation or Indigenous communities. We have over 600 of them around the country, and many of them have difficulty to access energy sources at a cost-effective way. So this has three benefits: cost-effective, it's low carbon, but it's also a source of employment for local Indigenous population. And the second area where we've been investing considerably as of late is around bioenergy, biofuels, biochemicals, biomaterials. Like, for instance, we've done quite a bit of work with automakers to produce auto parts using wood fiber as a way to, again, make their vehicles more sustainable. So that's certainly areas that do require some R&D efforts, but we think have a great deal of potential. In terms of government support, I'll be brief here, mindful of time here for our panel discussions. We have quite an elaborate suite of program and policies to support both harvesting, transportation, and processing. And I very much agree with my colleagues on the panel about the importance of those logistics elements to bring those large quantities of biomass to the marketplace. It's not a small feat to bring such a volume to the market. And we have, and I'll spare you all the alphabet soup of programs, but we have quite a well-established suite of programs to support those activities, both federally but also at the provincial level. And maybe just to close, you also made reference, Mr. Frankel, about the international collaboration that is happening, and this event is all about that. And Canada has been an active partner in both in the mission innovation and CEM context to some of those opportunities, and it's a fantastic way to share insights, tricks, ideas as to how we can do this more effectively. So really happy to be here and happy to learn from one another. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving the perspective of a very important country when it comes to energy in general and bioenergy in particular. Can I ask you something? You mentioned the indigenous populations, that they struggle to have energy. What kind of tools are you putting in place to get them aware, to improve the communication? Could a tool like they have been developing in India be used there? Yeah, the mic is there. Speaking about the infrastructure.
It might very well be, and a lot of those solutions can be transferable to countries in Asia and Africa as well. Yeah. We've actually been doing some work with the Americans as well. We have some remote communities in Alaska, and where they're looking for similar solutions. So our suite is a mixture of technology, so trying to develop technologies that are ready to deploy at different scale, simple to operate as well. You don't want the plant to be complicated and requiring gazillion engineers to operate. So simple, reliable is really, really key. And being able also to develop it in such a way that the community really owns it. So we've been working as of late with indigenous energy groups or networks who are there to coach one another as to how do you actually deploy it and make it work. In terms of securing the feedstock, that's relatively straightforward because the forest is typically in around there. So the indigenous population is very familiar with this. They've been involved in forestry for very many years. And they're proud to do so in tune with their values, and they're doing it in a way that is sustainable. So we don't need to pitch it too hard, but we do need to assist them in terms of technology access, and sometimes a little bit of financing as well. Certainly goes a long way.
Thank you so much. We have some time to make more general discussion, and I have at least one question for all of you. But first, I wanted to give the floor back to Sangeeta. You wanted to say something, so let's start from that, and then we go from there. But we are bound.
Thank you so much, and excellent panel. So I was just, when the point was discussed about the biomass and characterization, so I just would like to say that the biomass characterization studies are being done for a couple of biomasses, 4, 5, and we would be extending that. And another thing is, again, biomass quality in respect of storage. So, and season-wise, so those studies are also be conducted. So I would be happy to share those things because DBT has supported Center of Energy, so those studies have been done. So that is just, I just wanted to highlight this point.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I need the mic again.
Thank you.
So, my general question where I would like you to elaborate is what is the right split between the private sector and the governmental sector? You said something, in the IT industry, infrastructure was a collective industry investment. Lieutenant Colonel before said, why don't we have a program like we did for power, where up to a certain amount of million tons of biomass, the government takes the initiative, the costs are driven down by some kind of auctions, and then only afterwards we do competition. Can I ask each of you to elaborate what, in your view, what is the right split now, right now, not in the future, but right now, between the role of the public and the private sector, of course taking into account the different country situations. Different countries may have very different situations from the public sector. Who would like to comment? Please.
I think we need to look at the bioenergy and the biomass sector as a sector for the next 50, 100 years. And from that point of view, what one needs is role of the government as an enabler and not really as a participant. Because the moment you make government as a participant in creating something, it comes over a long term with a baggage which becomes difficult to sustain. We've seen it in several other infrastructure sectors. So I think role of the government as an enabler and role of private sector as investor and as risk taker is what would be my vision for creating infrastructure for this sector.
Okay. Anyone wants to comment?
Yeah, I think what Mr. Bakshi said is, yes, government should be enabler and the private sector should be the participant who try to devise solutions to the things. In fact, if we harp more on government apart, not just beyond making it enabler, and it will become more of a regulatory, and then that would be a little, tricky.
I follow you, but can you be more precise, both of you? What is enabler in your mind? And then I will also go where is the limit?
So for example, what are the constraints right now? This industry is not treated as an industry. I'm talking about the Indian context here. If I am Toyota, and I think the gentleman from Toyota is not here right now, but if I am a supply chain partner for Toyota, and if I make nuts and bolts, I am treated as a supply chain partner for Toyota. I go to the bank and I say, I want working capital limit. I want support for raising capital, and the bank finance is available to me at rate which is a very, very competitive rate driven by the fact that my end customer is Toyota and I'm part of Toyota's supply chain. So I'm treated like an industry participant. You go and say, okay, I am now a new second generation bioethanol refinery and I'm going to supply to Indian Oil. Okay, and I go to the bank and I seek finance from bank. What happens is I do not get competitive rates of finance. That impacts my ability to invest. So what you want here is government's ability to make sure that the entire ecosystem starts looking at this as an industry and as vital cog in the industry, rather than supporting one or two projects here and there. We're saying role of public sector enterprises in creating second generation ethanol. We've seen that. I mean, companies like Indian Oil and HPCL have invested in India. But will they continue to invest the way they have invested? If the sector has to grow, there has to be private sector investment. We have seen difficulties in financial closure. If you've seen difficulties in financial closure, then what is required is government as an enabler, providing the sense of comfort to financiers for any type of early stage investment. And that is the role of the government rather than government making investment itself.
He wants to intervene, comment, I'm sure.
Yeah, so just to add on to what Suhas is saying, the pricing mechanism from government, be it regulatory or be it market driven, for a period of time is very important.
Yes.
I take the example of the 2G ethanol plant. It's been 6 years, excellent policy constructed, but yet we do not have a 2G ethanol price in India. How is private sector going to move forward? How are the 5 projects which are on the ground with billions of dollars of investment going to sell and have a transfer pricing of that 2G ethanol? And today, to bite the bullet, nobody's going to put a 2G ethanol plant. So similarly, we have looked at the compressed biogas Satat scheme, and in the last 7 years, 5,000 projects, hardly few coming up on the ground because the pricing mechanism is not stable. We have gone upwards, very good, but we are still not stable. So unless you have government putting that in place, and that's where I alluded to a market mechanism of auction, and whatever is auctioned at a price to be acknowledged and done, and thereafter that scale to come in. Thanks.
Just to add to that, since I'm intervening, and for electricity we have feed-in tariffs, and so we need sort of a bio equivalent to a feed-in tariff.
To auctions, not just feed-in tariff. I agree with him. On this, I take the privilege.
No regulator as such yet available for biofuel in India.
Yeah.
So either you have a regulatory mechanism and a regulator comes up with a feed-in tariff, or you have a market auction mechanism. Both don't exist.
Well, you raised this question of to Mr. Bakshi about what is this enabling? Can you define it? What I would like to say is what exactly government has done in this space so far. Now, as far as the feedstock, aggregation, supply chain, storage, all that facilities are concerned, recently Government of India has come up with, announced certain schemes, and some of us have been working very closely with the various ministries in the last 6 months to give it a shape. So the Agriculture Ministry has come up with a comprehensive plan, which they call it as crop residue management program, in which the farmers who are supposed to be harvesting this agricultural residues, aggregate it, etc. So government has announced a subsidy scheme wherein as an individual you want to do this, government is going to give you 50% subsidy. And if you want to do it as a group, like a farmer producer organization or as a self-help group, then a government is offering up to 80% subsidy on the machinery that is really required for this. And they have also announced as to how they would like to support these groups on the entire, creating the entire supply chain, including the storage facility. And in fact, in the last budget that government announced, they are talking about creating certain infrastructure facilities in the country in about 10,000 villages. So which will also include creation of storage facilities for the biomass. Now, there are certain schemes, when you expect something from the government, there is a limit to which you can really communicate to the people who sit and make the policy. And then, part of it gets translated. As I see it, this policy making is something very organic in nature and which is evolving in this country. We have taken it from zero to a certain level. Now it is for the industry and especially people who have been involved in the biomass supply chain to really closely look at what government has done and what further needs to be done to really make it more effective. And the second important aspect is the role of the industry is also, you mentioned, Bakshi, you mentioned about the farmer involvement and the farmer participation in the whole program as a stakeholder. I think this new policy that the government has come up with is looking to address that. But what is also important is empowering. Yeah, what is also important is empowering these farmers to really do this very effectively, and creating the kind of the forward linkages with the processing industry is something that the industry can also look into. Thank you.
We have to accelerate.
Very
I
briefly.
understand.
I invited Sam because talking
Please.
about offtake.
Please.
Sure. So just quickly to add, I think in the United States and in Canada for one of these have been what we call the renewable fuel standard and the low carbon fuel standard. And so the first is basically a volumetric target put forth by the federal government in the U.S. The second is a state level policy in 3 different states so far that we have, which actually, to tie back into the earlier panel, uses a life cycle carbon intensity assessment to measure the carbon reduction potential of all fuels. So that includes electricity. Canada's on its way to implementing the same policy, and we've seen that be a massive driver for biofuels and for the EV market. So I was actually going to bring this up on the earlier panel, but it's a great policy if we want to take the tech neutral approach and encourage the most sustainable and the most impactful biofuels and other sources of energy first. Thanks, Jerry.
Thanks a lot. I remain in the same continent. Frank. What is your good mix of public and private?
Yeah, it's. I will not endeavor to offer a universal solution.
No,
not
of
even
course.
one for India. Too humble to do so, but maybe in the Kenyan government context, like clearly laying out kind of those proper kind of policies, regs, mandates, and yes, the clean fuel standard is a key driver. I was listening to the conversation about the stability of prices. We have that same dynamic in Canada for sure. And our colleague from the US did mention the interaction between federal, provincial, but there's also interaction between Canada and US regs, which create some pressures in the marketplace on the up or the downside. So that adds another degree of instability at times in the market. But all in all, they're widely seen as effective and powerful tools. Others have called them mandates, but it gets to the same idea. It's basically generating a demand that is can be forecasted over time. Market access work is also an area where we're quite involved, making sure that the regs, for instance, established by the European Commissions in terms of meeting their climate commitments align with some of the practices we have back home. This is actually something we've been working very actively post-Russian invasion to make sure that those policies are harmonized. Maybe one area I would emphasize is an area of science, technology, innovation. We heard that this is a key driver in India, certainly one in Canada. And we did develop a model that is, I think, interesting perhaps to share with others, where we split one-third between federal, provincial, and industry, the bill to pay for those innovation efforts. And we have that model now for 20 years, and it's been working out rather well to do it. And on the private sector side, production, transportation, we see this as squarely in their domain.
Excellent. Adit, the last comments and then...
What I feel is the government is working very proactively in this sector. There's a lot of policy initiation, a lot of support from the government. I think we need to go with the government and just give clearly our demands with it. I think for our sector, what we have seen is government has been very, very proactive, and I think still in a very positive state of mind, I feel. I think the participation the industry and government is having on these sectors for CBG, maybe from green hydrogen, from ethanol, is a huge positive step from the government. From the carbon exchange, I think lots of things the government is thinking and working very positive sector, I feel.
Yeah, well, I feel it's high time that biomass supply chain activity is regarded as an industrial activity rather than high risk activity. And like what Colonel Monish was raising, it's high time that you need to fix the differential pricing for 2G ethanol, and also there should be enabling mechanism for fixing the price for biofuel feedstocks too. And with innovative approaches, small amount of public capital can be leveraged to catalyze much larger sums from the private sector.
Thank you so much. I know that we need to close, so I want to end with only 2 points. First, to mention that within the BioFuture initiative and campaign, there is a work activity on de-risking investment, which exactly goes to all these points of availability of feedstocks, what is the mix of private and public. And second, that the Global Biofuel Alliance has also the scope of getting the lessons learned, and actually the IEA has prepared a small report that will be launched on Saturday, and try to go get forward, and maybe one tool will be to have national roadmaps in order to address the different country characteristics. We have to close here. I see very bad faces over there. So thank you so much for an excellent panel discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks to you. Thank you. A bit tired, but I'm fine. Thank you so much. I need to take my card
Lovely session, huh? Lovely.
new market rules and new ways of doing business and collaboration have to emerge. What also needs to emerge is for the industry to embrace the very cost-effective renewable energy technologies, the green hydrogen, and other energy transition technologies like energy efficiency also moving ahead. So as we know that there are many countries today that have announced not just their intent to develop green hydrogen capacity in their countries, but there are many agreements that have come to play in terms of the trade agreements that have happened bilaterally. So we are seeing that there is a great buzz around green hydrogen that you can hear at every conference and at every event that's happening. But one of the very important questions that as an international community we need to address is how do we ensure that most of this hydrogen that gets and the capacity that gets built over the years is green and low carbon. And that's a very critical issue which I hope we will also hear during our deliberations here today. IRENA, along with its partner organizations, UNIDO, Mission Innovation, Alliance for Industry Decarbonization, the International Net Zero Branch, IPHE, IEC, ISO, Hydrogen Council, Tata Steel, and also Ministry of Textiles in India will present many such initiatives which have come together due to the collaboration and share their views on how standards, conformity, assessments and regulations can help us move towards safe hydrogen production, trade and use. Today we'll also be discussing on the quality infrastructure, which includes standards, certification, testing and inspection services. Most countries, of course, have a very good base of these services already, but what needs to be done is to enhance these services so that they can also address these issues of safety and conformity along the entire green hydrogen value chain. IRENA is currently implementing a project which was commissioned by the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and with the German Meteorology Institute to develop a roadmap that countries can use to develop and implement the required quality infrastructure in their countries. And we have already identified areas of how, how harmonization of methodologies for carbon emission and accounting across the hydrogen value chain can happen. And we hope to very soon come forward with the roadmap that we hope will serve as a good guidance for countries that are engaged in taking forward the quality infrastructure in their own setup. Members of our Alliance for Industry Decarbonization who are present here today, along with our ecosystem knowledge partners. And I just want to say that this is a strong collaboration which we hope will help us come up with some good conclusions on how we can move the process of decarbonization of industrial value chains forward. We are also engaged with many stakeholders in a framework called the Coalition for Action, which very recently brought out a green hydrogen certification brief, which is, I think, again, a very useful set of technical considerations for tracking the green hydrogen system. So I'm very confident that our deliberations here today and the dialogue will help us coordinate actions by the industrial stakeholders across both public and private sector. And at the end, I would like to wish all of us a very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singh, for the opening address. We now have the presentations by our 4 experts. So may I invite Mr. Kenji Kato to kindly present on the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization.
Thank you, Kalampreet, and distinguished participants and the partners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenji Kato. I work as a Senior Program Officer of Country Engagement and Partnership Division at IRENA. So it is great pleasure to be here with you all today here in Goa. So I'm privileged to start the session dedicated to international collaboration platform to foster decarbonization of industrial value chains and present the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization. Less than a decade is left to achieve the 2030 agendas and secure fighting a chance for the 1.5-degree world. Industrial sector produce about 1/4 of global GDP and emits up to 40% of GHG emissions. Reaching net zero emissions across industrial sectors of iron and steel, cement, chemicals and petrochemicals, aluminum, and energy will require strong collaboration and knowledge sharing among many industries and sectors. IRENA and the industry leaders launched the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization at G20 Investment Forum in Bali, Indonesia, back in September 2022. The objective of the Alliance is to enhance dialogue and coordinate action among the members. Since the launch, the membership base of the Alliance has continued to grow and currently has 50 members and ecosystem knowledge partners, many of whom are joining CEM and MI here with us. It is of great value that the members of the Alliance come from different regions and sectors, which allow us to work on cross-cutting challenges. The Alliance has set its focus on working on several topics to jointly facilitate industry decarbonization. The key pillars of work are dedicated to technologies, namely renewables, bioenergy with CCUS, green hydrogen, also on heat process optimization, and to enablers, human capital, and finance. Only through working together and the collective efforts of the industrial sector, the Alliance will accelerate the achievement of a net zero future. Currently, the members and the partners collaborate on 17 joint initiatives. Just to name, ongoing actions such as business network development, knowledge sharing, discussing safety standards, developing blueprints for solutions, launching digital knowledge platform called MI-8, and realizing initiatives on green project finance. Dear participants, I would like to conclude my presentation by sharing more on long-term strategy of the Alliance. The Alliance is operational. Working groups meet on a monthly basis. We have significantly grown the membership and take this opportunity to invite all companies active in decarbonization to join the Alliance. Currently, the members are discussing joint decarbonization commitment and setting up Alliance for Industrial Decarbonization target to 2030 to be adopted at a CEO roundtable to be held at the COP28 in Dubai. In the next phase, throughout this year, we will jointly work on great initiatives and further define our strategy to support achievements of measurable decarbonization targets, aiming to achieve tangible results. This work will support the members in accelerating their decarbonization project. This is the last slide, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kato, for your presentation. I now invite Ms. Smita Fokir to kindly present on the Global Program for Hydrogen in Industry.
Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, I'm Smita Fokir from the Climate Partnership and Division in UNIDO. I am here today to provide you with a short introduction of the UNIDO's global program for hydrogen in industry. So, the program is an umbrella project of all hydrogen-related projects which we have in UNIDO. It has two levels of intervention. At the global partnership level, we develop normative work, knowledge products, and coordination work. Then we also do development of country-specific projects, technical cooperation projects, at the national work level. Our work is mostly focused on accelerating local hydrogen production in countries, on accelerating the application of that hydrogen that's produced locally again, and also on accelerating the trade among countries for hydrogen and decarbonization of industry. Our work mostly focuses on policies, standards, financing, skills, coordination, and innovation. So at UNIDO, we really strongly believe in a just transition. That is one that powers the net zero industrialization in developing countries. But not only that, but that one that also brings about the economic development of a global south. So, as I mentioned before, we partner with key institutions for delivering normative work, like we do with ISO to develop an international standard for hydrogen, with IRENA and IDOS. We are developing a hydrogen policy toolkit, which will be showcased tomorrow, same time in Salao 3, in a side event. So you're welcome to join that one as well. And with the World Bank and Breakthrough Agenda, Hydrogen Agenda, we are working on financing. With GIZ and Hydrogen Europe on skills gap assessments. With UK Energy Innovation Facility, we are trying to accelerate the clean hydrogen-related innovations in developing countries. We are also partnering with the government of China to set up we've set it up already, the International Hydrogen Energy Center in Beijing that was launched in 2021. The center serves as a main knowledge partner for the global program, and it focuses on creation of hydrogen value chains, R&D, application of technologies, and the demonstration of key hydrogen technologies. So an example of our technical cooperation is the newly approved MI-8 project in China, where we aim to demonstrate green hydrogen applications in the transport and industrial sectors. UNIDO's intervention here consists of policy, standards, skills, innovation, modules. So, and future work, other GEF-8 projects that we have in the pipeline currently with World Bank and other DFIs are to enhance the technological readiness and institutional capacity for clean hydrogen in developing countries, where we seek to also demonstrate UNIDO's green hydrogen industrial cluster model in action. I would like to thank you all for your attention and look forward to hearing the rest of the debate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fokir, for your presentation. May I now invite Dr. Alan Modigan to kindly present on the Net Zero Industries mission.
Thank you. We all talk about global warming. This room is at least 5 degrees warmer than outside, and I'm sure 1.5 doesn't sound that daunting, but 5 certainly feels it. The Net Zero Industries mission is relatively new. It started in September when it was officially launched at the precedent event to this in Pittsburgh last year. Our action plan was released in March of this year. The general basis is to help accelerate industrial decarbonisation for that hardest 25% to abate. It covers off on a broad range of industry sectors: iron and steel, cement and lime, chemicals, refining, everything else that's high intensity smelting, for example. But it also covers multiple pathways and solutions, 7 in fact, of those decarbonisation technologies that need to be proven and becoming accepted by industry as viable, investable solutions for that overall industrial decarbonisation journey. As I said, our journey does span from research and development, has an enormous and very strong focus on those first demonstrations of technologies, but also on how those first demonstrations of technologies are actually accelerated to truly drive a rapid uptake by industry of a decarbonisation solution. To do that, we obviously focus on a heap of enabling conditions. Who are the stakeholders that can actually remove barriers, that assist and not just solve the problem or demonstrate that it can be done as a decarbonisation solution, but truly make it something, identify where the gaps are, where the linkages are, and where that collaboration and cooperation can actually make the biggest impact. That's what our mission's about. Now, our target message today, accelerating net zero ambitions through clean hydrogen for decarbonisation of the industrial value chain, that resonated incredibly well with us. On the right is a simple schematic. The customer journey, or rather the industry's journey in this case, for actual decarbonisation is an investment process. There's an enormous amount of work that needs to come together, whether it's finance, whether it's environmental approvals, whether it's technology viability and demonstration of its technical capability or its commercial readiness. The actual supply and demand curves to actually have feedstocks and products that are actually worthy, that validate that overall investment decision for the technology. But then the changes that need to actually happen, both in the skills to be able to engineer and build those technologies, but also to run and operate them, and what's it going to mean for the markets and the operations that actually relying on using these new technologies to generate the green steel or the green aluminium or new green chemical products that are going to be brought through. To do that, obviously we, as I said, have 7 different pathways. Our conversation today is obviously on low carbon hydrogen, so we'll skip that slide rather quickly because we know we're focusing on it. But from the mission's perspective, we're identifying the major stakeholders that can actually help us deal with that aim of accelerating net zero. Who can best manage the risks and the barriers that are actually faced? Doing the first green steel mill is a challenge in itself, in the number of partners, the number of problems, the number of stakeholders who are going to be involved. But then to actually set the ambition of saying, we don't need 1, we need 100, and we need it by 2040. How do we actually then make sure that we're sharing that knowledge, that we're sharing the risks, that we're actually enabling what is a massive community in just that one subsector to actually take up and adopt those technologies at scale much faster than would otherwise be possible. So, in summary, Net Zero Industries is very much about drawing upon the great work of our colleagues here on the stage and many other programs that you'll be hearing across the program, but it's bringing it together, making sure we focus on those stakeholders, making sure we actually focus on that journey that industry is actually going through to invest in and adopt those technologies, not for the first, but also for that subsequent scale uptake going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monaghan. I now request Mr. Niall Jacobson to please deliver his presentation on Australia's policy landscape and the Clean Hydrogen Mission.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Niall Jacobson, and I'm from the Department of Climate Change and Energy in Australia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, particularly to UNIDO, who allowed me to join the event. Today I'll be providing an overview of Australia's hydrogen policy landscape, followed by an update on Australia's work through the Clean Hydrogen Mission, where I have an exciting announcement to share with everyone. So to set the scene, Australia has committed to an ambitious target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 43% below 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. The government is taking a range of actions to achieve Australia's renewable energy powerhouse vision, and hydrogen plays a key role. Australia has a number of new policies which directly support new clean energy industries and the decarbonisation priorities of existing industries. This includes an investment of over 40 billion Australian dollars in expanding, modernising and upgrading Australia's electricity grid, and capturing opportunities in hydrogen, critical minerals and upstream industries. Supporting these ambitions, hydrogen will be a critical enabler in global and domestic decarbonisation, and Australia is well placed to develop a hydrogen production industry. So to help build the emerging hydrogen industry and reach our goal of becoming a global hydrogen powerhouse, Australian governments at the federal and state and territory levels have been undertaking a range of activities to support industry growth. We have a national hydrogen strategy to help guide industry development. First released in 2019, it's currently under review to position Australia as a major global hydrogen player by 2030. The government's newly announced $2 billion Hydrogen Head Start program will provide revenue support for large-scale renewable hydrogen projects through competitive hydrogen production contracts. By bridging commercial gaps, the contracts will put Australia on course for up to 1 gigawatt of electrolyser capacity by 2030. The Australian government has invested over $500 million in funding for hydrogen hubs, with additional funding contributed from state governments. The government is also developing a guarantee of origin scheme to support trade in clean hydrogen by informing customers about the emissions and other relevant attributes of the hydrogen they buy. The proposed scheme design draws on our work with the IPHE to ensure it's aligned with international approaches. We're also progressing a range of other initiatives, including working internationally to build supply chain linkages, the release of a national hydrogen infrastructure assessment, reviewing existing legislation, regulations and standards, and improving workforce skills and training. So moving on to Australia's work under Mission Innovation. Through the Storage and Distribution Working Group in the mission, Australia has collected case studies of best practice in innovation, development and demonstration of hydrogen storage and distribution. Today, we're excited to launch a global interactive map of these case studies. The aim of this is to accelerate progress towards a global clean hydrogen economy by developing a better understanding of available technologies, sharing global best practice and practical implementation knowledge, leveraging experience and driving informed discussion on the next major innovation challenges for scale-up. So far, 10 Mission Innovation member countries have contributed 42 case studies, and these have been placed in two categories, We have demonstration projects, which have significant industry involvement and are working towards commercialisation, and translational research, driven primarily by research institutions, but beyond small laboratory scale projects. Each case study has a location pin on the map where you can click to get more information about the project and links to relevant websites. The collection of case studies has highlighted some emerging trends, including that internationally there's been a focus on using pipelines to distribute hydrogen. The most common storage method for large-scale hydrogen is underground storage, and ammonia is so far the most popular liquid carrier being investigated. Australia will be hosting a few online workshops and will develop a brief analysis paper to share learnings from these case studies. Further details will be made available on the Mission Innovation website shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. With this, we come to the end of the opening session. And before we move on to the panel discussion, may I request the panelists for a group picture, please? Can we have the group picture, please? Yes, if you could. Thank you. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to the second part of the event, the panel discussion. Could I invite the moderator and the discussants for the panel discussion to please come up on the dais? Ms. Petra Schwager, Chief, Climate and Technology Partnerships Division, UNIDO. Mr. Laurent Antony, Executive Director, IPHE Secretariat. Mr. Keels Thonnet, Deputy Secretary General, Secretary of the Standardization Management Board, International Electrotechnical Commission. Dr. Roland Rouche, Director, Innovation and Technology Center, IRENA. Ms. Daria Nochevnik, Special Advisor, Hydrogen, COP28 Team, and Director, Policy and Partnerships, Hydrogen Council. And lastly, Dr. Prateek Swaroop Dash, Chief, Coal, Coke and Environment Research, R&D at Tata Steel. I now hand over to the moderator, Ms. Schwager.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting topic, and I see the room is full. So we are discussing here that we want to accelerate decarbonization of industries, applying clean hydrogen. But how do we do this? So we selected as a topic, as a key focus of this session, of the panel session, standards and conformity assessments. Because without knowing what we are producing, what we are selling, what we are trading, it will be very difficult to achieve global uptake of clean hydrogen in industries. And with this, we have two main focus. We have, on one hand, standards that are looking into the sustainability aspect, and on the other hand, we have the safety aspects. And this is what we are going to discuss. And a lot of the colleagues here on the panel are actually our partners, so I'm very happy at this. And I would like to also thank again to Reena, to Ms. Singh for co-hosting this event. It's always a pleasure to work together with Irina. So I will start with Laurent Antony. He is the Deputy Secretary, Executive Director. Thank you very much. I should have looked into my notes of IPHE. And IPHE is not an official standard organization, but you do a lot. I mean, you're not like ISO, but you work very closely with this. So can you tell us a little bit about your work? How are we going to upscale the standards?
Thank you very much, Petra. And first, thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Thank you to UNIDO. It's my great pleasure to be here in Goa. As mentioned, IPHE is a government-to-government partnership created 20 years ago, gathering today 23 countries plus the European Commission. India is a historical partner of IPHE, and exactly our target is really to foster collaboration between governments to develop a hydrogen economy. And among our activities is how can we facilitate hydrogen trade? And to do so, we need regulations. This is a key player. And first, before defining some regulations, we need to agree about definitions. We are speaking about green hydrogen, many colors of hydrogen, but everyone becomes now colorblind. So we are speaking using words. We need low carbon, renewable hydrogen. But what is the definition of this? So this was the first action, to agree on common definitions. And that's why I'm quite happy to announce that during this week, with different initiatives like IEA H2TCP, IRENA, also with collaboration with Hydrogen Council, with Power to X Hub, we will release this week 101 certification paper aiming at explaining terminology, that we are all speaking the same words, using the same words when we are speaking about regulation, certification of hydrogen. And then after that, we said once we have terminology, then we also need to agree on how to calculate the greenhouse gas emission. Because this is quite important now if we want to have some thresholds, to define some thresholds. Also, we first need to agree on how we are calculating. And everyone has to use the same methodology. And that's why at IPHE, we've started that activity now more than 3 years ago. And we have produced some guidelines. And as you mentioned, Petra, really, IPHE is not a standard developing organization. We are not an ICO, we are not ISO, we are not IC. So we cannot claim developing an international standard. That's why we call our document a guideline. And this guideline aims at defining a methodology to calculate the greenhouse gas emissions when considering hydrogen production, conversion and conditioning, and transportation up to the consumption point. Because as you know, you will produce hydrogen, but you might not use that hydrogen where you have produced it. You have to transport. And to transport, you have either to convert it into ammonia, LOHC, and others, and then to transport to the consumption point. And to have a full picture and to have a fair comparison, we need to take all that into account. And that's why we released a first version 2 years ago, a second version last year, and by the end of this month, we should release the final version of this guideline, including transportation. But as mentioned, as we are not an SDO, so that's why we were quite happy now working on a government level to hand that document over to ISO. So ISO now has created a specific working group under the ISO TC 197 Subcommittee 1, the working group 1, and the objective is really to develop now one international standard on how to calculate the carbon footprint from the well to the consumption gate. So, and now with that document, we should then all be able worldwide to compare apples with apples when we are considering hydrogen. And what is important, it is colorblind. We are agnostic regarding the primary energy used, regarding the technological pathway you have used to produce that hydrogen or transport that hydrogen. Because what is important is the carbon footprint of the hydrogen you are using to create the trust to the customer. I am really using clean hydrogen, yes and no. I want to know that, and that's why I need also to have confidence. If we say it's clean, it's really clean, because we used a transparent methodology. And so this is the way IPHE was developing the document. As been mentioned, the Australian government is already trying to implement that. Also, US mentioned that, and the G7 mentioned that document also during the last energy ministerial meeting in April. And this is one way now to be happy to work with ISO to continue, I would say, this collaboration by implementing new production pathways or new way of conditioning of hydrogen. So this is a way now IPHE is doing to facilitate really the creation of hydrogen economy on that topic.
Thank you very much. Does the mic work? Otherwise, I have to take it away from you. Sorry, I didn't want to do this. Excellent work, and I think it's so important that your work flies into the ISO standard and that we are avoiding this duplication. And allow me to make some announcements also in the name of UNIDO. We have a collaboration agreement with ISO, and we are going to host in Vienna the TC 197 working group, where hopefully at the end we will all have an agreement on how to measure the greenhouse gas emissions, first in production, but then also across the value chain. So very important. First we need to know how to do it, and then we can set up the standard. Thank you very much. Let me now announce Mr. Gilles Tonnet. He is the Deputy Secretary General of the Standardization Management Board of the International Electrotechnical Commission. I had to look into my notes. So your organization is a bit similar to ISO, but you are looking more into the safetiness and into the energy supply. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what you're doing in hydrogen? How does your work fly into what we just discussed? Thank you.
Looks like only one mic is working. So, yes, well, first of all, thanks to UNIDO and IRENA for setting up this session. Well, indeed, just a few words about the IEC, just to set the scene. Indeed, we are very similar to ISO, sometimes called a bit of a sister organization. The International Electrotechnical Commission is a global, neutral, independent organization focusing on standards, international standards, but also conformity assessment system. And that's really important to understand that those are, let's say, two sides of the same coin. Having standards without means to verify them is kind of meaningless. And if you want to have, of course, solid conformity assessment systems, you also need very robust standards. So the focus of the IEC, since its foundation in 1906, actually quite some time by Lord Kelvin, you may remember your physics courses, is electrical, electronics, and information technology. So it's quite broad. And basically, we gather 20,000 experts across the world to make standards, but we also run 4 conformity assessment systems. And one of those systems, IEC-EX, is of relevance to hydrogen technologies. As I said, we collaborate a lot with ISO. Actually, IEC-EX decided to start 2 years ago activities for the testing and certification of hydrogen systems, but I will come back to that. One thing perhaps which is important to remember is that IEC, like ISO, standards are voluntary. So we don't make laws, we don't make regulations. However, we provide governments or regulators across the world with the tools or toolbox, if you want, to make their own regulations and laws based on IEC or ISO standards. I think that's really important to understand this. Now, among the 4 conformity assessment systems, as I mentioned, IEC-EX is the one relevant for hydrogen systems. IEC-EX basically provide a global platform for a harmonized approach to testing and certification of equipment, services, but also personal competence in explosive environments. So the scheme was founded in 1996, so has been about 27 years of experience to basically certify, test and certify products in environments like refueling stations, manufacturing processes, paint workshops, but also the whole value chain from generation, so production, storage, dispensing and use of all kind of liquids, gas present in hazardous environments. And that, of course, includes hydrogens. So the IEC-EX system itself doesn't actually do the testing and the certification, but it's recognizing what we call certification bodies across the world. There are about 100 certification bodies recognized, and those bodies across the world can deliver certificates, again, for equipments, for services, but also for personnel. So far, there are about 140,000 of those certificates delivered in 90 countries. The benefits of having this global system is, of course, that the cost of testing and certification is much lower. You have, of course, a fast market reaction, and also it instills international confidence. And that's, of course, very critical in an area like hydrogen, when there are, of course, obvious safety concerns. Having this international confidence based on a solid certification system is really paramount. One last benefit I should mention is that there's also an online certificate database maintained by the IEC. Everyone can have access, can check, can consult all existing certificates to make sure that they are valid, so you can really trust the system. Now, coming back to let's say, hydrogen technologies, 2 years ago, IEC-EX started a new working group called Working Group 19 to start doing testing and certification against ISO and IEC standards. So we mentioned ISO 197 as being the main ISO technical committees looking at hydrogen. There's also the IEC TC 105 on fuel cell technologies, where Laurent is actually the chair. So this working group is now focusing on 3 main items: the certification of personnel, based again on ISO and IEC standards, the certification of equipment for hydrogen dispensing systems, and also the certification of stationary and portable fuel cells. So there's a lot of activities ongoing. I should also mention that, and that's of course especially important for government and regulators, that the UN is also recommending through its common regulatory arrangements the reference and the use of international standards from ISO and IEC, and also the IEC-EX conformity assessment systems when it comes to hydrogen technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we need some ISO standards here for our our standards. Thank you so much. It sounds very complicated, but I think it's very necessary because we do the same in the same manner.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question, Petra. I think standards are extremely important, and standards help to kind of concentrate and brings the costs down inside. So the capacity addition standards were very helpful. Also the preparedness of the financial sector to invest into renewables was, and standards are very important for the bankers. That helped a lot, and also the innovation, to bring the innovation in a direction to bring down the costs and to increase the capacity factors and to make the technology robust is a thing that happened due to standards. IRENA kind of worked very closely together with ISO and ISE in cooperation and a look on the perspectives of the renewable energies and the importance of these standards for renewable energies. And clearly this is important for innovation. Also we have to see a little bit where we are entering now. With the decarbonization of the end-use sectors, we need green hydrogen. We would need 60 gigawatts of green hydrogen, 60 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030, and finally we would need 5,700 by 2050. And this is a huge growth path, and we are not going to be successful if we go into this growth path without standards. So standards on standards, and if we follow such a growth path, it is important that is necessary to ease, let's say, the integration of electrolyzers into and integrate into the energy systems, and also allow the renewable energies, they are part of the variability. They need to better integrate those things to play, and IRENA is also engaging this field together with ISO and IEC to cooperate to make sure that the aspects of renewable energies in this transition to indirect electrification and decarbonizing the end-use sector is coming to the scale we need, and make sure that the systems are working. And not only, let's say, in developed countries, also in developing countries. And the developing countries on the power generation side, they have already done a lot. I think on the operation and maintenance sides, there is more to be done. Operate at lower cost and can operate more robust also in difficult environments.
For those who don't know the Hydrogen Council, it represents 150 of them, not only. And heard a lot, we have discussed a lot about.
If I were to respond with one word, it would be alignment and great info in IEC. I think take presidency on hydrogen and COP28 presidency sees standards and certification as an absolutely critical priority for on the non-negotiated, thanks to the work of IPHE, of ISO, and of course UNIDO playing an important role in supporting this initiative. We also see that there is a need for ongoing greater for hydrogen that emerge across different jurisdictions to talk to each other. Appreciate that there are already different certification schemes emerging that countries make with respect to the type of hydrogen and derivatives that they're developing domestically and those that they would like to import or export. But mutual recognition has indeed been identified as a critical enabler for developing a global hydrogen economy and hydrogen. That was most recently highlighted, of course, in the G7 Energy Ministerial technical cooperation and again, the launch of the one agencies for technical solution and how this work can be carried through going forward. But definitely that topic of certification and pursuing mutual recognition is absolutely critical alongside the continued work on unlocking not only environmental but also socio-economic, a horizontal supporting global standards and developing solutions on the software side, like on the certification side, that allow for the creation of those global ecosystems. So I will pause here, but alignment is probably, and greater coordination would be the key word.
Socioeconomic standards, because after all, we have to see what does hydrogen, green hydrogen bring for the exporting or for the producer countries? What is the value added there? How can we also contribute to building up the national net zero industries in those countries? And this is also a focus of UNIDO's work. What are the standards needed? How are we going to work with water? What is in it for the surrounding populations? Will they have access to water? What do we, on your
you know, and it is being talked about since morning that industry. There are two perspectives. One is, I will first touch upon this carbon direct abundance. So you know that steel is typically or mostly made in the, if you want to reduce iron origin into the blast furnace recently for 4 days almost. So through Fort US, and it is one of the largest scale that hydrogen that we injected into the blast furnace. That was a trial. We wanted to avoid from we can inject. In fact, natural gas can be injected, but you know, in Indian perspective, you'll see that natural gas availability is an issue, and that too at cost. So it needs to be below $6 per MMBTU. And if you want hydrogen, it needs to be below $1.5, and that is how it is. And currently, green electricity through electrolyzer route is available only at $6. So all this aspect needs to be looked into. So since natural gas is not available for DRI as well as for injection, then into biohydrogen, that can be one option, as well as any other alternate source of hydrogen, methanol. So that is going to be very, very critical for any route per se. Hydrogen would be methanol. So that is going to be very, very critical for any route per se. Hydrogen would be extremely essential. Even if you go to SAF route from ethanol or anything, also that hydrogen would be required. So to answer to your question is that we need a lot of hydrogen. So if it is available at scale, at low cost, then definitely a steel industry can be a very good, you know, the CO2 can be completely eliminated if provided hydrogen is available. There are pathways, but 0 by 2000, the absolute values to start with, at parallel energies, which can be utilized to, you know, decarbonize or look for alternative iron making technologies, as well as for countries that will be very much essential to, you know, get subsidies with regard to technology demonstration, not only yet. Apart from that, I would like to touch upon here a few things is that in India, particularly Ministry of Steel and other ministry is taking a lot of efforts. So there are 13 committees that has been set up for green steel manufacturing. So I have been part of a few of the committees. So things are being discussed and debated, and there is an excellent effort. National Hydrogen Mission has been set up apart from fossil-based fuels. So that needs to be also looked into. So in totality, and that has to come fast. If you need to move, you know, or accelerate the net zero target, then obviously this will be very, very critical.
Alignment, of course, but even I would say important way is how can we communicate all this information, all this knowledge to new adopters to developing countries, and not to, and as you mentioned, that is very important, not to let people behind, but be as inclusive as possible from the beginning. And once everyone can take what has been done by others, it will be
direct, not like this we have with UNECE, with this common reg. Actually, the agency makes recommendations to reference to international standards. Because at the end of the day, it's really a question of not only alignment, but of trust. I think we're really talking about trust. We talked a lot about, and the same should happen also for the hydrogen economy. And that's also why we have developed this new working group in the ICEX system. And again, from a government perspective, we are basically offering a framework. Everyone has a place in the whole value chain. We're here to help, to support government and regulators.
Thank you very much. Yeah, definitely. You need the cooperation with governments. You need to provide them with the tools, with the instruments that then this can be taken up in the national legislation, of course. Yeah, thank you so much. Roland, I would like to come back to innovation. Innovation is a driver for hydrogen. What is IRENA doing? What are your plans for the next years to drive innovation on hydrogen at the global level, but maybe in specific in developing and transition countries?
Yes, thank you for the question, Petra. That's a very important part, and it connects to what I explained before. No, we will see this tremendous ramp up of the electrolyzer capacity of 5,700 gigawatt. So this will be renewable based. It will need 25,000 terawatt hours of electricity produced from renewables, which is about 10% of for this now. Right? Big figures, and let's say to achieve this, it is very important to set up to create the right setup, and a big part of this is going to happen also in developing countries. So 25% of this 520 million. That is a very important element in not looking only into the standards, which is of course, let's say, the involvement of ISO and IEC. It also, let's say, looks at the quality metrology institutes, setting up the policies to develop those processes, that there is a quality infrastructure in place which brings down the cost for the green hydrogen production, which brings down the capex, and which creates an environment that allows to have visionaries in the countries. And this is going to help to stabilize, let's say, the developments related to a green hydrogen economy to the extent we need it, which is quite substantial. But if you take the power generation part into it, we need a very systematic approach where standardization, quality infrastructure, and the institutional environment plays an important role. And the developing countries have to be part of this, and I think more projects as the one we are doing know what to do to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ron, don't put the micro down yet. What are the 3 most important innovations that we need to look at?
I think we are very availability to produce green hydrogen, and then it is also related, and that needs some attention. So we have just launched with the European Commission 4 weeks ago our innovation landscape report, and one element of this innovation landscape report looks into the integration and the smart electrification and the use of electrolyzers in the energy systems. And there we see, let's say, that the full integration and basically using excess electricity in the systems for the electrolyzers does not, let's say, the technology of the electrolyzer does not allow this to drive up and down the electrolyzers all the time. And let's say to find innovations that the electrolyzers are more flexible in this regard to be part of the existing energy system and play well with the variability of the renewable energies is a key part of it. And then, of course, I think very important is also the workforce around all this, you know. So we have to build the infrastructure. That's less an innovation, but it will need innovation. We have to build the ports, the hubs, the ships to transport the green hydrogen is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you touched upon an important issue, the skills, no? And also we have joined up with Hydrogen Europe. At the moment, there is a skills gap analysis ongoing in the European market, but of course this needs to be done at global level. So we are looking into now starting the first skills mapping in some of our partner countries where we are having technical cooperation programs. And I think this is also a topic that the Hydrogen Council looks into it quite thoroughly. Daria, we heard about infrastructure, and I know this was not a question that we had prepared, but I know about the infrastructure and wrapping it up and standardization there is highly important. So what's your take on this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Petra. Yeah, absolutely critical topic has been developed very much in silo. And what you can do indeed with hydrogen is in power, the historically siloed markets for power, gas, and liquid fuels downstream. But in order to do that, there is important work, for example, as fuel, or you could use it to as an auxiliary service to balance the grid. And then the question is your market design allowing for that, right? So from market design perspective, can you actually do that? Do you have to be able to do that? And I think that these are also interesting questions that are emerging in it, not only from the hardware perspective, but from the software and again market design perspective. How do we bridge the historical silos that have been created across power, gas infrastructure, and liquid fuels to have a more integrated system that allows for more cost-effective outcomes and ultimately outcomes that will accelerate our transition to net zero. So just an additional thought, we need probably more system thinking when we think about the future and integration of hydrogen in our different markets across geographies.
Thank you very much. Question to Tata still. What are the three main innovations that you see for hydrogen? If I may give you the same question as Roland. And then elaborating further, how do you see the uptake of green goods? What can be done to accelerate this?
You know that, of course, hydrogen main innovation that you are talking about, one would be definitely developing the necessary infrastructure to inject hydrogen into the blast furnace or alternative route of iron making. So for that, actually, we need to look from the perspective of not only the hydrogen generation, which is through electrolyzer, it is proven and done, but most of the steel plants are located at crowded places. So if you want to inject hydrogen, the electrolyzer has to be near the blast furnaces. And you know the space that is required for electrolyzers. So we are just one day wondering that if you want to completely, partly decarbonize Tata Steel, the main plant Jamshedpur, you may be knowing that the whole of Jamshedpur has to be utilized for installing the electrolyzers itself. So the renewable energy can be elsewhere. Like, the quantity that is required is huge. For each kg of hydrogen that is required, almost 40 megawatts, 100 megawatt energy will be required for 40 kg of hydrogen generation. So, and for that, renewables will be almost 3 times, let us say, if it is solar. So the renewable energy source can be elsewhere. It can be there in Rajasthan as well. But thing is that electrolyzer has to be near the blast furnace. So for that, space is going to be a big issue that needs to be thought of. If it is so. So then other would be the hydrogen that will be required and the kind of methanol unit that has to be installed. That requires huge amount of space and of course a lot of energy. On the same page, you need to understand the steel industry perspective as well as the hydrogen generation technology those who are providing that needs to be developed. So that is very, very important.
Thank you very much. We're coming to the last round now, and I would like to ask you to be very brief, one sentence. How do you see this next 3 years in regard to standards, and what would you like to see?
Thank you. Great question. As mentioned by Gilles, standards are seen as a tool to facilitate development of hydrogen. And it has to be seen as a tool to help governments to fix rules, to fix legislations, but of all which have to be implemented by industry. So it's really one.
Well, I'm afraid Laurent stole most of what I was going to say, but no, I fully agree. in addition, I would say, yeah, I think it's really important to raise awareness, and that's our collective duties about the need for international standards and conformity assessment, because that's really the key to increase confidence and trust. So we really need to work together and increase this awareness. Thank you.
Just to add to that, I think those are excellent points. Yeah, greater cooperation, facilitating the uptake of these international standards at national level, translating them into national legislation, ensuring greater experts from developing countries can participate in the standard setting process will be absolutely critical in the years to come. Thank you.
I think it is very clear that it is very important to understand if the decarbonization of the end-use sector should happen, we need green hydrogen. It is clear that at the moment there's about 25 countries very strongly engaged.
Cost that is going to be the most important thing for steel industry or any other industry perspective, I would say. So if it is available and some premium is available for green steel, so the pathway can be accelerated, definitely.
You did an excellent job. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to the panel. Allow me to, at the end, also to invite you to the launch of the International Hydrogen Trade Forum, talking about cooperation, talking about applying standards that we are going to launch on Saturday. It's an initiative driven by the government of Netherlands and the UAE, and we at UNIDO will have the pleasure to coordinate this at global level and apply what we are talking about now. Have a wonderful afternoon. I hope we were not too long, but you all stayed, so it was an interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
Before we close the session and we have the group picture, I would just very quickly, on behalf of ours, quickly close the session and thank the panelists for their presentations and their remarks. And on behalf of all the co-organizers, I would thank the audience for attending the session. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The group picture. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant rest of the day.
I invite Sri Ghansam Prasad ji, Chairperson, CEM, Ministry of Power, Government of India. Please give a round of applause to him. I also invite Julie Rotor, Private Sector Specialist, International Solar Alliance. Please welcome him. I also invite Sandhya Sundar Raghavan, Lead Energy Transition at WRI. I also invite Mr. Akshay Singhal, CEO, Log9 Materials. Please give a round of applause to all the speakers. We have representation from across the globe, from different countries and also from private and international organizations. So let's brainstorm about how global collaboration can lead energy storage adoption both in the clean energy, maybe for the both for grid scale and behind the meter application. Similarly for the clean transportation, it may be from two-wheeler to electric buses and heavy duties. So I hand over the session to moderate to Dr. Rahul Walawalkar to set the context for the session, then for the panel discussion. Invite Dr. Rahul.
Thank you very much, Devi, and thank you for all for joining us for this important discussion. Again, as we keep on talking about clean energy transition, I think over last decade, energy storage has started getting more and more importance, and now it's good to see that it is getting also acknowledged very widely. Earlier, it used to be one of the fringe or one of the niche technologies, whereas now going to make this energy transition possible. Cassius, can we have the presentation? So again, this session is mainly focusing on global collaborations for accelerating both clean stationary storage as well as e-mobility applications. As Debbie mentioned, I am Rahul Walawalkar, founder and president of India Energy Storage Alliance, as well as president and managing director of Customized Energy Solutions. And one of the key things what we need to look at it is that traditionally most of the technologies which have made it big, be it solar photovoltaic, be it even lithium-ion batteries, it has taken us almost 30 to 40 years for these technologies to commercialize and reach a scale where these are become mainstream solutions. So again, many times we think about solar photovoltaic or lithium ion and we think that, okay, it is just in last 10 years, suddenly these technologies have emerged and they have scaled up. Whereas practically, if you see, most of these technologies were invented in 1970s. They were used for certain niche applications, and then it has taken almost 40 years for scaling up the supply chain manufacturing capability, which has resulted in the reduction in the cost. And now we are talking about many technologies, including alternative technologies such as sodium-based, the long-duration technologies, green hydrogen, which all of them have great potential for accelerating clean energy transition. But we are expecting that suddenly these technologies will be available at hundreds of gigawatt-hour scale deployment by end of this decade. That leaves us with less than 7 years to actually figure out all the manufacturing scaling up. And that's something which is, again, we can do it. I'm not saying we cannot do it, but I'm very sure that we cannot do it if we just keep on working on the way we have worked in past. We have to figure out what are the ways where we can leapfrog. We cannot look at just incremental innovation or incremental policies. We need to have transformative policies. The other aspect which I think COVID has brought to the light is that there was a focus maybe 10 years back where the focus was just on scaling up manufacturing and bringing down the cost. And that's a part where China was seen as a source for achieving it most efficiently, and many countries lost the manufacturing race to China. And in fact, many times when you see academic research papers or even papers from NREL or other agencies, you have almost two cost trajectories for technologies like say photovoltaic or wind, where you see one trajectory in which Western countries ended up achieving cost reduction and one inflection point where maybe China stepped in and you suddenly have a much steeper cost reduction. But that has led to now having concentration of anywhere from 80 to 90% in supply chain in China. And what COVID has shown is that relying on any one country for such supply chain concentration could be disruptive for the world. And we are now looking at Europe, US, as well as India, and few of the other countries looking at developing domestic value chain so that we avoid these type of a super concentration. I think we need to learn from the experience of scaling up this manufacturing, and I think China has done a lot of positive things which has made this transition possible. But going forward, we need to look at it in a different way in terms of looking at the complete supply chain. Now, traditionally, what has happened is like the energy storage industry, the way at least I look at it, a lot of it credit goes to US, where I think US Energy Storage Association was founded by Department of Energy with support from industry back in 1993. And it was still almost like 2003, 2005 when we used to have annual conferences of ESA. It used to have maybe not more than the people who are there in this room. And then suddenly, like after 2007-8, when the policy started taking effect, we started seeing certain change, and I'll have a more detailed slide on that. But starting 2009, we started seeing almost every year 1 or 2 storage alliances started taking place in different regions, and that ended up leading substantial activity around the globe. There are things where again, although most of these associations are national and they are working on within their sort of a geographical thing, ultimately markets are global. There are various applications where we can actually learn from each other, because otherwise many times with policymakers, there is a tendency that let's try to do a pilot or demonstration project in our region, whereas most of the things which you want to achieve from demonstration projects is already achieved somewhere else. Now, if you can learn from that, and if you can actually fast track the adoption in other regions, then that could be game changer. That can provide the kind of manufacturing scale which is required. And that's where we think that collaboration around the globe is very essential. With this, again, objective, what has happened is that this is just some examples of what I mentioned in terms of the policy development. Here is example of US, where after 20 years of creation of ESA and some of the work which happened at federal level, the market really started taking off from, say, 2011, when FERC Order 755, which created ancillary service market, which was a trigger point for getting a lot of deployment of batteries like lithium ion or advanced lead acid batteries in the grid. And then later on, when FERC Order 841 and 2222 came up, then other applications started coming up, and we started seeing a lot of large tenders, which has now made US a very vibrant market. Same thing in India. We created IESA back in 2012 with a goal of creating awareness about energy storage, and later on in 2015 upgraded our mission to make India a global hub for manufacturing. But it has also taken us more than 10 years to convince policymakers and regulators to enact certain steps, because especially in a democracy, you have to take both states as well as central government together. And we'll have Mr. Ghanashyam Prasad, who will share more details about what are the steps which have been taken, which is now making India a very attractive destination for large-scale deployment. But it has taken in India also almost 10 plus years of debates and discussions on how storage can go forward. But to take it forward, we need to learn from each other, and with that objective, Global Energy Storage Alliance back in 2017 created World Energy Storage Day, which gets celebrated on 22nd September. So I'll request all of you to mark your calendar for this. On this day, if you visit energystorage.org, we host a global conference with more than 150 top speakers who share insights across 4 regions. So region 1 covering China to Australia, region 2 predominantly Indian subcontinent and Russia, region 3 covering Europe, Middle East, Africa, and region 4 covering North and South America, where we cover stationary storage, e-mobility, green hydrogen, and manufacturing and supply chain as 4 topics. And you will hear developments, and typically last year we had more than 5,000 delegates participating from 110 countries. So our goal is to use platforms like WSD to try to make sure that we are not limited in talking about these technology adoption just in maybe 10 or 15 countries, but we can go from 10 to 120 or 150 countries within this next 4 or 5 years. World Bank has also launched the Energy Storage Partnership in 2018, which has done an amazing job. They have brought together more than 50 organizations working around the globe. And we were just, Julia and me, we were there, and Alexa, we were there just 2 weeks back in UK, where we saw a lot of improvements which have happened in that. One of the key areas we need to focus on is skill development, Because many times when we talk about storage, we talk about, oh, technology is costly, it is in early stage, we need to work on cost reduction. But cost reduction is not going to happen just on manufacturing side. Lot of the levelized cost reduction for storage will happen when so skill development is perhaps going to be the biggest challenge most of the countries are going to face when we are looking at this fast adoption, particularly if you want to be anywhere close to the 2030 targets which have been announced by different countries. And that's where with support from World Bank, IESA has launched this Virtual Energy Storage Academy, which you can visit the IESA website, and under Academy you can see the link for that. Again, this presentation will be shared with all, so you can visit there. And there are 3 modules which are currently launched, and we'll be adding more modules. First module talks about the policy and regulatory considerations for deploying stationary energy storage in developing countries. Second module talks specifically about mini grids or microgrids and learning from practitioners from almost 30 different countries. And the last one is looking at how to integrate e-mobility in mini grids or in islands where it can be a game changer. So again, please feel free to utilize these resources which are available from IESA Academy, and these are available for free of cost. So with this, I won't take too much of time. I think we have a very power-packed panel. So without further delay, I would request Shri Ghanasham Prasad ji to share his insights and some of the work which he has led over last particularly 4 years through first Ministry of Power and now as a chairman of CEA, which is creating a vibrant market in India. And I'm pretty sure that many of the other developing countries can take the example from India and use it for accelerating adoption and getting right policies for their countries. So, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Let me first thank ISA to accommodate me for this particular session in a very quick notice. In fact, storage has been very close to my heart when I entered into the space of policy making in Ministry of Power a few years back. In fact, Rahul did mention that India also took around 10 to 11 years to come to this stage, but was happy to know that at least world took around 30 years to come to this stage. So India is still much faster than this. But definitely there were nuances. Let me admit that nuances, particularly with respect to how storage is going to be treated in the Indian context. Does our law permit it? What are the nuances? Because as per the Bible, what we consider as Electricity Act 2003 does not mention a word about the storage in that entire act. So we started thinking that shall we wait till amending the act and then start doing something on this storage space, or shall we really move on? Then we could take a clue from hydro pump storage, because that is already there in the country, and we are already using storage as a hydro pump storage, even though it is not mentioned exclusively in the act. So we can take that leverage and start doing something on this particular space. Then certain clarifications that was required, those clarification we mentioned. Then the question came, do they require license? They do require no license and all. So we kept them for the ease of doing business. We said that, okay, for making any storage, there's no license will be required to go forward. And that is how the journey started. Whenever we came, or whenever ISA or any other such organizations gave us a problem, we tried to resolve those problems. It did take some time for resolution of those issues. But I presume now, Rahul, I think from policy and regulatory space, we are almost done, if I am not mistaken. So far, I don't have any pending issues, particularly with respect to the storage space, as far as the ministry concerned. But definitely, as we go along, we'll try to keep on reforming it. Of course, these are again starts coming in. We started thinking that, okay, policy is fine, but then where are we going to use these storage in the Indian context? Do we really require these storage capacity into the system? We did our studies. We did optimal studies for 2030, 32. Then we are also now doing for 47 as well. The report of 47 is not yet out, but we have internally done in Central Electricity Authority, and those reports will be published quite soon. We started seeing that the major requirement in the country is going to be coming from 26, 27 onwards in the storage space. We thought that, okay, even if it is going to come in that time frame, maybe 27, 28 or 26, 27 onwards, why not we prepare ourselves? Because there are so many stakeholders who has to deal with this kind of a technology and see how it behaves into the system. And particularly the grid operator, I think I could see Grid India also representatives here sitting. So how they use it. Then we started thinking, can we integrate it with the renewable generation itself? Because they keep on complaining about the variability and balancing, etc. So can we mandate them certain part with the RE, particularly solar and wind, so that they don't face the issues of deviation settlement, etc., etc. Coming from generation, then we also entered into the space of transmission, because what we were finding is if we simply build a transmission system for evacuating solar, we are not utilizing the transmission in a right manner or in an appropriate manner because of the low CUF of the solar as well as wind throughout the country, throughout the year. So we said that, okay, why not we integrate the planning of transmission along with the planning of the storage itself. And this is one showcase we did it in case of Ladakh. We have already planned a system wherein we will be putting up 13 gigawatt of solar, but the transmission line will only be for 5 gigawatt, which means that the balance will try to take care through the storage element itself. So that's the kind of innovative approach now we have started adopting in the Indian planning system. That means we don't plan as in isolation, we plan as a system as a whole. Then came towards the distribution segment of it, and in distribution also we are trying to now see that we must try to focus more on the distributed energy generation. And if I have to do that, because we want to also avoid transmission to a larger extent and try to see that wherever it is produced, it is used. And if I have to do that, I'll have to put some storage right at the consumer point itself. These three being the major applications, we also started seeing about the ancillary services, which will be required as we go along into the system, and that will be a major requirement of all the load dispatch centers. We have a state load dispatch centers as well as RLDCs and NLDCs, that is regional and national load dispatch centers. All of them will require certain amount of capacity kept in reserves for them, so that they are able to meet the reserves requirement as well as balancing requirement and the ancillary services itself. So coming to the use cases from the policy side, regulatory and regulatory side as well, then comes the what are the options right now that is available to us. And as of now, what we see is the options mainly concentrates on the battery energy storage or the hydro pump storage. And the third element that comes is the hydrogen, and wherein on all the three space we are moving almost parallelly, and we are trying to see that we harness all the three resources as of now. And maybe any new technology that comes into the storage space going forward, we'll try to grab that as well. Now the next point that comes is the buyer or the user of the storage system. And what we realized is until less the user themselves feel the demand of this using of this storage system, probably the things will not happen in India. So in that space, now we have mandated, I think some of you who have been tracking Indian policies, we have already mandated our DISCOMs to do a resource adequacy plan. And this has been made in terms of a long duration, that means for a horizon of 5 years to 10 years, and an operational plan as well, which will be done by the load dispatch centers on a year basis. That means right from they have to ensure the adequacy of resources starting from 1 day to 1 year. So which means that everybody will now be able to really point out that, okay, this is the time period or this is the time zone wherein they will be requiring certain amount of storage system as well. And this is what we have seen, that in spite of the fact that we have been very aggressive in adding solar, we found that there is now a skew between the solar hours and the non-solar hours. We did make an effort to shift the demand from the evening peak to the to the day peak, we have been successful to some extent. To some extent, by that I mean is we have already succeeded in shifting the peak which used to occur in the evening hours to day hours now, and our Indian peak now occurs coincidental with the solar hours, which is very, very good, and we must make that effort to do this part. That is how even this year also, when we approached 223 gigawatt, that was the highest peak that India experienced this year, and that happened around 3 p.m. In the country. But the challenge now has started coming is during the non-solar hours, even though our peak requirement has reduced during the evening hours, but we don't have the capacity to match that kind of a requirement. And that is where again the storage is going to play a major roles. But then somebody will have to do this analysis in a manner that he also realizes the use cases of it. And that is how we have mandated all the DISCOMs, and they will have to come out with this. CA, as we are driving these states to do the pilots initially, so that at least they are aware about their resources what they need, and particularly pointing out towards the storage element of it. So our resource adequacy is slightly different than what probably European Union or the US is doing as of now, because we have now integrated this RE plan also along with the resource adequacy plan. So there is going to be a detailed RE plan which will also entail that what is the quantum of solar, wind, hybrid, or the storage that will be required for the balancing of that grid. So this is the comprehensive plan that is being prepared, and we have already done for 7 states as of now. And next 2 months we will be completing for all the major states going forward. One of the major challenges that is going to come, and which will also push the storage element, is because now every CNI consumers and who is in a major production line, they are also concentrating on green product. So if you are targeting about the green product, say for example even the green hydrogen, they require 24/7 green electricity, and that's a challenge. Solar hours is limited, wind in Indian condition is limited to 4 to 5 months only. You don't have wind throughout the year. Then what is left out is you are left out with the hydro or hydro pump storage. They will also suffice to some hours, but definitely not 24 hours. So you will have some period which will be left out to you, wherein you will have no option but to plan for some kind of a storage. We have done some studies in CA, and we are trying to take out the products on RE-RTC space. That means renewable energy on round-the-clock basis. That's one product, and with a different type of utilization factor into this. We are also trying to come out with some more products which will be exclusively for, say, commercial consumers who requires power from, say, 10 a.m. to, say, 11 or 12 p.m. as such. Similarly, there will be some kind of industry who will be running in 1 shift or 2 shift, and they will also require green power. So there will be different type of products that can be thought about, and those products can be bidded out. Earlier, we used to bid out a product like, say, something which used to be a common product for 25 years. So that kind of a concept will have to change. We'll have to innovate these kind of products so that we meet the requirement of the consumers who is really going to use this kind of resources. And I feel that RE-RTC, particularly renewable energy on the round-the-clock basis, or specific products based on the need of the consumers, I think that's going to drive further for the energy storage space. So I think this is where we are. I'll just give a small brief on where we are and how we are progressing well. We have already done these studies, as I mentioned to you, that up to 47 we have already done. The numbers are already there, but definitely we'll try to achieve those numbers as well going forward. Some bidding has also been done. I think they are in the pipeline, but that's a peanut. Probably we need to multiply many times as we go along. With that remark, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very comprehensive but brief overview. Again, I have mentioned this earlier, but again, although we complain a lot, but I think everyone in the ISA is very grateful for your thought leadership and also the steps which have been taken. I think, yes, we have come quite far ahead, and we hope that we can now go from these steps to the implement. Depends on what we do in next 12 or 18 months. We cannot wait for 2028 or 29 for suddenly try to implement hundreds of gigawatt hour of technologies if we don't build the capacity in the industry for doing that. So we'll keep on requesting your support on an ongoing basis. Now I would like to request Alex to join and share a perspective from a broader perspective. I think he's playing a key role at the International Solar Alliance in looking at how solar is going to be transforming for multiple countries. And again, he's one of the strongest advocates for looking at RE plus storage. So again, I won't spoil some of his thoughts ahead of it, but Alex, handing it platform to you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Walawalkar, and thank you so much, Mr. Prasad, for that excellent presentation. I'm really excited to hear about this resource adequacy assessment already being done for 7 states, and hope to continue to collaborate on that. So I first want to talk a little bit about mini grids. So this is something, ISA is actually releasing a report on this tomorrow morning. And this is a pilot installation we've done for a healthcare center in Guyana. And so I think, particularly when we're talking global collaboration, this is something where, India with companies like, Husk Power, OMC Power, Tata Power, have taken a lot of leadership on the mini grid space. And in Latin America and Africa, there's a lot of lessons to be learned. So basically, please do come and see the report tomorrow. But one of the key outputs is that, if you're at a particular distance away from the main grid, or below a particular population size, it's more economic to do a mini grid using solar plus storage than it is to do a grid connectivity. This is, of course, the Modera Sun Temple in Gujarat, India. And here, they've actually integrated not just the solar and storage, but also kind of the whole kind of smart city, including EV charging from the solar. And kind of one of the interesting aspects here is, the cost of the supply is 9.2 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's about 8 rupees a kilowatt hour. But this is actually cheaper than the cost of getting the supply to remote areas in India. And this is important to understand. Mr. Prasad mentioned this transmission savings for this product in Ladakh. This is also true of distribution. So even if the cost of, let's say, coal power generation is 5 rupees a kilowatt hour, getting that coal power generation to a remote village in India is 8 or 9 or 10. And so building a mini grid is actually an economic solution. And this is even more true in less population dense countries. So for example, we're doing a mini grid project in Ethiopia as well. I'm not an expert on this, so I don't want to talk too much about this, but I just do want to draw attention to thermal storage as well. So thermal storage is substantially cheaper than battery storage for thermal applications. If you have thermal storage where you're storing it as heat and then converting it back to electricity, you tend to have a low round-trip efficiency, although maybe that's still economic. we'll let Julia talk about that. But it's definitely economic if you are using the cold as cold or using the heat as heat. And this is something you don't currently have incentives in countries like India because you don't have a significant time of day pricing gap. And you've seen countries like Australia and California and Canada, where I'm from, where there's a significant differential between let's say, the evening price and the daytime price. And so you start to see thermal storage being adopted. In India, this is from Inficold. There's another company called EcoZen, where they're doing this in remote areas, and it's basically a solar cold storage unit. And the example on the left is from the ELDA's report, which is basically industrial heat using thermal storage. So RE plus storage is already cost competitive in many countries around the world. This is actually slightly old data. Coal prices have gone up since then. So countries like India, US, it's already much cheaper than new coal. Some countries with very weak RE resources like Japan and South Korea, it's not economic yet. And that's where the discussion about, let's say, carbon taxes or green hydrogen are potentially relevant. And this is another key which I think is often missed is right sizing. So this is a load profile from Delhi, and you can see there's actually plenty of solar during the day, and as Mr. Prasad mentioned, we've actually seen a shift in the peak from the evening to the day. So really what you need actually is a 2-hour storage to meet that evening peak, and that will get you, let's say, 5 to 10% of the way. So in India, for example, with 223 gigawatts peak load, you could actually have 22 gigawatts of 2-hour battery that would be sufficient to meet that top 5 or 10%. Now, once you go beyond that, if you want to further decarbonize, if you want to start retiring coal plants, then you need 4 to 6 hours to get you through the night. So that would get you another, let's say, 30, 40% of the way. And then if in 2047 you want to be RE100, then you need the very long duration, the 12, 16, or longer storage to get you through the night. But I think one of the key points I want to make from this slide is that 2-hour storage is very useful and has a very strong application today. So we shouldn't wait for 12-hour storage to be economic to start doing the 2-hour storage now. This is just a comparison here, the capacity cost of new storage versus new coal. So for example, we've got the Obra plant, coal plant, that was recently announced in Uttar Pradesh. That costs about 12 crore per megawatt versus BSS, which is about 7 crore per megawatt. So again, in terms of collaboration, on capacity resource planning, the CEA has done this fantastic work at the national level, but how do we help states like Uttar Pradesh do proper capacity resource planning to ensure that they have the least cost resources for the people of Uttar Pradesh? Also, I want to make the point about energy security. So this analysis is for India, and basically the chart on the left is India's fossil fuel imports. In black is oil and brown is coal, and green is even if you did 60 gigawatts a year of solar and the according amount of storage, that's how much your imports would be. So it's a very, very strong energy security argument for importing countries such as India to switch from imported fossil fuels to imported lithium, even if the lithium is entirely imported. And obviously I know in countries like India, they're looking at exploration and developing domestic lithium resources, and that's great. We should continue to do that. But my point is there's a very strong energy security argument to be made, even if the lithium is imported, and even if you're not using sodium or iron or all of these other alternative technologies. I'm going to skip over this because I'll let Julia talk about this more, but even if it's lithium, it's still, there's a strong energy security case to be made, but there's lots and lots and lots of other things that are not lithium, which don't get enough attention. Potential areas of collaboration, so research and development. Again, into some of these new technologies like sodium and like iron, I'd love to see the pumped hydro work that Greenco is doing, for example, take that. I've actually got a session next week in Abu Dhabi where I'm trying to get Greenco to bring their pumped hydro to the rest of the world. Financing, so I know at IFC we struggled to finance non-lithium, and we're starting to see this abroad where you're starting to see banks get comfortable financing some of these emerging technologies, but it's not yet as widespread. So how do we use, let's say, concessional financing to unlock that? Lowering trade barriers and taxes on energy storage, and then finally, how do we incentivize and provide VGF for countries where conventional generation is still cheaper? And I give the example of Indonesia, where solar is fairly expensive and coal is very cheap. And so if we want countries like Indonesia to transition, we need to talk seriously about providing some sort of concessional financing or carbon price or other things. But I'll leave it with that, and thank you so much for the invitation, and look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Alex. You covered, I think, many points. I think, again, financing is one of the critical pieces, and many times we are critical of some of the delays on financing, but also to sympathize with some of the bankers. I think sometimes there is a joke that when people ask us on technology due diligence, I think you can sometimes do the technology due diligence of the technology and say that, yes, I believe that this project or this installation can last for the life of the financing, but same cannot be said about the companies. So that's where I think we need to actually, but don't need to reinvent the wheel. I think there have been many, I think, good financing practices in energy efficiency or other sectors which have evolved over last 30 plus years. I think we just need to adopt it. We don't need to start reinventing financing for specific for storage. I think there are a lot of existing knowledge base in that, and the work which World Bank and IFC and others are doing, I think, is a good step. The other, I think, important point you touch based is in terms of the pricing, and many times, I think, particularly in the Indian context, but I've also seen it internationally, where we get carried away with some of the press releases for large tenders for solar power or wind power, where we start expecting this 2 cents or 1 cent electricity, and we start thinking that, oh, that's actually the cost of the electricity delivered, and then anytime you're looking at RE plus storage as a cost delivered to the customer, suddenly that seems like a 3x or 4x costly. But in the Indian context, if you see, I think Alex talked about 8 rupees as the cost for delivering it to the remote location. In fact, I live in Pune, and as a residential customer, we are paying more than 14 rupees per kilowatt hour, or almost close to 20 cents per kilowatt hour as a residential customer. So many times I think we have this complete disconnect in terms of what we expect in terms of the cheap cost or cost-effective solution which needs to be required. Whereas I think already for last 4 or 5 years I've been saying that storage, RE plus storage has been cost-effective already 5 years back. We just needed to identify those projects and start deploying that. In this connection, I would like to actually invite now Sandhya. Sandhya has been leading some of the work which IESA CES has done jointly with WRI on looking at how to take this dialogue from the central level, where, as Ganesham sir mentioned, a lot of improvements have happened, but since electricity is a dual jurisdiction, a lot of things have to be taken to the states. And I think since India, with the kind of diversity we have across states, that also can become a good case study for many countries, where they can find out similarities and learn from some of the experiences at the state level. So I'd hand it over to Sandhya.
Thank you so much, Rahul. So while I don't have a presentation, but we do have reports that Rahul has mentioned, and we can definitely share that with the audience. So I would like to kind of touch upon the reason why energy storage is important, not just at the planning level, which Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad sir also mentioned, which is included in resource adequacy plans, RE plans, but it is also very critical to deploy energy storage at the state level. And energy storage is going to be a very vital subject when we talk about state energy transition and low carbon pathway that the states are aiming for. So traditionally, the planning has, the way the planning was done was based on peak demand, right? Now, with renewable energy that has come into the picture, where you have temporal as well as spatial variation, and with electric mobility targets, with industrial decarbonization target, the whole planning, which is both at the generation level, transmission level, distribution level, it's going to become a very complex exercise. So what we figured out was, when we were actually doing these exercises at the state level, the first and most important thing would be identifying what will be the application or the use cases. Because energy storage is going to be a subject where we need to see, we need to stack the value, right, across various streams. So for example, it could be helpful, at least at the distribution level, like sir also mentioned, it could help in deferral of transmission and distribution capex infrastructure that we'll be spending on, right? And the second one would be DSM, frequency support, voltage support. Third one would be energy arbitrage. Fourth one would be peak shaving. So these are multiple applications that utilities at the state level could actually benefit from when they are integrating storage along with renewable energy plants. So the second most important thing I would say is markets. So we have ancillary service markets. The discussion paper has come. Apart from having the energy storage obligations and mandates as well as targets, I think it's also equally important that the electricity markets and the mechanisms around it, especially the ancillary services, would play a very important role in integrating and adopting energy storage at the state level, because that will actually help the states in identifying what will be that value stream. There is also that confidence that investors would have because it will be that long-term revenue that they can envisage. The third most important thing is regulatory framework. While we know that Ministry of Power is also going to come out, the FOR is also going to come out with a regulatory framework for energy storage, I think at the state level, it becomes equally important to have energy storage regulatory framework while we are also talking about renewable energy policies, while we are talking about zero carbon targets. I think this is also equally important to also understand what will be the TOD tariff, how the energy storage can actually benefit consumers at the end consumer level, what will be the revenue recovery. So I think that will also be equally important, and that will be one of the main drivers. So enabling policy and regulatory framework at the state level is going to be very crucial as well. Lastly, I would say that planning exercises. So we need to have a holistic integrated resource planning approach where it's not just about renewable energy or storage, it's about renewable energy, it's about transmission planning, it's about distribution planning and storage planning. All of these elements need to come together so that there is that integrated holistic planning approach, and the states need to share knowledge amongst each other. We also need to learn from other countries on how these planning exercises are conducted. And that's how we can actually continuously improve upon our planning exercises and deploy energy storage at the ground level. So with that, I would like to hand it over back to Rahul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandhya. So now without further delay, I'd like to invite Akshay. So again, Akshay represents Log9. He's the co-founder of a very dynamic young startup. They have already seen a lot of applications on the e-mobility side where they have introduced a lot of game-changing solution, and now he's focusing also on the stationary side. And as Alex mentioned, there are many use cases in the especially Indian context where up to 2-hour solutions can be a game changer, but that's a part I guess Akshay will focus on first, and then we will move on to Julia for the longer duration storage. So,
hello. Hello everyone, thanks for the opportunity. Thank you Rahul for inviting me. So today I'd like to touch upon two major things. One is what are the key things that we need to see changing. I know we have been told about a lot of policy changes have already happened and a lot of hurdles have been removed in terms of putting out storage. But I think there are key fundamental things that need to be changed with respect to time of day tariff and net metering, right? I know we ourselves, like friends from our industry itself in terms of the RE deployers have been lobbying against net metering going away quite a bit. But I think that's one of the biggest hurdles that is in the way of battery energy storage or any type of energy storage to come in. I think these are the two things which I have talked about, and also what is the kind of scale that we can look at and what is the kind of scale that will be required as we go towards 2030 and beyond in terms of energy storage. But before that, just to give you a quick background about Log9 and what we do. So we're trying to build the battery company of the global south, of the tropical belt, because the batteries that are required over here in India, Southeast Asia, Africa, Middle East, Latin America, they see a very different operating condition as compared to what you would see across US, Europe, China, Japan and that belt. And it's just not about climatic conditions. Yes, we do have significantly higher average temperatures, and that has a significant impact on the performance, life expectancy and safety of these battery assets. But at the same time, the usage types, applications and the other kind of on-ground conditions are very different over here in this part of the world. Just to give you an example from an automotive perspective where we have done a lot of work already, the types of vehicles over here in India, Southeast Asia is very different from what you would see US, Europe. I just came back from a trip from US, and people are not even able to understand the kind of platform that we have, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers and small 4-wheelers, which is an alien concept to most of the Western economies in that regard. Right? At the same time, the road conditions, the usage patterns are very different. 99% of the trips in India don't see a 50 plus kilometer, 70 plus kilometer kind of a trip distance required by a user, right? So from that perspective, it leads to a very different level of cost parity requirement, operating conditional stress on these batteries and these kind of platforms coming out. So that requires a fresh look when it comes to your cell chemistry, your battery type, then managing that at the battery pack level, and then further managing once those assets are deployed in field. And these are the three nodes across which Log9 is trying to solve for, keeping the tropical conditions in mind. And in that pursuit, we have emerged as the leading company in India when it comes to battery technology. We are the first ones who have established a commercial pilot scale manufacturing of lithium-ion cells in India. We already have a scaled up battery pack manufacturing where we support last mile vehicles from two-wheeler, three-wheeler to four-wheeler category of vehicles. And now we are very aggressively looking at the battery energy storage space, because as a cell manufacturer, a cell technology company, both of these markets are very, very relevant to justify the scale of manufacturing required on the cell manufacturing side of things. So coming back to energy storage and battery energy storage in particular, I think one of the key things which is important is for time of day tariff to be really accepted and applied in the Indian ecosystem. Many developing economies even have gone for time of day tariff, and that is something which I think would be very, very important for the Indian economy to see. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to achieve our 2030 targets and 2050 targets and 2070 targets when we talk about clean energy transition. And I think the state of Maharashtra has shown some initial signs of that changing, wherein there is already a significant amount of time of day tariff which has kicked in, especially for the commercial users. So I think a similar trend is required across multiple states. And I know it's more than it being a technical issue, it is a social issue, and we need to manage around how it impacts the bottom of the population in that regard. But I think there are already enough ways in being able to do that, and it will require a carrot and a stick model at the same time to be able to bring in time of day tariff. So I strongly would like to recommend dialogue further on time of day tariff as to how we can implement it, at what levels, in what stages, and in what fashion, and kind of timelines. The second part is net metering, right? And if you look at net metering as a policy which was required to scale and motivate deployment of solar and wind generation in the country, is something which now, from my perspective, looks like an obsolete carrot that was given to the industry, right? I don't think we require it anymore. There is enough case for, like, cost viability case for both solar and wind deployment to happen. And as long as net metering is there, there will be grid destabilization. We keep on harping about that the distribution companies, the energy distribution companies are not doing their job, but they are also tied, right? Unless and until you have stability of power coming in from the generators of power, how can the distribution company function very well? And these policies, while they were great to start with as a motivator to bring in RE integration into the grid, I think we need to rationalize them as to how much of net metering should be allowed and when can we phase it out. Like we are seeing a phase out of incentives on the EV side. I think net metering has been around for a very, very long time, and it requires a fresh look and a phase out plan so that energy storage can come in, we have more stable grid, and we can talk about really achieving 100% RE integration at the grid level. Now, coming to once that happens, right, once we have a clear case, cost viability, and the right policies in place for energy storage to come in, what kind of scale are we really looking at? Today, if you talk about battery production in the entire world, we are barely touching 1 terawatt hour of battery production capacity today, right? And as Alex mentioned, right, the initial first phase is to look at 2 hours of our peak load requirement in battery storage. And if you talk about 500 gigawatt of RE generation on the grid by 2030, which is the target, which is something India has put forward, we are at minimum talking about a 1 terawatt hour or thereabouts of energy storage to come in, right? Maybe a little less. But what we're talking about is half or 100% of today's world capacity as a requirement in energy storage in very near future. So the scale requirement of that is just phenomenal, right? And if you extrapolate that at a global level, what it means is that we are not even at 1% of the global capacity required when it comes to battery production or energy storage capacity at a global level. So there is a lot to be done, which requires not just building local capacity, advancing technologies, but also a mix of different technologies, right? We have seen a lot of progress when it comes to pumped hydro, and which has been proven to be quite cost viable in many cases. Then we have the advent of battery energy storage coming in, and we talk about lithium ion as one of the solutions to kind of talk about battery energy storage. But even today, the battery energy storage cost on lithium ion per kilowatt hour is thereabouts of $300 per kilowatt hour, right? That is the realized number. Well, we do listen and hear about $100 per kilowatt hour kind of a number in all the Bloomberg reports and the various other reports, but the on-ground reality is that that's what it costs to actually deploy. Right now, that has to go down, and eventually it might go down to 150, 170 in the near future. But the real scale of energy storage, when you talk about a 7-hour backup or a 6-hour backup, comes when we're talking about less than $50 of deployed cost. And that's where technologies like, for example, sodium ion, advancements in lithium ion, expanding the life expectancy of lithium ion, and all of those activities become very important. So while capacity building in terms of manufacturing is required in the country, at the same time, investment in technology advancement and technology which is very, very relevant for our conditions and operating requirements becomes very, very important. So we cannot just wait for China or for US or for Europe to develop technologies and just build capacity around that. Otherwise, we'll always be dependent, and that technology will be trying to artificially manage at a system level, which was never designed for our local conditions, for the conditions of the tropical world. So one thing which we have time and again been not very successful at is how do we incentivize technology development, and locally relevant technology development in the country is something which we need to think about as well. So those are my few thoughts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Akshay. I think you brought some interesting points, and that's where I do not envy policymakers like Ganesham Prasad sir, because it's always easy for someone who is focusing on just one technology to push for policies or think of ideal policies, what is required for supporting one technology, but ultimately policymakers have to find a lot of balances. Otherwise, you end up creating this thing where while you are supporting one technology, you are actually creating barriers for others. That's where we as the IESA have traditionally tried to insist on focusing on policies which are technology agnostic and which actually focus on, rather than create barriers for some other technology, try to focus removing barriers which can be applicable for all form of storage technology, be it electrochemical, be it chemical, be it thermal, be it potential, also any type of or gravity based, all type of storage technologies. We have made proposed policies which will enable all, and net metering is a classic example because we have had these discussions with most of the solar and wind associations in country for more than 7-8 years, whereas the challenge was in one-on-one discussions, most of them would agree that yes, grid needs storage. The challenge was that everyone used to say, oh no, but wind doesn't need storage, solar doesn't need storage, it is grid which needs storage, so someone else need to solve that. Whereas we have been trying to say that there is going to be soon, you are going to reach a point where grid will not be able to accept wind or solar unless we have storage and we have dispatchable renewables. But now I'm glad that I think we are getting closer to that, where most of the solar, wind and other associations also are realizing that storage is not something which is an add-on cost for renewables, but it is actually something which is making it dispatchable. And in this regard, I think our next speaker, Julia, she has done a tremendous job around the globe in terms of making the term LDAs, bringing it for something which is there beyond 2030, 2040, to bring it to the discussion to the current stage. So I'd love to invite Julia to share her thoughts and experiences about long duration storage. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you so much to Raul and the panel. The themes coming up about incentives, technology advancements, policy recommendations, market criteria, case studies, policy changes, leading the globe on round-the-clock power 24/7, policy changes in collaboration. You know, all of us are really noting together how we really need to coordinate and collaborate on pushing policies because we don't have much time. 2030 is less than 7 years away. So it's great to be here, and thank you again for the invitation. I'm Julia Sauter, the CEO of the Long Duration Energy Storage Council. We are a new group, which we're really happy to be part of, collaborating with IESA, the World Bank, and many other organizations. We were launched at COP26 with our Net Zero Power Report. What we really wanted to show the world is this collaborative nature of highlighting the 4 families of long duration energy storage. We've heard pumped hydro mentioned many times today. It's kind of like we like to call it the grandfather and the grandmother of long duration energy storage. Been around for over a century, really providing a lot of services and really leading the field in new innovations for different types of mechanical storage. There's thermal energy storage that Alex hinted to, and others about different types of processing for heat, storing solar from the summer and using it for winter heat around the world. It's also very efficient, 97% efficiency rates, and the fact that you can use low-cost materials of volcanic rocks, of salts, of aluminum, of recycled materials. There's a lot of repurposing that can happen with thermal energy storage, and also cost savings. There's also electrochemical. So when we mention storage and batteries, that we all think of lithium ion, which is really important for short duration, there's all these other elements in the periodic table. So we are really excited to really demonstrate the diversity that can come with 10-hour plus, 24-hour plus, 100-hour plus with electrochemicals. Flow batteries from different types of aqueous, vanadium, zinc, nickel, magnesium. There's so many different elements of battery storage that are in the marketplace today. We just need to scale. And then the last one is chemical, so hydrogen. We have partnerships and collaboration with the Green Hydrogen Organization and many other groups showing the power, heat, and hydrogen are all really critical to this transition. And that long duration energy is used around the world. You have island nations, you have urban centers, you have industry. All these different groups are working on their own decarbonization path, and they have to have long duration energy storage as part of the solution if you want that 24/7 clean energy power. And by getting that, there's existing tools that already exist, 24/7 power purchase agreements. You can transition these into clean power purchase agreements. We're working on a variety of ways of bringing new innovative collaborations to highlight how you can meet every hour of every day, of every month, of every year with wind, solar, geothermal, and long duration energy storage. So we've been working on different reports in addition to the net zero power report showing it. This is a $4 trillion marketplace, and that's a conservative number globally. We mentioned a lot of terawatts, megawatts, gigawatts. Well, really, if you want to see the scale of all the new wind and solar and renewables that come online, we have to have 8 terawatts of long duration energy storage. What's thrilling is that we've mentioned the partnerships and the need for more funding. We've noticed that $58 billion has been committed by governments around the world and by businesses for specifically long duration energy storage just since 2019. So you're already seeing this enormous amount of support of investment that's not just equity but debt and many other aspects of the whole revenue stack. So this partnership, again, in collaboration of how LDES plays a critical role in this transition is essential. One thing that I wanted to highlight, to build on a lot of points on market criteria, is the signals that the regulatory market needs to provide to continue the investment, and continue this partnership with local governments, regional governments, and countries around the world, pushing forward different recommendations. We have a report on our website that highlights 20 different policies that different countries around the world are highlighting. India is doing a fabulous job of putting forward a portfolio approach, the round-the-clock matching, which is really highlighting that every hour can be met with clean energy. Putting out mandates and targets specifically for long duration energy storage. It's really important that you give that continuity, because LDES technologies and the diversity that they represent can be 10, 20, 30, 50-year assets. So having those long-term contracts, those mandates, again, that continuity is critical. We mentioned the frameworks, the whole ecosystem. It's not, it's transportation, it's agriculture, it's industry, it's buildings, it's communities. All different parts need long duration energy storage. And what's really, building upon this collaboration, again, is highlighting how we have these shared policies. The public-private partnerships that we're seeing announced country after country, of governments giving grants and businesses stepping up to introduce new technologies or just have new factories in various countries is critical. We're also seeing an important role of storage, solar, wind, and hybrid contracts. They're really pushing forward, again, this partnership of really making sure that today we might have 10 gigawatts of long duration energy storage in one country, but we need 200 gigawatts by 2030. Again, it's thrilling that India is on the right path, to maybe get 175 gigawatts, but India needs 300 gigawatts of long duration energy storage by 2030. So there's still a gap there that we have to work together on addressing. Other themes, in addition to market signals, revenue mechanisms, are continued direct technology support. We need everyone, everything to really make this transition happen. So this is really important going forward. I mentioned the $85 billion invested in long duration energy storage. Well, we really need to kind of, again, see this collaboration and scale. It's fantastic to see many countries in the global north mention 1 gigawatt factories here and there, but we need to see some more support for gigawatt factories in the global south. And so again, how do we build these partnerships? I mentioned how long duration energy storage works with other groups on de-risking this transition. We're starting to really see again how this is starting to affect a just and equitable transition. Many coal plants that are retiring, many gas plants that are being replaced. How do you use existing infrastructure? How can you repurpose the materials there? And many types of the diversity of long duration energy storage technologies and projects can actually do this. You can take thermal energy storage, and many of our members have taken existing mines and repurposed it for gravity or for thermal energy storage, or even for combining maybe electrochemical iron or zinc battery with another type of long duration energy storage. So you get that 10-hour and then you get the seasonal. So again, it's that creative, innovative thinking that started to happen because of these collaborative partnerships that we're bringing together. Another point that was raised was this energy shifting, the flexibility that we have to have going forward. We're talking about dispatchable energy that we all depend upon today for fossil fuels. Well, this can be changed today and be replaced with long duration energy storage and renewables to give you that flexibility, that energy shifting, and the replacement of gas plants and fossil fuel infrastructure. So we're looking again forward to the policymakers to give the certainty, to continue to give the incentives to push this forward, so that we really can achieve the scale that we need to. So the ecosystem, all this public-private partnerships, the importance of the financing, the importance of the targets. A lot of these pieces are out there in silos, and what's critical is that we start to coordinate the ecosystem of how we meet the clean energy transition. Just recently, in Europe, as mentioned, Spain has set certain targets, and just because of internal research they did in the last few months, they doubled their storage goals from 11 to 22 gigawatts and highlighted the role of long duration energy storage. We're starting to see this in the Middle East, in Africa, Latin America, to really start addressing this change that's needed. One other point that I wanted to highlight is we're seeing more wind and solar coming online in many countries, but we're also seeing a huge amount of waste. We're seeing wind and solar in certain countries that are not being able to be used, and they have to just be dumped. And so that's costing, whether it's rupees, dollars, pounds, euros, billions a year. And so we have to really make sure that storage and long duration energy storage are part of the savings that you get with bringing in this true partnership. We did a study on net zero heat showing that you can have $540 billion a year in savings with long duration energy storage because you're helping with deferment of costs for transmission or generation or even distribution. We're not saying full replacement. It's again the kind of innovative tools and planning and market criteria to really coordinate how do you use your existing assets, how do you expedite time to make sure you're really getting the overall benefit, and how are you really bringing in the savings. Mentioned earlier the cost per megawatt hour. With long duration energy storage, you can see this under $100 megawatt hour. You can get this even cheaper depending on where you are. And so the projects exist today, the numbers exist today, the financing exists today. It's just bringing this all together to get the scale of what we need to be in the future. And one last plug on coordination wanted to highlight is that there's a newly formed, because we need another organization, group called the Global Renewables Alliance. So you're having Jonas from Green Hydrogen Organization's part of it. So you have 6 global organizations: global solar, global wind, global geothermal, global hydropower, global green hydrogen, and global long duration energy storage coming together to work on markets, planning, equitable transitions, and all these key components to help us expedite faster, because without this partnership, we're going to fail. Without this collaboration, we're going to lose. But if we all continue to push forward on all these goals that we're working on together, we're going to have a huge amount of success. So I just want to thank again the panelists, because the work that we're doing here in India with our collaborative partners, there's a huge opportunity here to be leaders around the world. And we're really looking forward to working with India and the policymakers, the new technology companies, the innovators, the policymakers, the organizations to really solidify how we've started on a great pathway here, and we just need to help push it forward to scale up. So thanks again. It's great to work with all of you, and look forward to achieving our shared goals together.
Thank you, Julia. As always, you bring the urgency in the long duration storage. Just one thing I'd mention is that I think sometimes I feel that I think traditionally it used to happen more on the geopolitical thing, that where countries like Britain ruled the world because of actually divide and conquer. Sometimes now we see that as these emerging technologies are threatening existing technologies, actually many times the incumbents, the best way to try to create distraction or try to create delays is to try to create fight amongst technologies. So it is hydro versus batteries, or long duration versus short duration. So one thing, again, it's really great to see the collaboration at the global level amongst associations, is that I think we need to come together all and give a single voice recommendation to policymakers, because what I've learned in last my 20 years of experience around the world is that for policymakers, if there is chaos, if there is noise, then the best way forward is to not take decision, because most of the time policymakers get blamed for decisions which they take, irrespective of what, even if those decisions are right, because sometime in future someone can always criticize that was not the right decision without realizing what resources, what information was available to policymakers at that time. But if they don't take decision, then usually no one blames, except for few people who are pushing for faster decisions. But so that's the thing where I think it is absolutely critical that global collaborations are required. And again, thank you all of you for joining for this. I think we have time for maybe a couple of questions, depending on how long is a question. Yeah, I think Cassius, we have a question. So I request you to introduce yourself, your organization, and then pose the question briefly. So Cassius said that. Okay, yeah.
What are the inputs you require from the industry or from supply side that would help you in better policy making? Sorry, it's a three-part question. And Akshay, for batteries that are the cells that are coming from China, at what point do you see India manufacturing and ensuring? And do you have a take on when 3,000 cycles of a LFP battery get degraded to 70-80%? Is that the best time to then transition it into a storage system? And third point for Alex, very quickly, from a transmission loss perspective, what would you think is, after how many kilometers from the transmission line should a microgrid become viable, and at what capacities? Thanks.
Hello, I'm audible.
Can you check the mic?
Yeah. So I think you said that what input a policymaker needs from the industry. I think we have all the inputs that is required to make the policies. So input is not an issue. We keep interacting. In fact, the manner in which we have pushed RE recently in India, we had a very close interactions with all the developers, particularly RE developers, and periodically, not only the policymakers, even to the extent of minister, he keeps calling, and we meet together, we discuss together, and we make the policies together. So that's the approach we have taken, slightly away from what used to happen earlier. We used to get the inputs and try to make the policies. Then we used to declare something and not consulting each other. That situation is now totally out, and we are doing it. I just want to mention one. I think Akshay has mentioned three things about the TOD meter, time of the day meter. This policy is also announced now. Earlier, you are right that this was not getting implemented at many of the places. So we thought, why don't we mandate it through rules? So this mandate has also been done now. So effectively, it will start kicking in the near future.
Thank you, sir. So on your question around when will we replace Chinese import of cells, I think the first seed has already been sown. You will see first 1,000 vehicles with Indian-made cells, EVs, on road this year. That's a commitment which government has put forward from its cell manufacturing facility in the country. So that will, while that's a very small start in comparison to what we need, but I think in the next 3 years, in terms of bringing that integration in at Log9 in partnership with our partner Amaraja Batteries and other people who are trying to build this in the country. On the last second question, which is around, does it make sense to have old batteries in their end of life being deployed for stationary? I am not a big proponent of that, doing it for chemistries with limited life, because the challenge is that any kind of stationary deployment is long term. Long duration is different, but long term in terms of that you are expecting that deployment to at least work for 10-15 years. And if you're putting a second life which is very, very limited and unpredictable, you will not be able to ensure a system being deployed for even 5 years. So that's where it becomes challenging. But if you have a constant replacement mechanism and something of that sort kind of comes up, I think it can work, but there are better ways to use old batteries in more, so to say, smaller power backup requirements rather than grid level utility scale storage systems, where I think fresh batteries should go so that we can ensure that if we are deploying it today, it can run for next 10, 15, 20 years at least.
Yeah, and just to add on what Akshay said, we are expecting around 30 gigawatt hour of manufacturing to come in within next by 2027, and by 2030, based on the announcements which have already been made, we are expecting somewhere between 100 to 130 gigawatt hour of domestic manufacturing. There are additional 2 or 3 PLIs which are expected. So DHI is releasing one more PLI for 20 gigawatt hour batteries, which could be suitable for automotive. MNRE and Ministry of Power is looking at a separate PLI for 25 to 50 gigawatt hour of manufacturing for batteries suitable for stationary and long duration, as well as additional 5 to 10 gigawatt hour for niche technologies which are right now not at the gigawatt hour scale, but which can be manufactured at maybe 500 megawatt hour and higher. And then India can become the home for commercializing and scaling up those technologies in the coming decade. So, Alex?
Yeah, so I was just trying to pull up the report, but I couldn't get it in time. It's a curve, right? So if you have a village of 1,000 people, maybe that's 50 kilometers. Whereas if you have a home of 4 people, then that's, it'd be a different number. Basically, the larger the settlement, the further the distance you can justify building a transmission line. And so it's a curve. But let's say, so let's say for 1,000 people, it might be 50 kilometers. But then it'd be higher or lower depending on that. But the report has this curve. It's a very nice curve. Please do read it. I also did want to very briefly touch on the question about policy making and time of day, because I think these are related, right? When Akshay's talking about time of day, he's talking about 8, 9, 10 rupees differential. And if you look at, say, Vietnam, you have 1,000 rupees or 1,000 VND for your off-peak, 2,000 VND for kind of your mid-peak, and 3,000 VND for your on-peak. So that's a differential of 3 times, right? Like 200% higher. And if you look at the policy on time of day, it's a 20% differential, right? So it's a great policy, and I'm glad we're starting with 20%. But I think sometimes we need to socialize and make sure, like, are we on the same page when we're talking about time of day pricing?
Yeah. Okay, so I think one last question, and then I'll request Debbie to join for summarizing the session.
Hello, my name is Sophie.
So just, I think Sir wanted to clarify, yeah.
You rightly mentioned that we have just made a differential of only 20%, 20% and 10%, either at least plus minus 30% you will say. But even to get to this value, I think we struggled a lot.
Yes.
Because this is going to hit the, let me tell you, more to the domestic consumers. And that's where the pain point is, because it's the domestic consumers who will not be able to shift their demand. And if I am asking them to pay at a higher tariff, it's really going to be challenging for them. So until this he is right, very right, that can we go for a mini grid sort of things wherein the people are encouraged to have their rooftop solar coupled with the battery, and so that they are able to meet the demand locally. I think that's the kind of situation that it will drive. So this is just a beginning of saying 20% or 10% like that. But definitely this differential has to increase going forward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophie Punte. I'm the founder of an NGO called Smart Freight Center. And I'm also on the board of a joint venture between trucking companies on electric charging infrastructure. And my question is to Ms. Sauber. I really see that the role of electric cars and particularly electric trucks could be part of the solution for energy storage. And you mentioned your coalition between 6 organizations. Do you see a role for, in particularly long-distance trucking, where you're going to have batteries in trucks, whether those trucks and electric vehicles could be part of the solution to increasing the capacity of energy storage in the coming future, and thereby resolving some of the challenges we're currently facing with the grid? And if you like it, I'm happy to connect you or have a following conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and great to meet you, and yes, look forward to working with you. And ironically, it builds on time of use too, because there is a synergy here of transportation and electrification, just like there is with buildings. When the trucks are charging up after so many days, there might be a drain if it's not coordinated or have the incentives for time of use. So you're going to need long duration energy storage to provide the week or 2 weeks of additional storage you might need to repower the infrastructure. So there's the repowering, recharging of the trucks. There's the repowering, recharging of the existing, how we coordinate, collaborate, and bring in long duration energy storage. So yes, looking forward to a partnership with you on this.
Thank you. So the session was well discussed on various aspects. Few of the takeaways, including globally, we have to work on the reducing the dependencies on the raw materials and manufacturing side. Second one is about the global collaborative pilots instead of isolative pilots and region-wise, technology-wise. Few good points discussed and sir mentioned about how we have done success in the policy making, including energy storage as part of Electricity Act, including transmission planning where energy storage can be integrated part of it. Also on the resource adequacy, how RE plus storage can be part of it. And also Alex mentioned about how we can currently see energy storage is already competitive or cost competitive with many deployments with conventional energy sources. Just you have to find the appropriate sizing of the technology on duration size, duration wise or on the kilowatt wise. So few examples is given from South Africa to India's Madeira example. And also we discussed about how states also need to focus on the utility scale development considering demand supply, peak management or also shifting. So Sandhya mentioned about how different states like Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, many of the Karnataka, Maharashtra, they have started taking or GOVNL like Gujarat and others, they have started considering energy storage as integral part of their resource planning on generation side. Similarly, we also talked about how on the TOD tariff need to be restructured or net metering which was started, it how it can be eliminated from the ecosystem to support the energy, not only energy storage, creating a viable platform for all sources of energies. So and also on the electric mobility, how different technologies, including it may be depends upon how long duration distance we are traveling or short distance we are traveling, based on the consumer behavior, safety aspects, we need to choose the technology. Last but not the least, we also talked about long duration technologies like how 24/7 green power purchase agreements, and it's an astonishing number of 8 terawatt hour of LDS requirement. So if you consider that, then across the terawatt. So if you consider the total energy storage, that may be 80. So yes, it's an ambitious plan, and we all ecosystem players from manufacturers to technology provider to system integrators need to keep a balance of it, like which of technology, how much it is required. It may be considered which technology is required, what appropriate, as Alex mentioned. That's actually beautiful sentence, like we need to create the appropriate sizing bracket both on the duration and also on the power side, so that the business case can come into place, so that we may not take energy storage for everything today, but there are many business cases still exists across the globe where energy storage will be beneficial for the electricity and transportation ecosystem. That's the takeaways for the day. And thanks to all the panelists and audience joining from different locations from India and outside India for this CEM 14 and MI-8 side event on global energy storage collaboration. We'll be happy to see you virtually in the World Energy Storage Day on 22nd September. It's a free global open event, and I invite my colleagues, both Netra Valwalkar, to give a token of appreciation to few of the panelists. Netra, please. And also Ashok, hands after. Netra, please give a token of appreciation to Ghanshyam Prasad ji. Netra Valawalkar, Director, India Markets, please. Please give a round of applause.
And most of you know, but Netra is also the co-founder of ISA and
Yes.
CES India.
Netra to Alex. Netra to Akshay. Ashok, please join to give the token to Julia. Ashok Thakur, Executive Editor, Chief Editor from ETN Magazine, to Julia, please. Ashok. Ashok to Sandhya. Ashok, please give a token of appreciation to Sandhya. Let's have a group photo. We are on time, exactly 4:31. Hopefully the organizing team is happy on managing the time. Usually ISI events were delayed by 5-10 minutes. Let's have a group photo, please. Last but not the least, thanks to Cassius for
Now. Right, colleagues, we're going to get going. So if you want to take your seats, that'd be much appreciated. So, colleagues, earlier today we had a fascinating deep dive into India's domestic zero-emission vehicle transition ambitions and actions over the foreseeable future. And today, and now at this event, if I can just encourage colleagues to everyone settle down a little bit. Okay, so this event today is focusing on a slightly different perspective. So we're looking at the international community's efforts to scale up support for emerging markets and the developing economies, as guided by the Road Transport Breakthrough and also by the Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council. In particular, we want to focus on India and the progress they have made on the partnership that the ZEV Transition Council launched at COP27. And we hope to be able to demonstrate a model here that could be replicated in other emerging markets and developing economies. The way we're going to do this, and shortly I'm going to invite two special speakers to give some introductory remarks to hear how the international community is looking at strength and support offers for emerging markets and developing economies. And then we will turn to a panel discussion where we're going to hear more about the India partnership in detail. The first panel will talk about the country pilot part of this partnership. This is the bit that looks at public assistance, and we're going to focus particularly on one major priority area defined within this partnership, which is around further capacity building to support Indian states to access finance. And the second panel will be looking more at the private sector finance picture under an initiative called the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative within this overall ZEV country partnership. So without further ado, I'd like to invite someone very, very important to me, who's also my boss, so please be very, very warm and encouraging to her. It's Lee McDonough. She's Director General for Net Zero, Nuclear and International in the UK's Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. Over to you, Lee.
Thank you for that introduction, Ed. And hello, everybody. I'm delighted to be able to make some opening remarks for this really, really special and important event. So delivering on a truly global transition to ZEVs, where no country or region is left behind, is crucial, not only for meeting the Paris Agreement goals, but also in ensuring its benefits are reached in all communities around the world. In 2022, emerging markets and developed economies accounted for only 1.5% of global sales of zero-emission light-duty vehicles, compared to the 86% of sales in the top 6 leading automotive markets. But on current trajectories, over half of global internal combustion engine vehicle sales will be in emerging markets and developing economies in 2040. And without additional action, total CO2 emissions in those countries will increase by 86% in 2050 over 2022 levels. And in recognition of these risks, the Zero Emissions Vehicles Transition Council has a dedicated programme of work focusing on supporting these countries to realise their ZEV transition ambitions at pace. We launched a package of initiatives at COP27, informed by extensive discussions with over 50 countries, advice from world-leading experts in the ZEV Transition Council-sponsored International Assistance Task Force, and recommendations from the IEA, from IRENA, and the UN high-level champions on how to deliver the Road Transport Breakthrough goal to make ZEVs the new normal and accessible, affordable, and sustainable in all regions by 2030. And this package, launched at COP27, demonstrates the multi-layered and targeted actions we want to take as an international community, as countries and as initiatives and experts to ensure there's a truly global transition to ZEVs. Multiple donors under the Zero Emissions Vehicle Transition Council launched the global commitment, which committed to systematically strengthening the international assistance offer every year. We launched the ZEV Rapid Response Facility, so there is a single gateway to access a wide network of technical support providers, including ICCT, UNEP, the World Bank, EBRD, and various others, amongst many others. The RRF is now open to applications from countries who have signed the ZEV Declaration, and we are scaling up this facility alongside partners ahead of COP28. This is such a brilliant example of how we can pool resources to enable better support. And for COP28, we are working with countries and friends and experts from the International Assistance Task Force to launch a global ZEV transition roadmap, which sets out how we, as an international community, will strengthen support systematically and strategically. We're developing actions across a range of areas, for example, dedicated policy implementation support, access to finance, and key policy enablers like charging infrastructure and batteries. But today, as Ed said, the focus of our event here is the ZEV partnership launched with India at COP27 to the Zero Emissions Vehicle Transition Council, and our teams have been working hard this year to define and implement priorities. I have to say, we were at an event, as Ed referred to this morning, which was hosted by Niti Aayog, and actually was looking at how we can provide policy support to enable and accelerate India's electric mobility transition. And there were some really brilliant announcements made at that event, some really ambitious targets, which were particularly focused on the 2- and 3-wheel sector and trucks. It was really, well, very inspiring actually to hear the level of ambition from the Indian government. So this partnership, this ZEV partnership, it's the first of a new model that we launched at COP27 with the aim of providing tailored and in-depth support for ambitious countries. We, for the first time, have an umbrella framework for donor countries, international organisations and the private sector so that we can better coordinate to avoid duplication and to identify gaps to strengthen action further. The India Country Partnership consists of 2 interlinking initiatives. The India Country Pilot, which strengthens public sector support for India, which will be the focus of the panel today that Ed mentioned, and then the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative, which will be the focus of the second panel discussion later. This enables private sector investment and connects international companies with subnationals and governments to accelerate investment in ZEVs. And I want to thank all of our friends in the World Business Council for Sustainable Development and in the US for spearheading efforts on linking with the private sector. We will hear more about those things during the panel discussions. So in addition, we are also exploring the launch of 2 new country partnerships, potentially at COP28, with scoping already underway, and I look forward to discussions where there may be opportunities to replicate the India partnership in other markets. Before I end, I just wanted to let you know that we are formally launching a joint report on the perspectives of global and domestic companies on advanced chemistry cell battery reuse and recycling in India, supported by the UK-funded Green Growth Equity Fund Technical Cooperation Facility. These are long phrases. On behalf of Niti Aayog, this report provides a crucial step to establishing and scaling advanced recycling plants in India. Batteries is a key area of collaboration identified by the Indian partnership and something we in the UK have worked with India on for a while. So I just want to wave these reports around, and you can, we'll talk about them a bit later. And I think we're going to formally pull a ribbon on them at the end of the event. I'm also really proud to highlight the new compendium of e-mobility training programs in India and the UK, which was announced last week by the UK International Trade Minister, Nigel Huddleston. Supported by the UK-funded Aspire programme, the compendium captures state-of-the-art skills training that has the potential to enhance employability and open the door to new partnerships between our 2 countries. So thank you again to our hosts for having us today, and on behalf of the UK, I look forward to working closely with you on this vital agenda. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lee. Now I'd like to turn to our second opening speaker. This is Mr. Vinay Chawla, who is from the US Office of Special Presidential Envoy for Climate and Senior Advisor on Climate Finance. Over to you, Vinay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, and let me start with the thank yous. First, thank you to all of you for being here at the end of the day on day 1 of the Clean Energy Ministerial, and I understand Right now there's multiple happy hours being offered around the venue. So you're foregoing actual alcoholic beverages to be here. So that shows a real commitment to the transportation and e-mobility sector. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you to Lee and to the UK government who are our partners in ZevTech. And I would say just doing incredible work in India, at least from what I've seen and what we're trying to do. Real example, and just a couple examples in what they're doing with the Green Growth Equity Fund and co-funding that with NIF, the Indian National Infrastructure Investment Fund, and doing real equity investments and really launching some major companies in the e-mobility sectors and other areas, which is very innovative and quite impressive. So great to have a UK partner doing that, and has been an example for us. And the other one being their extended lending to the World Bank, which I found quite impressive, and being able to leverage public dollars to allow the World Bank to extend an additional 1 billion lending in India. So congratulations, and great to be partnering with you on that. I want to talk a little bit about the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative, which, as Lee mentioned, is part of under the umbrella of the larger initiative ZevTech, and wanted to make a plug essentially and offer the opportunity, or if you represent private sector or government or from other countries, or you have ideas about additional countries where we may do this, I think we'd love to be looking to finance new countries and have new engagements. As Lee said, there's already scoping underway to announce additional ones for COP28. But what is sort of the Emerging Markets Initiative? And I think we hear a lot about convening, and it is a convening platform, but I think one that's uniquely positioned. Secretary Kerry, my boss, was doing testimony at Capitol Hill, we say on the Hill, last week. And one of the questions he was asked was, what do you do to force China, India, and other high-emitting countries to abide by lower emission standards? What do you do to force? And he was sort of said, you know, well, it's a dialogue. Yeah, but what do you have, tools do you have to take to force them to comply with lower emissions at a time when so many countries are raising their emissions or saying that they're going to do more in ambition but aren't meeting it? And I think the ultimate answer here is that in fighting climate change, it's not like fighting human rights violations. We don't have the power of sanctions, nor would we use it. Ultimately, this is a voluntary challenge that we have and a voluntary answer. And I think things like the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative, where we can bring parties together, and especially private sector in the world of climate finance, there is no amount of public money, no matter how much disappointment we may have between the global north and global south about how much is due, that can be met with public dollars. Even with private dollars, nearly not enough. In India, you look as an example, the amount of amazing infrastructure. I was just talking to a counterpart who heads up a e-mobility company in India. You look at the roads built in the last 20 years, the highways, the airports, there's so much development going on. And then you want to also build infrastructure for e-mobility charging. And so there's not nearly enough public money to do this. And so much of private sector financing, low-cost financing is necessary. And in a place like a sector like e-mobility in India, there's really the opportunity for financial innovation. It struck me today when I was asked to speak about the US example, how much of our own program, while quite impressive with the Inflation Reduction Act, our infrastructure bill that we had, all of it really relies on tax rebates and is a very public-driven program. But I think India offers the opportunity to really, for us to work here, but then also the model of financial innovation. How do you introduce even more volumes of capital that are necessary here? How do you bring it at a lower cost to do renewable power, to do e-mobility and the like? So I think one of the things with the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative, very long way of getting to my point, but is that it does convene, it does bring folks together. And it's not about forcing, but about how we convene and do that together. And I think one of the things you may have seen announced today was that based on some of the initial conversations that started with a workshop and our counterpart here in India's Niti Aayog, we're able to announce, or at least the private sector industry, that the heavy-duty vehicle industry was able to announce that they plan to launch 5,000 electric vehicles in the coming years, next few years in India, more than 5,000. And again, that was based purely on dialogue. I think some of the next solutions or steps that we'd like to see, and we'll hear about a little bit in the next two panels, is how we also then introduce tools around financial innovations. This convening doesn't mean much unless we can really take things to action. For the United States, we were in parallel while we had the Emerging Markets Initiative going, but I would credit the initiative for bringing stakeholders together, pursued a payment security mechanism in the e-bus sector in India. unleash another 10,000 e-buses, and India has a great program for e-buses, but it's stalled a bit at about 17,000 buses tendered. The government set a goal of getting to 50,000 public e-buses. And that's a very big number, 17,000, but they'd like to do another 38. So how do we get them there? How can we help? And how do you leverage the money that you have as a public and working with the private sector? And our engagement with the private sector here in India, on the back of the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative, which brings stakeholders together, has revealed that for approximately $150 million, we believe we can put an escrow account that guarantees OEMs, banks, that they can offer non-recourse lending to the manufacturers of e-buses so that state bus companies can borrow the money necessary and pay back over 12 years. They all want to replace their diesel buses. You have to presume that. This isn't, in this country, I don't believe, in a lot of our high-emitting countries, there aren't climate deniers. There's a desire to move, but it has to be done on an affordable basis. State bus companies, like public transportation companies all around the world, are financially challenged. They never make enough money on ticket sales, if you will, whether it's a subway or a bus, to pay for the passenger. It's partly a public good. So how do they acquire these buses that should be cheaper than diesel? And our sense was, by talking to the market, by convening in something like the ZEV Emerging Initiative, that you could bring the private sector together, that banks would be able to allow bus companies OEMs, the auto manufacturers, to borrow the money in order to manufacture these buses and do it on a non-recourse basis, which means that they didn't have to take it on their balance sheet, so they could do a number of other initiatives as well. And in that way, India, and if we were to do this in other countries, can become a powerhouse. Lee mentioned some of the things that we heard from Amitabh Kant and others at a session this morning, and I wouldn't credit the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative for this, but this convening allows these sort of things to sort of open up. And a couple of the things that the Indians announced was that they want to be 65% e-vehicle sales for light-duty vehicles by 2030. That's larger than the number we've set for ourselves in the United States at 50%. It's quite impressive. And Amitabh Kant said clearly that he wants two-wheelers and three-wheelers, India be the dominant market, to be a dominant market in manufacturing those in the world. And that they'd like to have by 2030, 100% of two-wheel sales be electric. I think the last point I'll make here on the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative, it allows us to sit down with stakeholders, and when we talk about doing something voluntarily, it allows you to hear from public stakeholders on what their goals are and how you enable that. Rather than come with our own solutions, it's really how do you build on the solutions that host countries want. And I think that'd be my last point, that these sorts of initiatives allow us to come together, at least in the case of India, lets us hear where we know we have a clear demand signal. We know we want a clear radical transition on e-mobility. Where it is they want us to focus, and that's two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and e-buses. And so from there, we can then develop solutions and bring multiple partners together and bring financing together. So I think as we look to the future of ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative, and if you're interested in engaging, please find one of our British and my American colleagues. We'd love to be able to talk more, whether you're a private sector partner, nonprofit, or government. So thank you, and look forward to the next two sessions.
Right, thank you, Vinay. Right, we've had our warm-up. Let's get to the main course. So I'm going to invite on stage for our first panel, which is on the India ZEV country pilot, to start with our chair, which will be also from my team, Salka, I'm going to get this wrong, Salka Sigurdardottir, close enough, who's head of zero-emission vehicles for International Net Zero in the UK government. Also panelist Mr. Nishant Kumar, who's managing director of Grant Co Asia. Mr. Aditya Ramji, who's director of the India ZEV Research Centre at UC Davis, and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, who's principal secretary of Industries and Commerce at the Telangana State. If you would like to come and make your way to the stage, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Does this work? No?
Hello? Does this work? Some people are saying it works, so I'm taking that it does work. People in the back, can we all hear? No.
It's on, but it's not very loud.
We're being brought a new mic. Now this works. Oh, this works now. Oh, we would welcome another one if that's an option. Thank you, everyone. I'm not going to take any more time on this. Just to reiterate that in this panel, we're really going to talk about India's transition and particularly the partnership that Zero Emission Vehicles Transition Council launched with India at COP27. And I'm going to invite the panel to talk about this partnership and what more we can do to work together. And the context here really is that transport is the third biggest source of India's emissions. And Niti Aayog, who we worked with on this partnership, have played a really big visionary role to shape global clean transport policies. And many Indian states, including Telangana, who are here on the panel today, are really playing an exceptional leadership role as well to accelerate the transition to ZEV on the state level. And as we saw at the Niti Aayog G20 event this morning, India really see themselves as a global champion for 2- and 3-wheelers and public transport. And now Telangana was one of the first adopters as well of EV policies. So it's fantastic to see that breadth today. As the other panelists have said, this India partnership is really an umbrella framework for donors, initiatives and countries to come together to think about both how we can coordinate the landscape, but equally how we can identify and plug some gaps. And this panel today is particularly going to talk about how we can strengthen the public sector offer, which we like to call the ZEV country pilot part of the partnership. And this really has two areas that we worked on so far as part of this India partnership. One being to strengthen coordination and existing support across the landscape in areas where there may be risk of duplication. And we held a really big workshop in February in New Delhi and undertook extensive mapping exercises to understand the support that already happens and realize that we could enhance coordination in areas like e-mobility plans and roadmaps for cities, 2- and 3-wheelers, bus-related policy development and other areas. And another key part of this is addressing gaps in the provision and scoping what pilot projects we can scale up and address in the gaps. And the first pilot project we're exploring, and is the focus of our discussion today, is on strengthening capacity of policymakers to access finance, particularly thinking about how we can do that with different states, as this consistently comes up as a gap in the provision. And recognizing that the ZEV transition really differs state by state within India. And we're obviously learning a huge amount as this partnership is getting up and running, and look forward to learning from the panel here today. And as Lee mentioned earlier, I look forward to hearing experiences as well, how we might be able to replicate this model in other markets, if there's any other countries here. But now to our panelists, enough from me, and I'm going to reintroduce everyone and then turn to questions. And I think we've got about 25 minutes between us. So first of all, Jayesh Ranjan is the Principal Secretary of the Industries, Commerce, Information Technology Department, the Government of Telangana. We have here Mr. Neelam Janaya, who is the Managing Director and Vice Chairman of Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation. And we have here Mr. Nishat Kumar, who is the Asia Managing Director of Grantco. And last but not least, Aditya Kumar, who is the Director of the India ZEV Research Center at UC Davis. Now, to our panelists, I'm going to start with Mr. Ranjan, if that's okay. Thank you for being here, and could you tell us about your plans for accelerating the ZEV transition in Telangana specifically?
Thank you. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, all the participants. Delighted to be a part of this discussion. First of all, I'm very happy that subnationals, that is states, are given importance. Normally, forums like G20 only speak about national level engagements, national level priorities, but we all know that action, at least in India, happens in the states. So very happy that states get a seat on this high table. I'm also very appreciative of the fact that the India ZEV pilot which is happening. We are one of the 3 states which have been chosen. So feel very honored at this prospect. But to answer what you have asked, see, now many states have created their own policies on accelerating transition to sustainable mobility. Telangana is not the first state, but one of the first states. And what feedback we get from all the stakeholders, particularly the private industry, is they compliment us for the comprehensiveness of our policy. Our policy not just speaks about how do you encourage more and more OEMs and component manufacturers to manufacture in Telangana. It also has very clear targets and tools for increasing adoption of e-vehicles. There's also a component on storage. In fact, our policy, the title of our policy is Telangana Electric Vehicle and Energy Storage Systems Policy. So we understand the integral role of storage systems as well. And finally, we know that the advancement of knowledge in this domain is happening at a very fast pace, and therefore we have provisions in our policy to support research, to support innovation. And since the last 4 years that this policy is up and running, the initial results are very, very encouraging. And we feel that you need to work on all these fronts. I mean, while some of them may be more important than others, but having proper tools and a vision to implement those tools is very important to accelerate our journey to EV. So if I have to very quickly tell you about the important features of each of these. Now, when I speak about adoption, the global experience tells us that public transportation has to take the lead. If there are enough number of public buses and other means of public transport on the road, that instills a sense of confidence in individual user also, that things are all right, things are workable. In Hyderabad, which is our largest city and the capital city, the most important means of public transport are 3-wheelers called auto rickshaws. And in an earlier session, I was speaking about this, that if you look at the city of Hyderabad as a whole, the spread of auto rickshaws is not uniform. There are certain pockets, there are more number of auto rickshaws. Even the profile of the auto rickshaw drivers is of a particular kind. There are 2 kinds of people who are into this auto rickshaw business. One are the owners who themselves drives, and the second are people who have rented the auto rickshaws from someone else. So each of them have different mindsets, different priorities. The economics works very differently for each of them. So in our policy, we have provided solutions to all that, understanding in such a deeper way what exactly will work, what will not work. The buses, as was pointed out by Vinay earlier, the transport utilities have their own challenges in procuring large number of buses. Our intention also is to ensure that the 100% fleet of the transport utility is replaced by electric. But how do you finance that is something which is a big challenge, because the balance sheets are not exactly in the pink of the health. But we have found an innovative way, and I'm sure many others are replicating that model. This is called the GCC model, the gross cost contract model. So you don't put any money upfront. The transport utilities doesn't pay for the buses. The private operator pays, but you reimburse it for every kilometer of commute that the bus is undertaking, and so on and so forth. So that is one important feature in our policy. On manufacturing, again, we have created something which is very unique in the country. We have set up what is called the Telangana Mobility Valley. And the Mobility Valley has dedicated purpose-built infrastructure for manufacturing, for energy players, and also, again, I mentioned this in an earlier session, for people who are involved in testing, creating proving tracks, also quality checks, etc., etc. These are some of the things which people don't admit, but these are also bottlenecks in our country, because of which not too many manufacturers are bringing innovative products, etc. So that is the second part. On research, etc., some of you will be aware that the city of Hyderabad is a very important hub for entrepreneurship, for innovation. And as a government also, this is one of the priority areas. So people who are into autonomous electric vehicle startups, etc., they get more encouragement. There are research institutions in the city whom we have kind of synergized so that they collaborate with startups. There are lots of defense labs in Hyderabad. One of them has specialized in advanced chemistry. Lots of battery related research is happening. And of course, my colleague is here, so I'll not speak much about charging infrastructure because his organization is solely responsible for that. So I'll leave that bit to him. But nonetheless, the policy is very comprehensive. There is a very detailed goal on what each step will lead us to. And we are very happy with the progress, but definitely there is much more that we can do, and we look forward to learning from successful examples across this country, across the world. And we are hoping that being a part of ZEV will give us that kind of head start, which many other states will really require.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Ranjan. And without further ado, I'm going to turn to our other colleague from Telangana. Mr. Janaya, from your perspective, what mechanisms would you want policymakers to put in place to help states like yours access finance? But equally, feel free to comment on charging infrastructure as well. We would love to learn about your journey with charging infrastructure too.
Yeah, very good evening to all the panels, colleagues and also the friends. Definitely, as our source information about the policy and also the infrastructure in the state of Telangana, we are planning to have a total ecosystem for the Hyderabad and also all the state highways and the national highways connecting to the other parts of the state, especially Vijayawada Highway, Bangalore Highway, Nagpur Highway, and all the other correlated state highways and also the national highways. Within the city of Hyderabad, we want to have total ecosystem to reach out to at least for each 3 kilometer one charging station for common people, and also the EV hubs for charging hubs, like developing a ecosystem where we can charge at a time 10 to 12 vehicles in a single stroke at a time. And also we are planning to have all the ORR, we are having one of the beautiful ORR, outer ring road facility, where entire city is connected to that outer ring road. There we are having a lot of inlets and outlets to the city points. There also we are planning to have charging station infrastructure. Besides all the government institutes like power discom companies, GHMC corporation areas, and also the other parts of wherever the government land is available, we are also planning to have the same thing. And so far we have already completed 90 public charging stations, and we are planning to have another 150 in the pipeline. For all that, tenders have been finalized, and the charging app also being developed by our organization to easily facilitate the commuters in a proper way.
Thank you very, very much for that. I'm now going to turn to our other panelists, and I'm going to turn to Mr. Kumar next. Could you please tell us a little bit more about the partnership that Guaranco has with Axis Bank, including how this is helping unlock finance, which our other colleagues have talked about, to support the transition to SEVs, and are there any lessons that we can learn and consider as part of this India partnership and as part of the country pilot?
Sure, thanks, and good evening everyone, and thanks for having me here. We have policymakers, we have research houses, and I think it's apt to talk now about what as a financial institution, what we could do to enable that, right? So last year around April, May, we signed a framework guarantee agreement with Axis Bank, where we are providing Axis Bank with $200 million of guarantee for them to lend up to $400 million. And everything is in local currency, so there is no FX element to it. And this lending program, when it was set up, was first of its kind in the country of this size and dedicated exclusively to e-mobility sector. So that would include OEM manufacturers, financiers, charging infrastructure providers, and so on and so forth. And when we started looking into this particular program, what we found out that there was
large equity capital, at least at that point of time, that was available, right? But equity coming from a corporate finance 101, right? Equity alone cannot fund growth. You need efficient capital structure, and hence debt is necessary. And debt of 2 or 3 years that were being made available was also not adequate. And that is where, with our guarantee program, what we are trying to do is, as a developmental finance institution, with funding from 7 of the G12 governments, of which UK is the largest funding provider, we are unlocking that capital for private sector, and we are de-risking that private sector to provide that longer term financing that is necessary for this sector to grow at the pace at which the country requires to grow. So, currently the banks, or when we started, the banks would not lend for more than 1 or 2 or 3 years. With our facility, they are now willing to lend 10 to 12 years. The Axis Bank is we are working on proposals where it would be anywhere between 10 and 15 years. And that is a long-term financing that you would normally see for, let's say, a utility project, right? Not for an EV transaction. So that is it. And then also, since we are rated AA internationally, so with our guarantee, it also provides that capital relief without going too much technical. It provides capital relief to the bank, brings down their cost of capital, and hence, with our cost, despite our cost, all in all, it becomes a very efficient and cost-effective funding solution. So now, you asked me what lessons could we learn. I don't think one guarantor could make a difference. We are really tiny piece in the entire universe, right? And what we would expect is, more players like us should come together. I was at a panel earlier today with Hemant, where ADB were looking to set up something like this, right? So could this be enhanced and made bigger? And this 400, could it be multiplied by 5? And that would create a scale and rather than every player trying to do individual or independent programs. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Kumar. We're now going to turn to our last panelist, and then we'll ask some more questions. But Mr. Ramji, please, so it's crucial to the country pilot to build on the work that already happens, and I'm really excited that as part of this country pilot we can scale a project that UC David is already working on with the WRI, and to really focus on how we can support Indian states with sort of dedicated collaboration. So could you tell us a little bit more about this project and where you think this sort of country pilot and the India partnership can really help scale this further?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think when we first began these conversations earlier this year, I think over the last year, we've seen tremendous amount of ambition from states in India to drive this, and they're almost kind of taking leadership in driving narratives around clean transport transitions, and also comes from a lot of our own understanding of the fact that every state. I think in one of the earlier sessions this afternoon, one of the secretaries from the state of Orissa mentioned India is many countries in one country, and every state has its own nuance, and how you tackle the clean transport narrative there has to kind of acknowledge that nuance and be able to support that. But I think so the project that we began with WRI and other partners was really about being able to help states build capacity on how to design effective policy to help drive electrification or clean transportation. But this requires different solutions depending on what priorities they may have, or even what kind of targets we're driving. So we may talk about two-wheelers, and that will require a different thought process. To talk about three-wheelers or public transit with buses, and how the city bus network with the first and last mile ecosystem of the three-wheelers can be kind of looked at together. And then there can be examples on even zero-emission freight, and I think that's been another big piece of narrative that we heard earlier in the G20 meeting on the sidelines that Niti Aayog was hosting, and states like Telangana, if I'm not mistaken, you were one of the first states to sign the medium heavy duty decarbonization MOU, and with the aim that they are keen on able to tackle even hard to abate segments. So I think that was really the focus for the state level program that we were driving. But then all this transition requires financing, right? And I think what this country pilot can help achieve with states is really be able to say that if you are able to meet certain policy outcomes, then tied to that outcome there are opportunities for you to be able to access low-cost public finance to help supplement their already existing investments from public money and to help scale so that we can bring it up to a point where the private sector, as Shant was mentioning, can actually find value in creating multiplier effects in the amount of money that they're putting in. So if I can just leave it at the one thought for everyone in this room as a takeaway is think about it like a outcome-driven financing approach where, let's say, you have a tier 1 set of policy actions. So starting from something basic like setting just sectoral targets for electrification at the state level, and that could be tied to saying, okay, you get finance at a certain cost. You could then go to tier 2 where states can enhance their regulations and look at market-based regulations, fleet electrification targets, and other such examples, and that can be tied to saying, okay, you can get the same finance but at a discounted rate. And then you can really go to tier 3, which is hard to abate segments like medium heavy duty freight, or even overarching net zero goals and setting transport sector goals and things like that can be saying, okay, here's an added incentive, and you could almost get zero cost interest finance to help drive your transitions. And I think this concept of changing the narrative to a policy-based, outcome-based financing ecosystem can really help. I would think of this as an opportunity to drive what I can think of as a state accelerator program for clean transport transition.
Thank you very, very much. Now we have a few minutes left, and we've heard a lot about the tools and policy frameworks that are happening on different levels, but equally the importance of finance and accessing that finance and the different mechanisms that we can work around. I'm just going to ask for some final words. What would you see as the ideal next steps for how we can work together as panelists, but equally thinking about how we can work with other countries and other institutions to really improve the work to ensure access to finance to help Indian states realise their self-transition? So if we just have a few minutes from each panelist, if you want to comment, and then we need to close our panel and move to the next one.
Thank you. So, see, I already mentioned the innovative way in which our transport utility is trying to raise finance or get the work done without taking the burden of too much of capex. We are exploring whether something similar is possible for charging infrastructure as well. Like you encourage someone to put his capex and in the PPP mode, and there will be some returns for that person over a long-term basis. There could be other ways as well. In India, of course, states are not permitted to bilaterally seek funds from multilateral development agencies like World Bank or UNDP or ADB, etc. It has to be routed through national government, and there are only certain multilateral agencies through which national government permits this lending to be done. So that's a restriction, but at the same time, there is no restriction on technical assistance. We can find opportunities anywhere. So very recently, Mr. Rapji is sitting next to me. Just about a couple of months ago, we actually went all the way to San Francisco and signed an MOU with them on technical cooperation. They will guide us on, because we all know that California, the state of California is the leader in the US, and what have they achieved which an Indian state can replicate. So that is also very, very important. I mean, while money of course is important, but to have the knowledge to give action to your ideas is equally important, and therefore technical assistance is being looked at in a very welcoming way by Indian states, including ours. So these would be the next steps to continue to engage with people who have already done this quite well, learn from their experiences. In one of the earlier sessions also it was mentioned that states and sub-national who have already kind of leapfrogged, they might have made many mistakes also on the way. So That is one advantage, that you can skip those mistakes and straight away get into very focused kind of action.
Thank you very much. That was a brilliant answer. I'm going to see if any of our other panelists want to comment on what they see as the ideal next steps.
Well, I think for me, the next steps would be, of course, to be able to see, as I said, an accelerator program for India. But I think this also, since it's happening on the sidelines of the G20, India can be an excellent model for most other countries in the global south. And India, and what we have as part of our transport ecosystem, there are many similarities that many of the other global south countries share in terms of the way their ecosystems are also set up. And as Mr. Ranjan's mentioned, if this is successful in India, this could be an opportunity to say, okay, we've learned from through this process and through this journey, how can we make this so much more efficient for countries in South Asia, like Indonesia, or Vietnam, or Cambodia, or in Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and others, who all have similar ambitions, but are starting a little later in time to be able to kind of scale. And at some point, we're all talking about this in a very similar time horizon. So at some point, we'll have to leapfrog and help everyone else get there in the same time frame. So I think that is really, for me, the success of what this initiative could look like.
Fantastic. And other panelists, yeah, please.
Yeah. So previously I touched upon working Guaranco and other multilaterals and DFIs working together, right, to beef up this program. What I could see as the next step is also a country. I mean, what some of the funding governments are doing with us is setting up country-specific programs and so climate finance program that we have started in Vietnam, for example, right, with certain funding governments. Now, could this $200 million guarantee that we have extended to Axis Bank, could that be increased, because we have limited capital, and we need to take care of our transactions across Africa and Asia, right? But India's needs are huge, and we want to do more. So could country-specific funding programs be created through institutions like us, whose bread and butter is credit analysis, whose bread and butter is extending guarantees, and hence enabling that debt financing that is hugely needed to accelerate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last panelist? No, that's okay. We are running out of time, so I want to say massive thank you to our panel. And again, here we've had Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Mr. Neelam Janaya, Mr. Nishant Kumar, and Mr. Aditya Ramji. Massive round of applause for that. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Selka and panel. That was fantastic. Right, with the spirit of keeping things moving, the next panel is a focus on the ZEV Emerging Markets Initiative. So if I could invite on stage our panel moderator, who's Ms. Erska Skirt, who's a mobility manager at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Also on stage, Mr. Pawan Mulakutla, who's Director of Integrated Transport, Electromobility and Hydrogen at WRI India. Mr. Christoph Wolf, CEO of Smart Freight Center, and Mr. Jitendra Kapoor, Head of Surface Transportation at Maersk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ed, and thank you also all the previous speakers from the UK and UN government, Lee and Binay, for a great introduction of the Zero Emission Vehicle Emerging Market Initiative. It's my absolute pleasure to be here today and also deep dive in what the ZEV-MI is all about. It's basically a public-private model to accelerate investments across the zero emission vehicle value chain. We have started this collaboration since the launch on the COP27, and since then it has been an absolute pleasure also to work alongside NITI Aayog, the UK and the US government to identify what are the priorities, both on the country side but also on the private sector side, to accelerate investments, and how to position basically India government as a leader in zero emission vehicle deployment technology. Something that we also heard is great ambition for the future of Indian development. Since the dialogues in the start of February, we have identified 3 key priorities. First priority is scaling up e-freight deployment. The second one being investments across the zero-emission value chain in technologies and manufacturing. And the third one being supporting the mapping of charging infrastructure. We heard today how important is this topic, and this is something that will build on the recently released report from WBCSD that identified that using data sharing in mapping charging infrastructure can reduce the carbon emissions of infrastructure for 15%, can also support grid capacity planning and increase efficiency. Today we're here because on the first pillar of action on e-freight, the collaboration is already materializing in concrete action. Today we heard during the G20 event that 15 companies, 15 shippers and logistics service providers have provided a clear demand signal that they are ready to deploy 7,700 medium and heavy duty vehicles in 2030 should the market conditions allow for it. This is really important because at the same time of the demand announcement, there is also multi-stakeholder collaboration being led under EFAST program that is building a national action for deploying e-freight in India. And with this, I'm delighted to welcome again my speakers. Basically, these are the people who are behind implementing some of this action. We have Mr. Pawan Malakutla, who is the Director of Integrated Transport, Electric Mobility and Hydrogen at WRI India. We have Christoph Wolf, the CEO of Smart Freight Center, and we have Mr. Jitendra Kapoor, who is heading the land transport at Maersk in Asia. So welcome, everyone. Maybe just a quick reminder, as we don't have a lot of time today to discuss, it will be a short question and response type of panel. And with my first question, I turn to Pawan. You have been very close in the action on the e-bus aggregation in India. And could you tell us more about the experience there, the importance of looking at the e-freight segment, and how the experience from e-bus could be replicated in the e-freight segment?
Thank you. It's kind of very good evening to everyone here. I think just jumping into what is the learning from e-bus demand aggregation that India did last year. I think we brought in 5 cities together on a platform to procure together. The 2 things happened. One was a clear demand aggregation, which really brought almost 5,500 buses to be procured through a single process, and the other was also about homogenizing or standardizing the specifications, which was very, very extremely important for the e-bus case. What did this do? Doing these 2 things really brought down the cost. It's almost that compared to the diesel counterparts on the GCC model, the price of electric buses with subsidies was almost lower by 27%, and without subsidies was almost lower by 24%. And that clearly established, and then we know after that India has announced National Electric Bus Program, and there's also progress and closure of almost 11,000 buses, where another tender was floated for 7,000 buses, and that has been closed. So I think the learning for freight sector on how do we do electrification. I think 2 challenges. Unlike buses, where it is very structured with public transport procurement by transit agencies, the freight sector in India is very fragmented because almost 70% of the freight owners are the single owners with anywhere between 1 to 5 vehicles. But the opportunity is with these shippers, with these logistic companies, and through the EFAST platform, we have established 5 principles with all our partners. I mean, SFC is here, Christoph, Aditya is there, many of them, WBCSD, where we have brought in 10, 15 organizations together to really brainstorm this. I think that is a very collaborative approach that is needed on how do we solve this problem, and then work with industry to establish 5 pillars, which talks about demand aggregation in the freight sector. And Urska, you mentioned that demand signaling was announced today for 7,000 trucks that would be procured by these 15 companies, which are literally saying that we are ready. The second is pilots. So there are pilots already happening in certain clusters to really understand the technological aspects. That's number 2. Number 3 is the unit economics. It was extremely very clear that unless unit economics is established, I don't think the transition is going to happen. So we need to be really cognizant of that. The 4th is the whole financing and funding, because where is this going to come? What will really happen? And 5th is the policy. That's the order also we have laid, because I don't think we can have a very top-down approach of saying, okay, let's have a policy and then figure out. I think we need to really bring the policy, the private sector, and the whole market together to really make this happen.
Thank you, Pawan. So we heard demand aggregation significantly decreased the cost and enabled a scale deployment of e-buses. Christoph, you work very closely with shippers, logistics service providers. What do they need to do the same replication of the mechanisms as in the e-bus?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and thanks for having me. And indeed, over the last month, you have been working very closely together with yourselves, with the WRI team India, with WBCSD, UC Davis, in order to get to the point. It's only a start, yeah. So the 7,500 is actually, I think, about 1%, yeah, of the total market, something like that until 2030, I think. But I think the core topic is that industry basically comes out and comes on stage to say, we really want to work this way, and we are also willing to make concrete commitments about deployment. These commitments, the demand, I would say, has to be qualified. Yeah, and there's actually, I think, 3 things, and Pawan said some of that. Number 1, it is conditional. Yeah, so demand is conditional. It's actually the interesting thing about freight vehicles is, and why it's important to work on freight vehicles and treat this as a priority topic. There's actually a single-digit percentage of freight vehicles, of all vehicles in India, but it's 40% of all emissions. Yeah, so actually working on freight vehicles makes a lot of sense. The second, what is specific, is different to passenger vehicles. They're being bought on commercial terms by companies. Yeah, so the core thing is the TCO, the total cost of ownership, and that needs to work. And basically, the demand that has been put together is conditional to that. Yes? And in order to make the TCO happen, I think over the next couple of months we have the chance to work with these demand side actors and also with basically OEMs. How do the TCO looks like? And the TCO is different for different use cases. We see when we see tomorrow and under the EFAS presentation, there are different industries. I mean, there's cement companies, there's a heavy industry. They work on dedicated vehicles, and there are the consumer goods like the Amazon or Nestle, etc. It's very different use cases, and the TCO is different, and so therefore we jointly have to work on that. And the third is actually it's systemic, and the finance part is important. The whole thing needs to be equitable, I think you said Pawan started with saying it's a lot about very many small actually operators, but this is where the shippers come in, and this is where actually the finance sector comes in to create innovative financing models that can make this transition equitable. So give also small fleets the access via truck as a service models or other models to do this. So the demand is there, but in order to qualify and actually to move it, we have to work together to make it economical and to provide the right policy framework.
Thank you, Christoph. If I turn now the question to Jitendra, Maersk is one of the 15 companies that took part of the demand signaling. And could you tell us more, what is underpinning this demand and what can help Maersk and other shippers to accelerate investments in zero-emission vehicles?
I'll answer this question into three parts. One from the logistics and the shipper side. Owning a electric vehicle truck, electric vehicle versus a IC vehicle is 2.5 times higher. Then when you are taking a EV, you also have to invest into a charging infrastructure to run into a particular beat. Whereas when I'm taking a fossil fuel or IC vehicle, I don't have to invest into the fuel stations. And third is the higher cost of financing. When you go and buy a IC vehicle or a fossil fuel vehicle, bank and financial institutions would finance it for the period of 5 years, 7 years and 8 years. What I have seen, all in the 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers of the EV, the banking and the financial institutions have a clear guidelines around 3.5 years and 4 years. They understand in 3 years the battery life is gone, so they will only finance the vehicle for 3 years. So with a higher interest rate, so your cost of ownership goes. From this panel, I would like to urge to bank and financial institutions for ensuring the higher adoption of EVs. They need to get competitive, as equal as for IC vehicles. The interest rates are very aggressive. PSU banks and even the private banks compete in the financing of IC vehicle trucks, where we don't see a similar situation happening in the electric vehicles. So if the cost of financing is brought down by giving similar lines 5 and 7 years, so shippers and logistics companies will be able to amortize and depreciate the vehicle over 5 to 7 years. Support required from the OEM. We remember that time when you have multiple mobile phones and each mobile phone has a different charging slot. Nokia has a different, Motorola has different. I have seen you go on the ground, there's a charging infra, but you can't use it because it has a different charging slot versus a different. Why can't all OEMs get together and have one universal charging slot put together? So at least you are able to monetize and utilize the existing charging infra. You not need to create, each time you buy a vehicle, you have to create a new charging infra for it. Second most important thing is, all vehicles coming in the EV needs to be of a fast charging one. Logistic companies and shippers buy vehicles for higher utilization of vehicles. A vehicle need to run 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers. If it is a truck, then it will run for 9,000 to 10,000 kilometers. If you have a slow charging vehicle, if you are charging vehicle for 5 hours, 6 hours, you lost on the utilization. Why can't we have a fast charging vehicle which can get charged in 45 minutes? There are OEMs which are having a fast charging vehicle which can get charged in 1 hour and you can running on the ground. And the support requirement from the government and the policymakers, I'm not even talking about subsidies, few incentives. All cities have a no entry hours other than Delhi. Electric vehicles are permitted. If there is a policy, if you have a EV, which is a 3-wheeler and 4-wheeler, doing a distribution in the city, there is no entry hours for these EV versus a fossil fuel vehicle. Your adoption will go high. 30 days, your adoption will go. Incentives given in terms of toll charges. People who are investing and buying on the EV, why can't they be given toll waivers for 2 months and 2 years and 3 years? Second important point is green meters. It takes a longer duration to get the green meters approval to put into a charging. You are charged exactly the same rate versus commercial electricity. People who are investing on the EV, why can't be a policy on the green meters where they can get a subsidized electricity? All these smaller points put together can help for a faster adoption. And ending on a lighter note, I meet so many customers. All companies have committed for decarbonization and sustainability, but nobody wants to pay that extra premium for decarbonization and the sustainability piece. If we commit towards it and everybody gets agree to pay that extra premium, everything gets sorted out.
Thank you, Jitendra. So we heard you were speaking before about the 5 pillars of action. We know from Jitendra, he was just explaining kind of clear conditions. They know what needs to be put in place. So the question is, what are the key success factors so that in 2030 we actually have 7,000 vehicles on the road?
I think 7,000 to Utska is just a commitment now, so hopefully that commitment should become 70,000 next year, and then it should go really high. But coming back to this, what will really work? I think it's the intersection of just picking up what Jitendra said, right? Like, who is ready to pay that extra premium? And I think we really need to really work there in the whole, it's a whole game of unit economics. But how do you really make it work, and who are those customers who are willing to pay? I think it really boils down to that, and then you really have a market which is ready. That's one aspect, and this is where I feel that policy can play a big role. We have seen even the California, I was looking at, Act is being talked about for the freight sector, but their journey started in 2013 where they actually did start with subsidies. While we do have an opportunity, and then of course now they came up with this whole very high ambitions, and they have also talked about mandates on the supply side. So I think there is a learning from this geography, but I think India also really needs to understand that it cannot be just a copy paste, because we also have to see how it really works. So we know that there are these different instruments in the policy that can really push to towards execution, and this needs to be understood whether an incentive would work versus would a mandate would work. So I think that's where the beauty lies, that how do you then bring in that to really unlock the market.
Thank you, Pavan. Question to Christoph. We have a representative of governments in the room and connecting virtually. How could the experience in India on different mechanisms and the way to finance the transition be replicated in other markets?
Yeah, I think first of all, there's a lot of ambition here, and there's a real community coming together, both from all actors. So having this ecosystem in place is actually a first key point for any geography in order to move the same way. So I think India, I think it's very ambitious and very encouraging what India is doing. I think it's what is also a learning for me from the conversation over the last 3 months, and when we talk about the 7,500, I think behind it are many conversations with individual companies, and understanding that the needs are very specific, and the use cases are very specific. So it's very different if you basically operate like a heavy-duty truck in a cement plant as a dedicated plant, or if you basically have a subcontractor that is using trucks basically to move trips, but it's not dedicated. Actually, this morning it's maybe an Amazon parcel, in the afternoon it's something very different. And I think in order the same situation is in other markets as well, because the fragmentation of the carriers is the same in Africa and Latin America, and I think if India can crack that, and I think there's actually finance plays a big role, but if India can crack that, that would set a great example, a great specific example, which is very different from the US, where you have big fleets. So if India can crack that, then I think I'm very confident that we can see adoption and scaled adoption in other emerging markets as well.
Thank you, Christoph. And as we just have a couple of minutes more, maybe I turn the question to Jitendra. Maersk is one of the leading shipping service providers, active in different countries, and you're also committed to global decarbonization targets. How do you see this model or collaboration replicating in other countries?
So, as Maersk has globally committed to get net carbon zero 2040, so earlier it was 2050. So we took an aggressive target, and took a decade earlier, said we will do at 2040. As we speak, our first green methanol ship sails from Korea to Copenhagen. This is the world's first global ship. For all our aircrafts that we own, we are using sustainable aviation fuel. We have taken close to 25 e-trucks in Germany and 126 electronic trucks from Volvo in California. In India, we are operating currently close to 250 be electric vehicles and would be deploying similar numbers in next 2 to 3 months for our customers. You know, each country has a different requirement. You know, like in India, we use with all our vehicles LTO batteries because they can sustain temperature in high, hot and humid climate like India. Whereas in Europe, the batteries we are using, they are different because the temperature requirements are different. For all the emerging markets, I believe they are passing through the same life cycle where they are having issues. You know, the portfolio of trucks are not available. You know, people are still experimenting. People are testing the waters. There are issues in the financing. There are large operational cycles. People are waiting. Who would be putting the charging infra? So it's all about a complete ecosystem which needs to come together for a high level of game going there. You need OEMs to come with various product portfolio. You need companies and startups coming in building the charging infrastructure. You need finance coming at aggressive rates, and then policymakers and government supporting, and then logistic companies and shippers, taking these vehicles and deploying them, and customers getting ready to pay for these vehicles and doing this decarbonization. So it's an end-to-end ecosystem what we are speaking about.
Thank you very much, Jitendra. I think this summarized well when you mentioned the collaboration and the key priorities we have to collectively work on. So thank you at this moment for your efforts in general on accelerating the e-freight deployment in India, but also for being the speaker on this panel. Before I pass my word back, I would just like to highlight that tomorrow at 9:30 in Ballroom 2, 9:30, there is a eFast session which is co-organized by the eFast partners, and of course with the leadership of Niti Aayog, and where industry representatives that are taking part of the demand signaling and piloting will express the industry efforts and will discuss the policy recommendations. So thank you again.
Thanks, Ursula. Thank you all. So we've heard a huge amount about India's domestic ambitions. We hope it comes across that those ambitions are matched by the ambitions on the international side in terms of supporting India to realize those. But there's no one better, I think, to round us off and to close the event today than Mr. Sudhendu Sinha, who is Senior Advisor for Infrastructure, Connectivity, Transport and Electric Mobility at Niti Aayog. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the last session that was there. So most of the points what Jiten said, that makes a lot of sense. Because in which are there, the ecosystem elements which we are trying to kind of address to, they are different. Maybe two-wheeler, three-wheeler, that can be taken as together. The aggregators, four-wheelers can be taken as together. Public transport system and the transport systems run privately, that can be taken together. But yes, when it comes to trucks, it's a different ball game altogether. So at NITI, yes, let me compliment many of the international agencies, including that of UK government that is very closely collaborating with us in taking this trucking into transformation of trucking system in India to clean one that is going to be there. Now in India, 2.8 million trucks, guzzling almost 34% of vehicular pollution. It can be addressed, not that it cannot be. But the way it was being told, that the challenge is it can be divided into two different clusters altogether, rather three if I might say. First is the awareness one, second is the technology piece, and the third, as was being so clearly elaborated, is the finance one. The problem with us is, ladies and gentlemen, we always start thinking at this transformation as a policy maker. We have to see it as a customer. The moment we start looking at it as a customer, as someone who is going to buy a truck, then probably after that understanding, after that granular comprehension, whatever we are going to kind of, then the policies that would be making, that is going to be the game changer, that will make the difference. So precisely that is how it is to be. So number of agencies are working together with us, and of course, as I said, a lot of compliments to the UK government and US government also, the Californian model that was being explained so clearly. The idea is that what we are insisting on at NEET is, let's have a scalable pilot that is now visibility of that is very much clear. Number two, let's go in for the developing innovative finance solutions so that when it comes to purchasing part of it, when it comes to going to the customer and convincing him that you please transform your truck because now it is at the end of life, and instead as you are going to buy a new one, don't go for the fossil fuel based, go for the electric one. So when that stage comes, probably we have got solid economic logic with us with which we can pull it off. This is precisely what my understanding is, and I think that it appears to be doable. Not that it is, it's completely, we are into a dark, no. We can see that it is doable. Maybe once the pilot is established, simultaneously a lot of understanding is going with respect to the awareness part of it. And if we are able to crack the way it was being told, crack that economic piece of it, we are game for it. So thanks a lot. Thank you for organizing it. Thanks to all the partners who are with NEET, plus the international government agencies, the sovereign governments who are taking it forward, and all the participants who have so granular way they have enlightened us. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're going to close the event here. I know everyone is very excited for drinks and dinner, and just thank you again for being with us today, and massive thank you to all the speakers, and do watch this space, more to come. Thank you all very much and have a good evening.
Just some housekeeping announcements. So dinner will be served at 7 outside, and tomorrow there's a yoga session in lot 3, starting at 6:30 in lot 3. Hoping it shouldn't be raining, but you have the details on your briefing pack where you have to send the email just to confirm.